America fame and fortune. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76 French Buyer. There is no award unit at the Savannah Film Festival, but more of a film screening and art exchange. Film masters and actors from all over the world will have face-to-face exchanges with students from the art school during the film festival. The crew of Zombie Gigolo led by Benjamin certainly does not have this qualification. Although he graduated from the Savannah Art School, Benjamin has not even a famous alumnus. A large number of promotional booths were set up in the open space between the two theaters on campus. Martin and Catherine, the male and female protagonists of the film, made up as the looks in the film and distributed promotional materials to people coming and going. Martin's vampire costume and Catherine's image of a female hunter in leather clothes and carrying a sword attracted many people to come and enter the booth to learn about the film. Zombie Gigolo will be screened at the festival theater at 7 p.m. In the center of the publicity column, there is a striking promotional slogan. Martin, the male protagonist, is very active. Every time he distributes a piece of information, he will say to people, 7 p.m. Festival Theater, welcome. The male protagonist works hard, which makes Catherine, the female protagonist, feel embarrassed to be lazy and never stop talking. Occasionally, when there were few people, Martin brought 2 unopened bottles of mineral water and gave one to Catherine. While drinking water, Catherine whispered, "No matter how much we do, our pay won't increase." Martin smiled and replied, "We are the male and female protagonists. If the film sells well, no one can steal our limelight." Another person was attracted by the large poster. Martin put down the mineral water, greeted him, and handed him the promotional leaflet. The person picked up the promotional leaflet and read it very seriously. Martin noticed that he was not just curious, so he said, "Sir, the film will be shown at the festival theater at 7 o'clock in the evening. If it's convenient for you, you can come and learn about it." The man pointed to the character on the color page and asked, "Are you the male lead? Are you playing a vampire?" "Yes, I'm the male lead." The other person spoke English with an accent, which Martin thought was very similar to Michel Gondry, so he asked tentatively, "Sir, are you French?" The man nodded. "I'm Blanco from France." Martin invited Blanco to the booth and said as they walked, "You look like someone who works in the film industry?" Blanco asked, "Because I'm attending a film festival? Your temperament is very similar to that of a French friend of mine. Film practitioners from the same country, maybe friends or enemies." Martin's words were vague. He is a film artist. He just came to Georgia to film a movie some time ago, so I was particularly impressed by him. Blanco laughed. "Michel." Martin knew what he was talking about and said, "Yes, director Michel Gondry. I've enjoyed French cuisine in Atlanta and Georgia's specialties with him. He is not only a film artist, but also has a very high level of French food identification." The word sounded particularly pleasant, and Blanco followed Martin into the booth. Dave, Benjamin and others saw Martin communicating enthusiastically with others, so they didn't go over for the time being. They were very confident in Martin. Catherine took over the reception work early. Kelly Gray, dressed in a professional suit, came to the booth with her assistant Ella at this time and quietly moved closer to listen to Martin and the other person talking. When Michel left, he invited me to Paris. Martin's eyes were full of longing. "I have always wanted to experience the atmosphere of the capital of art and romance up close, but unfortunately, several months have passed, and I still haven't had the chance." Blanco was quite polite. "There will definitely be a chance. Maybe one day you will go to the Cannes Film Festival." He thought for a moment, took out his business card, and handed it to Martin. 7 o'clock in the evening. Festival Theater, right? Martin took the business card and quickly scanned it. It turned out that the person written on it was the business manager of Europa Film Company. "Yes, 7 o'clock in the evening." He smiled and said, "Please wait." Martin took out a formal invitation letter and handed it to Blanco with both hands. "If you can come, the crew will be honored." Blanco took the invitation letter, shook hands with Martin specifically, and then said goodbye and left. Not far from the exhibition area, he found a quiet place, took out his cell phone, called Michelle, said hello, and said, "I'm in Savannah, I just met an interesting person," said he is your friend, an actor, Martin Davis from Atlanta. Michelle Gondry said, he is indeed a friend, a very nice person, good acting, and he is very yearning for France. Blanco received many invitations today. After ending the call with Michelle Gondry, he just thought about it for a while, and decided to go to see the movie Zombie Gigolo in the evening. In the exhibition area, Kelly came over and asked, "Important person?" Martin gave her his business card, the buyer of Europa Film Company. From what he said, he is a fellow countryman and friend of Michelle Gondry. Kelly immediately thought, "You made friends with Michelle Gondry, did it work?" Martin said, "It should work, I think he should attend the screening tonight." Kelly turned to Ella and said, "Arrange the VIP seat." Ella responded. Kelly said to Martin again, "One more buyer means one more hope of selling." Martin quietly shook Kelly's hand, and his voice was full of concern that could not be concealed. "Don't put too much pressure on yourself, you are doing very well." Kelly turned her hand over and pinched his fingers. "You have a lot of ideas, give me a good solution." Martin spread his hands helplessly. "Next we have to compete with hard power. My bad ideas will only hinder us and make things worse." Although he has studied the film sales and marketing in the United States for a while, Martin feels that he has only understood the basics, and it is better to say less about specific sales. In the afternoon, Sophia and Vincent rushed over from Atlanta to attend the screening. Kelly Gray just greeted Sophia and Vincent politely and did not have much contact. All the staff of the Buffalo House Club came together. Bruce said to Martin, "The boss specially closed the door today so that we can watch a movie together." Hart came over. "Old Bruce, this movie has nothing to do with you. I asked you to show up, but you didn't listen." Bruce said, "I'm a dirty and tiring person." Hart understood what he meant and turned to ask Martin, "Martin, have you seen the sample? How did I perform?" Martin said, "I died miserably and was beaten to a pulp by Catherine." At 5 o'clock, Sophia generously invited all the crew members to dine at a nearby luxurious buffet restaurant. The dinner was very sumptuous, and Martin only tasted a little. The screening crew was going to go on stage, so he rented a suit specially, and the suit was very fitting. It is also a compulsory course for actors to control their diet in advance when attending important occasions. 10 updates on the first day. Please give me a monthly ticket. Please give me a reward. Please support me. Friends who are the first to subscribe, please join the group. There will be a prize draw for the first subscription. Chapter 77. Fierce and Joyful. As the sky gradually darkened, under the leadership of Kelly Gray, producer Dave, director Benjamin, male lead Martin and female lead Catherine all came to the theater to welcome the important guests. Everyone had a smile on their faces. With Kelly Gray's relationship, the crew invited several deans of the Savannah College of Art. The most important guests were naturally the buyers from various film distribution companies. Martin met 6 film experts and professional buyers from Focus Features, Warner Brothers and Lionsgate. In addition, he also saw representatives of overseas film companies such as Indians, Koreans, Mexicans and Brazilians. People who go out on public travel do a lot of work outside. Soon, Martin saw an acquaintance, adjusted his formal clothes a little, and strode to greet him. "Good evening, Blanco. Welcome." Blanco shook hands with Martin and said, "I contacted Michelle, and he praised you highly. I can't miss the movie starring the actors who can make Michelle praise so much." Martin led the people to the door of the theater, introduced Dave and Benjamin, and personally led them in. The theater that can accommodate more than 800 people is almost full. Most of them are ordinary audiences and college students. There are only more than 20 real film buyers. Martin came to the crew and sat next to Benjamin. The film was about to be screened, and he found that Benjamin's hands and legs were shaking. Benjamin forced a smile. "Don't be surprised. It's my first time. It's normal to be nervous." "Me too." Martin adjusted his breathing repeatedly, not thinking about the success or failure of the film. For him, as long as the film can be screened in theaters, it is a victory. Jeffs from Lionsgate and Warner's buyer Breitner sat next to each other. The two often represented the company in various film festivals and were old acquaintances. Jeffs asked. Warner is interested in B-level movies? Breitner replied softly. B-level movies have a fixed audience. The screen lit up, the lights went out, and the explosive music sounded. In the crowded Beast House Club, the sunny and handsome man walked onto the circular stage and began to dance to the music. It was normal at the beginning, an ordinary zombie dance, but with some striptease element added. The DJ on the scene shouted, "Zombie machine gun dance, let the bullets fly all over the dance hall." It was like a machine gun shooting, and countless customers covered their chests. Then, dollars were thrown around, and underwear was flying. It was like a real nightclub. The audience in the theater couldn't help but complain, too exaggerated. The audience was stunned. With this frequency and speed, will it fly to the sky? This kind of exaggerated effect is what B-level movies want. What's more, it's all real shots. Many people can see that the male protagonist's dancing is not very good, and his level can only be said to be average, but the superb part of the zombie machine gun dance makes him full of charm. In the close-up, the erupting hormones overflowed the screen. Jeffs heard someone behind him asking his companions, "Where is the house of the beast? Is there really such a male dancer? I want to experience it." The opening dance emphasizes the sexual charm of the film. Of course, another major attraction and element of B-level movies is indispensable later, blood plasma splashing. When all the customers were intoxicated by the male lead's hot dance, as the music changed, the male lead Matthew suddenly turned into a vampire, and together with other male dancers and the big-headed boss, he launched a bloody massacre of the customers. Brains flew, limbs were broken, and blood flowed like a river. This was a sacrificial ceremony. The House of Beasts was the base of the blood-sucking demons. They attracted customers with male beauty, drank their blood, and sacrificed to the evil gods of hell. The opening scene is not very good, but it makes people continue to watch. The plot of B-level movies is always shit, and Benjamin is no exception. A girl escaped from the massacre by luck, and found the sisters Mariah and Anna, female hunters with special talents. Anna proposed to gather a team, to hunt the blood-sucking demons again. When looking for companions, Mariah went to the club, to explore the way first. Jenna Jameson? Jeffs frowned. Using her is indeed a gimmick, but if you really want to see her, there are plenty of movies to watch. Breitner had similar thoughts. When he saw Jenna Jameson and the male protagonist appear in the same scene, he guessed that there would be a fierce fight next. But what he didn't expect was that this scene was so special. The male protagonist and Mariah fell in love. The latter wanted to use her special talent to directly suck the vampire dry. The former wanted to use the blood of beautiful women to please the special evil god from hell. On the stage, a big battle broke out. But the location and method of the battle were not expected by Jeffs and Breitner. The male protagonist grabbed the iron chain hanging from the ceiling with one hand and held Mariah horizontally with the other hand, performing a flying trapeze. Zombie machine guns flew in the air. This scene, with both beautiful women and strong men, is quite exaggerated. It creates not only a bloody fight, but also an indescribable sense of joy. In front of the audience, the two characters are fighting for life and death, but this special way makes them fall into a weird joy. Jeffs couldn't help but say, "It's full of comedy." Breitner actually laughed. "It's something." As for the rough shooting and production, it's not a problem. B-level movies are always like this. The dim theater was filled with a happy atmosphere. There was no funny lines in this battle, nor any spoof actions, but it was fierce and funny. This kind of comedy is a special product of the old Americans, and it has a very wide audience. As expected, the arrogant Mariah failed. She failed to suck the male protagonist, and was sucked dry, and ended up with a tragic end of being torn into pieces. The plot is still cliched. The heroine Anna found a few helpers and came back. She found that her sister was killed and decided to clean up the blood-sucking demons in the Beast House Club. They made a detailed plan and broke into the club during the day. Then they fell into a trap and were captured alive by the big-headed boss and the male protagonist with a group of male dancers. Of course, the villain will not kill the heroine immediately. The male protagonist locked the heroine up alone. The heroine was impressed by the strength of the male protagonist and decided to use her own talents to seduce the male protagonist to fight head-on. Most of the audience who can come here are B-level movie fans, and they are very happy to watch it. The scene design of several fighting scenes and the special performance of the male protagonist are very interesting. The ending drama begins, and through the psychological activities of the heroine, the fighting concept is thrown out again. Last time, the heroine's sister failed and was killed. The heroine's talent is better than her sister, and she defeated the hero head-on. In the subsequent fight, the heroine chopped off the hero's head. The hero died in the battle, and the heroine led the team to Bloodbath the Beast House Club, and took away the hero's head as a demon hunting medal. At the end of the film, the heroine who led the demon hunting team to leave the city found that she was pregnant, and the hero's head disappeared. In the darkness, he heard applause, and Blanco also stood up and applauded. Unlike ordinary French film companies, Europa, where he is located, can be said to be the film company with the strongest commercial atmosphere in France, or even in Europe. The founder Luc Besson never makes art films. The style of the company's big boss affects the style of the entire company. Blanco is also a movie buyer who prefers business. This film has the element of American B-movies very well, with splashed blood, a terrifying atmosphere, exploding hormones. Even the American shitty jokes that he used to think were not very good. This film is original. There are no shitty lines, and the hero is killed by the heroine, but there is a sense of joy, especially the hero. The first two of the three big scenes are particularly outstanding, and it is simply a show. The zombie machine gun dance and the flying trapeze are so interesting. Those French directors who can only play obscure and immature dramas should come and see how to make real art dramas fun and interesting. In the last scene, the hero was slightly overshadowed by the heroine, but it doesn't matter. The applause gradually faded, and Blanco was thinking about how much it would cost to get the French or European distribution rights for this film. If the North American and European copyrights are separated, he estimated that it would be done within $2 million. This film is definitely not the $6 million claimed, and the production cost will not exceed $2 million. The movie subtitles were over, and the theater lights were turned on. Dave called the main creative staff of the crew. "Let's go on stage for the curtain call." Benjamin stood up. He almost fell down when he took the first step, not knowing whether he was too nervous or his legs were numb. Martin was quick to catch him. Benjamin turned around and forced a smile. "Is it okay?" Martin said. "Director, we did our best. Go on stage." Benjamin walked forward. Martin said again, "Call all the crew members who came." Benjamin replied softly, "Call them all on stage." Martin turned around and waved to Hart and Robert who were sitting behind him. Kelly Gray paid to invite many media reporters. They were all taking pictures at this time. Hart and others went to the media and stood with the crew. When the film was shown in theaters, their value would definitely increase. Hart and Carrington took the handsome men's group and pulled the big-headed Robert to the stage in front of the screen. Led by Dave and Benjamin, the crew frequently greeted the audience. The audience burst into warm applause again. The crew gathered together again and asked the media reporters to take group photos. The sense of ceremony was full. Robert smiled brighter than flowers. This film allowed him to fulfill his long-term wish as a background artist. He had more than 10 lines in the film, and he also got a photo with the main creators. As long as the film is released in theaters, he will be praised in the Atlanta background artist circle. When leaving the stage, Hart took a few quick steps and followed Martin, whispering, "Martin Dad, as long as you say the word, I will book a flight to Thailand tonight." Martin didn't want his transvestite daughter, and said, "Keep it, you still need it to make a living." Hart said happily, "I can double the price in the future." Carrington, who followed behind, said disdainfully, "Look at your small size, you want to triple whatever you say. 3 updates today, 9,000 words, and future updates will be fixed at around 8:30 in the morning, unless there are special circumstances." The first order was 2,500, and the results are not bad. Chapter 78, A Great Victory, Subscription Request. The crowd in front of the festival theater gradually dispersed, and most of the buyers who were interested in the film made an appointment to talk about it tomorrow. Samantha from Focus Features walked in the back, and Kelly Gray accompanied her out of the theater. Samantha was nearly 50 years old, and she looked pretty good. She chatted with Kelly about the movie. The 3 scenes of the male lead in the opening, middle and end were very impressive. You have a good eye and chose a good actor. Kelly was happy to hear. He has outstanding looks and first-class acting skills. His background is a bit poor, but he is very spiritual. Samantha's eyes suddenly turned to the side of the theater in trance and looked at the people over there. The male lead, dressed in a formal suit, was set off by the street lights, like a bright light in the dark night, which was particularly eye-catching. She came from Hollywood and looked straight over there. Kelly, I will recommend this movie to the company. Kelly knew there were other conditions as soon as she heard it and waited for the other party to continue. Samantha added, such an outstanding actor. I really want to meet him. Kelly had worked in Hollywood before, so she could hear the meaning of this. Without any hesitation, she declined. Sorry, he will be going back to Atlanta with me. Samantha nodded slightly. I'm sorry, Kelly, we will have a chance to work together again. Kelly's smile showed nothing unusual. Okay, bye. Samantha didn't want to talk about the movie anymore and got in the car and left. The focus features where she worked tended to produce and distribute films in an artistic style. She came here more to get a favor from the company's partner, Louise Mayer. Samantha wanted to cheat and see if the actor who looked so good was as amazing as in the movie. If she couldn't get him, she wouldn't force it, because Hollywood didn't lack handsome men. Kelly cursed him inwardly, a bitch, and waved at the street light. When Martin came over, the car also arrived, and the two got into the back seat together. Kelly couldn't help it. Those Hollywood scums are always making trouble anytime and anywhere. Martin said, if Louise hears it, she will fight with you. You are no match for her. Kelly asked, whose side are you on? Martin said frankly, I will tear off all your clothes. Kelly didn't mention what happened just now, but said, I have a beach villa. Martin hugged her and kissed her hard. Rich woman, you finally found your conscience and are going to give me a house. Kelly gave a firm blow to this unrealistic fantasy. You think too much. She had another idea. I plan to have someone renovate the highest lobby and install a chain. How about it? Not so good. Martin understood what she meant and decided to tell the truth. After all, he was the one who suffered. I was almost exhausted while filming that scene. I can't do it alone. I need to use machinery. You can install a swing. Kelly leaned on him. I'll ask someone to get the plan as soon as possible. More than 10 minutes later, the two entered the same suite in the same hotel. Martin couldn't understand why Kelly was particularly dissatisfied with Hollywood tonight. She called Louise and put the call on speakerphone. Louise on the other end was so angry that she smashed the bottle. The Savannah Film Festival lasted for a week. There were 3 more screenings of Zombie Dancing Man and media reporters were invited one after another. The main creative staff of the crew stayed in Savannah. Martin wanted to fully understand the operation and management of Hollywood movies. He greeted Kelly Gray and joined the contact and negotiation between the Zombie Dancing Man studio and various distribution companies. Most of the film companies offered low bids and basically broke down the negotiations. The only North American distributors still negotiating with the studio were Lionsgate and Warner Brothers. The attitude of these two companies was clear. They only talked about buying out the copyright, not the box office and copyright sharing agreement. Representatives of overseas distributors in Europe, India, South Korea, Southeast Asia and Latin America also talked about buyout with the studio. $3.5 million buyout of all copyrights. Warner Brothers. Breitner was very strong. If you are not satisfied, I can only say sorry. Big companies are not short of small budget movies, but there are piles of small budget movies begging them to distribute. Dave replied, please wait a day, we need some time to discuss. Martin was very self-aware, only brought ears and eyes, and never said a word from beginning to end. Later, the studio negotiated with Jeffs of Lionsgate for the 3rd time, and Lionsgate's offer was raised to their limit of $2.4 million. Since Lionsgate does not have the ability to distribute overseas, it only wants the North American copyright of the film. Kelly Gray then rushed over and held an emergency meeting. We have a clear goal, and we will sell the copyright of the film and push it into theaters if the price is right. Dave said, I suggest choosing Lionsgate, selling the North American copyright to Lionsgate, and selling the overseas copyright separately, so that there is more room for operation. In fact, Kelly was very satisfied with $2.4 million US, but she didn't mind making more. Kelly asked, "What about the release plans provided by Warner Brothers and Lionsgate?" Benjamin took the initiative to take over the conversation. Warner Brothers initially plans to screen the film in March or April next year. They are a big company and don't care about the time cost. He wanted the film to be screened in theaters as soon as possible, and he had a preference in his heart. Lionsgate is small in scale and tight in funds. They don't want to bear too much time cost. After they buy the copyright, they will immediately push it to the Motion Picture Association, MPAA, for rating. In mid-November, they have a horror film that was temporarily withdrawn, and it is just right to push Zombie Dancing Male to the top. Kelly was also thinking in her heart, what if the rating is not smooth? Benjamin said, learn from Y2 Mama Tambien, don't go through the rating, and go straight to the preview. Kelly knew this movie, a film by Mexican director Alfonso Cuarón. Good Machine Distribution Company was dissatisfied with the MPAA rating, so it went directly to theaters. Not only did it win tens of millions of dollars in North American box office, but Alfonso Cuarón also received an Oscar nomination. This is not an exception in North America. Under normal circumstances, you should go through the rating process if you can. Small companies focus on quick decisions. Dave added, Lionsgate plans to start with a small-scale preview in California and Georgia. If the preview results are good, they will continue to invest resources in publicity and promotion. If not, after 2 or 3 rounds of previews, they will push it into the DVD and videotape market. Kelly specifically said, I understand that low-budget movies are screened on a slightly larger scale, and the publicity and distribution costs are much higher than the production costs. Martin had been listening carefully, and what he thought of was the Blair Witch Project and Paranormal Activity. Kelly made a decision. It is not in our interest to sell the global copyright in one go. We will split the copyright and sell the North American copyright to Lionsgate. Europa is interested in purchasing the European copyright and selling it to them. Grey Company urgently needs funds to invest in the studio renovation. Other overseas companies will wait and see how the North American preview goes. Dave, go tell them. We will send someone to talk to them. Dave is in control of the entire project investment process, and there is a lot of room for overseas accounting. He said, I will notify them right away. The Savannah Film Festival has not yet ended. The studio and Lionsgate have officially signed an agreement. The North American copyright of The Zombie Dancer is sold for $2.4 million. There is no need to think about the profit-sharing agreement. For small-scale B-level films, the distribution company will not take all the copyrights and will not be willing to invest resources in publicity and distribution. The studio and Europa negotiated for half a morning, and the latter bought out the European copyright of The Zombie Dancer, including Russia, for $1.2 million. After the agreement was signed, Blanco came over and talked to Martin, who had no sense of presence. Your wonderful performance makes this mediocre B-grade film full of highlights. He said to Martin, if you want to be a star, the film production market in Atlanta is too small. Martin said roughly, I will go to Los Angeles when the film is released. Blanco smiled and said, looking forward to seeing you in Los Angeles. Martin specifically mentioned the director they both knew. Michelle said he settled in Los Angeles. I will definitely visit him. Then we can have a drink and talk about French cuisine and British dark cuisine. Blanco smiled even more happily and said politely, I'm looking forward to that day. The studio sent special people to accompany overseas buyers back to their respective markets. For Latin American markets such as Brazil and Mexico, once the film performs well in North American previews, it will not be difficult to sell copyrights for millions of dollars. Together with Australia, New Zealand and some Asian markets, the studio expects to recover the announced production cost of $6 million US. For the 2 major investors of the film, it can be regarded as a big victory. When Grey Films really opens the door to Hollywood and can use the box office sharing distribution channel to produce similar projects, there will be more places to do accounting. The film was bought by Lionsgate, which meant that Martin would definitely become the leading actor of a theatrical film. This was a qualification that could be shown off. On the penultimate day of the film festival, Martin returned to Atlanta in Kelly's car. Kelly was in a very good mood. "Benjamin talked to me yesterday. He will prepare for a new film after a month of rest." Martin asked, "Is it still a B-level movie?" Kelly smiled. "He is good at these. I'm not sure about shooting other things." Martin asked vaguely, "Is the funding still operated in this way?" Kelly put her hands together on her lap. "Vincent and Sophia are willing to invest. Why should I refuse such a good thing?" Martin said casually, "It seems that I have benefited a lot." Kelly stretched out her finger and lifted his chin. "It's no problem to support you." Martin couldn't help laughing, but he never asked how much profit Grey Company made from it. Kelly remembered something and reminded him, "Remember to save the money you received for the film and the kettle from last time, so that you don't have no money to pay taxes during the tax season." Martin thought of the legendary I's, state taxes, federal taxes and other messy things, and said, "Introduce me a reliable accountant. I haven't studied these, and I don't understand them." Kelly opened her bag, took out a business card, and handed it to Martin. "She can help you." Martin kept it. Kelly stretched lazily. The good mood brought by the fruitful harvest made her want to have a crazy time. "Let's call Louise again when we get back." "Will she, a slut, go crazy and blow up Casablanca?" Martin pinched her chin. "I think you are crazy." Kelly thought of the last time and became addicted. "Don't you think it's exciting?" Martin thought to himself, "Artists really like to have fun." Chapter 79. Bringing money into the group is the right way. Please subscribe. The next morning, Martin received a call from Bruce. Vincent and Sophia wanted to invite him to have a drink at the Beast House. Martin drove to West Street and entered the club. Bruce stood behind the bar and poured drinks. Vincent took off his cowboy hat, waved to Martin, waited for Martin to sit at the bar, and said, "Here's to you." Martin clinked glasses with him, and Sophia toasted together. Vincent put down his glass. "A very wonderful movie, a very outstanding investment." Martin smiled. "Boss, I'm a grateful person." Sophia interrupted, "You are also a smart person." Martin's eyes drifted across Old Bull's face. Old Bull did not express anything, so he simply said directly, "Boss, Sophia, you are not just looking for me to buy me a drink?" This time Vincent did not speak. Sophia took over. "When the crew was filming, I heard that you plan to develop in Los Angeles." Martin nodded. "There are plans in this regard." Sophia gestured to Old Bull to pour the wine. "There are many opportunities in Los Angeles. There are many film companies, and there are many crews. I heard that hundreds of movies are filmed every year." Martin told the truth. "I have never been to Los Angeles, and I don't know the details." Sophia received a notification report from the studio this morning. She was very satisfied with the previous investment. This kind of business is done by familiarity rather than new. So she and Vincent looked at Martin again. Hollywood movies often cost tens of millions of dollars or hundreds of millions of dollars. If you can encounter such an opportunity, don't forget your old friends in Atlanta. Hearing this, Martin felt relieved. Apart from anything else, he could bring in money at a critical moment. He hardly needed to prepare, and his words were full of sincere emotions. "Atlanta is my home. Even if I go to a far place, I will come back one day. Why? Here are my most precious memories and friends." While talking, Martin deliberately glanced at Bruce. Bruce was very tacit and secretly gave him a middle finger. Martin continued, "There is an investment opportunity. How could I forget you? I told Vincent that this time I was able to win the male lead because of your investment support." Sophia raised her glass. "I propose a toast to our future cooperation." Martin clinked glasses with her, and Vincent one after another, and drank the wine in the glass. At this close contact, he found that Sophia's bent upper arm was thicker than Lily's thigh. Martin realized that something was wrong. Why was it Lily's leg? He definitely didn't peek. Vincent said at this time, "My most successful investment so far is to lend money to Jack Davis. This money allowed me to meet Martin." Martin was helpless. "Boss, can we not mention Jack? That old bastard has not contacted you?" Vincent rarely laughed. "If I were you, Martin, I would break his legs when I see him again." Martin shook his head, "Because it is not worth it for him to go to jail." Sophia continued to ask Bruce to pour wine. "Let's have another drink." Martin clinked glasses with them again. When Vincent and Sophia were drinking, Bruce suddenly winked at him. Martin understood and talked about the so-called investment for a while, and said goodbye at the right time. I have to go to the Merita Theater. I have an appointment with the director and I can't break it. Sophia stretched out her hand. Let's talk another day. Martin politely shook her hand, feeling like holding a stone. Okay. After leaving the club, Martin went to the Merita Theater. Jerome did make an appointment with him. As soon as he entered the community theater, he saw dozens of people sitting in the theater, and 7 or 8 people standing on the stage. Robert, shaking his big head, was directing their performance. Robert became a teacher. Martin waved at the stage, and went directly to the office on the 2nd floor. Jerome pointed to the opposite side and said, "Sit down." Martin sat down and said, "The troupe is thriving." Jerome said casually, "There are quite a few new people. The troupe has signed an agreement with Grey Company to use temporary actors, and many temporary actors are seeking to join the troupe." Martin had heard about this from Andrew. "Grey Company's late night shows will not stop. Captain, please contact Andrew more often." "I will." Jerome changed the subject. "Last night, I spoke to Robert Patrick on the phone, and told him about your situation. He said that, when you arrive in Los Angeles, you can go to Sherman Oaks to find him." The captain handed Martin a card with the address on it. "Patrick will provide you with some help." Martin said solemnly, "Thank you, Captain." Jerome suddenly emphasized, "Martin, you are a member of the Merita troupe. Since you are going to Los Angeles, you must work hard to make a name for yourself, and don't embarrass the troupe." Martin promised, "Captain, I will. I want to thank you for everything you have done for the troupe. Without you, the troupe would not be as prosperous as it is today." Jerome sighed softly. "As the troupe leader, I have limited abilities, and can only help you with this." Martin wanted to invite Jerome to have lunch together at noon, but Jerome declined. He went downstairs and called Robert, who was very busy and only took the time to come over and chat with him for a few words. "After the photo of me and the crew was published in the newspaper, a very beautiful actress took the initiative to pursue me. Robert whispered about something that happened recently. I know that she is not interested in me, but someone else." Martin cooperated very well. "What happened next?" Robert said, "She was pestering me the day before yesterday, and I bought a bottle of Coke. The Coke may have just fallen or something, and I didn't pay attention. I unscrewed the cap and the Coke that came out sprayed all over her head and body. She wants to sue me." Martin found a lawyer's phone number and sent it to Robert. "Go consult a professional." Robert took a look and his big head drooped a little. "I don't know why, but my luck got worse when you were in Savannah." Martin thought of Mars Enksy and Adam Smith and said solemnly, "Be patient for a while. Keep your phone open, and I may call you at any time when I go to Los Angeles." Robert retreated a little. "Going to Los Angeles requires leaving my hometown." "Let's talk about it then." Martin knew that it was useless to say more now. "I have a dinner appointment with Old Bull. If you don't go, I'm leaving." Robert was very teacher-like. "I'm now the chief acting instructor of the Merita Community Theater, and I have to teach these rookies." After leaving the troupe, Martin went to the Rosario restaurant, where they had been last time, waited for Bruce to come over, and ordered some Mexican food. Bruce reminded him, "Be careful when you drink with Sophia in the future. She can drink a lot." Martin immediately started to associate. "Old Bruce, you are not drunk." "Shut up." Bruce didn't want to mention it at first, but after a while, he looked sad. "I didn't know at that time. I drank a few more glasses with her, and ended up getting drunk." Martin poured him a beer. "What a sad story. Those who argue with others will eventually be argued with by others." Bruce was about to drink beer, but when he heard this, he subconsciously lifted his coat. Martin quickly said, "Civilized people, there is a patrol over there. Don't give the son of a bitch a chance to empty the magazine." Bruce retracted his hand. "You're lucky." Martin thought of Scott and asked, "How long will Sophia's interest in a person last?" Bruce shook his head. "Not necessarily. Some last longer, and some get bored after a few days." Martin asked again, "Who had the worst ending?" Bruce couldn't help laughing. "As far as I know, Sophia has never killed anyone, and the worst one just had a prolapse of the anus." Martin thought of a possibility. "It wouldn't be you, right?" Bruce really wanted to pull out his gun. "You stinky piece of shit. I must blow your head off and see what kind of dog shit is inside," Martin said again. "Old Bruce, why are you so excited?" "Yeah, why should I be excited?" Bruce suddenly calmed down and said, "If you encounter a mess that needs to be cleaned up again, don't come to me. I won't help you, even if you give me $100,000. Just then the waiter brought the dishes over, and Martin said, "Eat, it's on me." Bruce changed his words again. "Since you treated me, I will charge you double the price next time." Martin picked up a piece of black pepper beef and said, "Don't worry, when I come to see you again, I will book you a first-class seat on the plane and a 5-star suite, and prepare a big butt beauty." After the two finished their meal, Martin paid the bill and drove back to the community. When he entered the Carter's house, he heard Lily shouting, "Hall, you idiot, come and see if I'm taller than Alina." Lily, who was barefoot, stood beside Alina and gestured with her hands. "I'm really taller than you." She saw Martin. "Look, is it true?" Martin sat on the sofa, chewing gum. Alina was too lazy to pay attention to her. She picked up 2 magazines and came to the sofa and sat on the armrest next to him. Lily put her hands behind her back and said seriously, "Alina, I'm taller than you. You can't do anything to me in the future." Before she finished speaking, the magazine in Alina's hand flew out and hit her in the face. Lily covered her strong nose and said in a muffled voice, "Martin, are you a masochist?" Martin picked up the baseball that Hall threw beside the sofa, threw it up and caught it. Lily stopped talking and sat on the sofa angrily. Alina pointed to the room. "Go help Hall with his homework." It turned out that Lily had grown taller, but she was still a little sister and could only succumb to Alina's power. Alina and Martin stayed together for a while, looked at the time, and said, "Harris drove the Ford to deliver goods. You take me to work." Martin patted Alina's butt, glad to help. The two got into the BMW, and Martin drove out of the community. There were only 2 of them in the car. When they arrived near the Blue Water Bar, Martin stopped the car and asked Alina, "Have you ever thought about living in Los Angeles?" "Why go to Los Angeles?" After Alina got a formal job, she no longer swore, "My home is in Atlanta, my family is in Atlanta, and my relatives and friends are all in Atlanta." Martin said, "We can go together. I still have to wait for Emma to come back." Alina was deeply worried. "If she comes back, and we are not here, Scott will go crazy and hurt her. No matter what she does, she is Lily and Hall's mother." She took the initiative to avoid the subject. "When is the movie you starred in released? Take me to see it." Chapter 80 Going to Hollywood. In mid-November, the late night slots of local TV stations in Los Angeles and Atlanta aired the trailer for Zombie Gigolo. Professionals from Lionsgate Films cut out highlights such as aerial trapeze and machine gun dance. The advertisement also included the late night drama of Grey Company, which has always had good ratings. Then there were the trailers and posters for the preview theaters. For the preview, the distribution company invested very limited resources and only targeted the target audience. After just a week of quiet promotion, Zombie Gigolo was previewed in 8 independent theaters in Los Angeles and Atlanta. Alina was on vacation that day, and Martin made an appointment with her to go to the movies together in the afternoon. Lily followed her out shamelessly. Following 2 adults, plus Lily's tall stature, it was easy for her to sneak into the theater. After all, it was only rated R, not 17+. There were many empty seats in the slightly old theater, and the 3 of them chose a row at the back. When they sat down, Lily slipped past Alina and sat on Martin's left. Alina, who was sitting on Martin's right, looked at him and said, "Watch the movie and watch your mouth." Lily nodded and said, "There aren't many people here. No one is watching the movie you're acting in, Martin." Martin stuffed the popcorn in his hand at her and said, "Eat and talk less." Alina handed Martin a cup of Coke and asked in a low voice, "Isn't the audience a little small?" In the old theater, that could accommodate nearly 200 people, there were less than 40 people sitting sparsely. Zombie Dancing Man was showing in the theater. Martin's goal had been achieved, and he was in a good mood. It's a low-budget B-level movie. It only took 3 months to shoot and produce. We can't expect many viewers. Lily wanted to speak again, but Martin stuffed a Coke into her hand. "Drink water." When the opening advertisement was played, Lily counted quickly and said, "Not counting us, there are 37 people." She muttered, "Let me calculate. The movie ticket is rounded up to $6 apiece. The box office for this show is $240. Elena was curious, "What are you calculating?" Martin said, "She is calculating the box office. The movie he starred in is about to be released." Lily stretched out her finger and poked Martin. "I have studied the box office calculation method in a movie magazine." She glanced at Elena's slightly higher chest and complained that her sister's chest was inversely proportional to her brain capacity, and continued, "This movie is short, only 92 minutes, and it can be shown 9 times a day. Taking this afternoon show as the average, the single day single theater is $2,160 US. Elena said, "You calculated it wrong. It should be $1,860 US." Martin was not stupid enough to refute Elena. He said, "The preview will start from Friday. The box office of this movie in a single theater during the weekend will be about $6,000 US. Because the number of audiences in each show is different, it may be more or less." Elena was still counting on her fingers and finally gave up. She was surprised. "Martin, you dropped out of school earlier than me. Why can you figure it out, but I can't?" Lily spoke faster than her brain. "Because you are really stupid, even more stupid than Martin." Elena took the bottle of Coke and smashed it on Lily's head through Martin. With a bang. Lily was depressed. Martin quickly grabbed Elena. "Don't disturb people watching the movie. The main plot and basic content of the movie have not changed, but some redundant shots have been cut out, and the scale is slightly smaller to meet the MPAA rating." Elena was stunned from the beginning of the movie. She thought that the late night scenes shot by Martin, such as Marzen, were exaggerated enough, but she didn't expect this movie to be even more exaggerated. Elena held Martin's hand tightly, and her body was pressed against Martin. With her character of wanting to do whatever she wanted, she dared to sit on Martin's lap if there was no one around. Martin quietly scratched her palm and gave her a look. Elena was patient and waited until the movie was over before going back. The atmosphere in the theater was good. The audience in front laughed constantly and occasionally exclaimed. The audience who could come in to watch this movie were undoubtedly B-level movie fans. This bad movie that made a little new with the old zombie plasma theme made them a little satisfied. When the movie was over, many people criticized the plot for being terrible, but praised the actor for his unique and wonderful performance in several scenes. Walking out of the theater, Lily shouted angrily, "Which idiot came up with this idiotic setting?" Elena regretted bringing her out. "Don't force me to do it." The word stuck in Lily's throat, pushed up her cheeks like an extra large frog. Back home in the community, Lily wanted to find Elena to discuss a movie they had just watched, but found that Martin and Elena, the idiot couple, were gone. She sneaked out, set up a wooden ladder, climbed onto the roof, and looked around in the still bright moonlight. Soon, there was chaos, and Elena chased Lily with a shotgun. Martin, Harris and Hall watched sister kill together. Zombie Dancing Man was screened in 3 theaters in Atlanta, with an average box office of $6,423 per theater over the 3 days of the weekend. Los Angeles was better, with an average box office of more than $8,000 per theater in 5 theaters. Not too good, but not bad either. The preview is specifically targeted at the target audience. It is normal for some films with excellent preview results to have a single theater burst of more than 20,000. The poor ones, of course, are 3-day or 1-day tours of the preview theater. This result is enough for Lionsgate to further expand its distribution and increase its publicity budget. Advertisements and short promotional videos of the film began to appear on some websites, especially forums where B-level movie enthusiasts gather. TV ads and print media were also invested. On the weekend before Thanksgiving, Zombie Dancing Man expanded to 54 theaters in North America, and the weekend box office soared to $425,000. Including the box office of the previous weekend and weekdays, the North American box office of this B-level film exceeded $500,000. As for word of mouth, it is all nonsense for B-level films. On the contrary, the 3 wonderful performances of the male protagonist were talked about by a group of B-level film lovers on several movie websites. 2 days before Thanksgiving, The zombie dancing studio received a business letter from Lionsgate Films and immediately notified Martin, Catherine and Benjamin to come to a meeting. Because the studio's office was so small that it could only accommodate 2 operators, the meeting was held at Grey Company. Benjamin was in a very good mood and hugged Martin hard when they met. "Man, we are going to be famous." Martin smiled and said, "Is it that exaggerated?" Benjamin came first and whispered, "We are going to Los Angeles." Catherine was very excited. "Going to Hollywood?" Benjamin did not answer. Kelly Gray brought Ella into the conference room at this time, nodded slightly to the 3 people, and said, "Lionsgate has just informed us that Zombie Gigolo will be expanded to 650 theaters this weekend, covering all states in the United States. We succeeded." Martin leaned back in his chair, looked up at the ceiling, raised his hands, and clenched them into fists. His eyes penetrated through many obstacles, as if he could see the sky. The sky was so blue, the sun was so bright, the bald Benjamin was so handsome, the freckles on Ella's face were so beautiful, and Kelly and Catherine were so beautiful. When he was happy, he liked everything. Even if Leo Henry came, Martin could still call him handsome. Because the influence of the preview screening and the large-scale release is very different. Martin has been jumping up and down like a monkey for nearly half a year, isn't it for this? Benjamin happily slammed the conference table hard and saw Martin stretching his fist over and bumped into him. He was too excited and used too much force, and he shouted in pain. Catherine was slow to react, or she had not yet realized what 650 theaters would bring. She pinched her face and asked, "Ms. Gray, can we go to Hollywood?" Kelly glanced at Martin and said, "Lionsgate is planning to hold a fan and media meeting in Los Angeles to further promote the film. They invite you to Los Angeles. They have booked the tickets. You will spend Thanksgiving in Atlanta and leave early on Friday morning. Can I go to Hollywood?" Catherine's first sentence was a question, and the second sentence became affirmation. "I can go to Hollywood." She suddenly screamed, hugged her golden hair, stood up and turned around. How tempting is fame to an ordinary actor, and how excited Catherine is at this moment. Even Martin has been staring at Kelly Gray and smiling. Why hide happiness? Actors are naturally emotional. After screaming loudly, Catherine calmed down a little, sat down on the chair, and smiled embarrassedly. "Sorry, I lost my composure. This is too important to me. She took the initiative to reach out her hand and high-fived Martin and Benjamin. "Thank you. Thank you. It's my great honor to work with you." Martin smiled and nodded. "Me too." Kelly then said, "Dave negotiated with Lionsgate for $5,000 for each of you, but when you arrive in Los Angeles, you must cooperate with Lionsgate throughout the process." Benjamin was so excited that he even cursed. "As long as they don't mess with my ass, I will definitely cooperate." Then he said fiercely, "Even if they mess with my ass, I will endure it." Kelly said to her assistant, "Ella, go get some wine. We have to celebrate." Ella quickly brought champagne and high-heeled glasses, and several people drank a glass together in the conference room. Benjamin and Catherine left hand in hand soon. Martin and Kelly had lunch together and went to her luxury apartment. Kelly said, "Your wish has come true." Martin said, "Our wish has come true." Kelly did not deny that Martin got the leading role in the movie and obtained an important qualification. Her company made a profit from the project and had more funds to invest in new movies and the renovation of the studio in the automobile industrial park. Martin thought about it and said sincerely, "Kelly, I wish you can become a senator soon." Kelly Gray laughed. "Martin, I wish you can become a superstar soon." Chapter 81, The Calamity of Californians. Thanksgiving Day is an important holiday for the Americans. Carter and his sister sent out formal invitations early, and Martin specially ordered a roast turkey. In the afternoon, Elena prepared dinner in advance. Martin called Harris and went to the restaurant to pick up the roast turkey. In the car, Harris talked about the star business. "I recruited a partner, and he helped to create an official website for the Atlantic Astronomical Association. All customers who bought stars can check the corresponding records on the website in the future." Martin agreed. "You are very thoughtful, which can increase the trust of customers." Harris said, "This month's performance has increased by 100%, and the Astronomical Association has sold 24 stars. Martin, I will convert your part of the income into shares, and you will sign the agreement later. He mentioned it several times, and Martin saw that he insisted, so he replied, I will sign it when I get back. The two took the roast turkey and desserts such as pumpkin pie and chocolate pie, and returned to Carter's house. Entering the living room, Martin found that the atmosphere was not right. Lily and Hall seemed to have cried, and Elena was frowning and didn't speak. He put down the lunchbox and asked, what happened? Lily lowered her head and said, Emma just called. Which Emma? Martin didn't react at first. Emma had disappeared from his life in the past 6 months. Elena said, Emma Carter, Scott's wife, my mother, and your father's lover. Martin's mind was full of twists and turns. The relationship was so complicated. He asked, is Emma back? Where's Jack? Lily shouted, the bastard Jack abandoned Emma. Martin looked at Elena. Emma called from Hawaii and Jack took all her money. Elena was in a very complicated mood. Then he disappeared. Martin thought of an important question. She didn't borrow money from a loan shark, did she? No. Elena motioned Martin to go out with him and talk. The two came to the yard and she said, I will go to the bank tomorrow to transfer her $200 and book her a flight from Hawaii to Atlanta. She lowered her voice. I don't trust her, but Lily and Hall had better have a mother. Martin grabbed her arm and proposed again. Since Emma is back, will you go to Los Angeles with me? Outside the wooden fence, Scott walked over with his legs crossed and a bottle of tequila without a cap in his hand. Elena looked at Scott and said, I may go to Los Angeles in a few years, but I can't go now. Emma and Scott together will ruin them. This is a very contradictory mentality. You need your parents, but you have to guard against them. Scott entered the yard and said, what are you two losers doing here? Is Thanksgiving dinner ready? Elena stared at him. Today is Thanksgiving. Don't force me to drive you away. She went back to make dinner. Martin specifically reminded Scott, it's a holiday tonight, so talk less. Scott was not drunk and said, I'll try. After entering the house, Martin went to help Elena. Scott found a place to sit down, but no one wanted to pay attention to him, so he could only drink alone. The dinner was very sumptuous. In addition to the turkey and dessert bought by Martin, Elena also made macaroni, mashed potatoes, vegetable salad and honey ham. Everyone sat around the table. Scott wanted to take the knife and fork to divide the roast turkey. Elena took the knife and fork first. Martin roughly understood that this seemed to represent the head of the family. The dinner was very silent, not as lively as before, and even Lily didn't want to talk. After dinner, Elena and her sister cleaned up the table. Martin took a bottle of beer and went out to sit on the steps, thinking about the upcoming trip to Los Angeles. In more than half a year in Atlanta, Martin not only gained key connections and qualifications, but also more importantly, money. Without enough money, he would have to work part-time in Los Angeles. Martin now has $130,000 in income from kettles and $150,000 in salary for zombie dancers. The salary of a social investigator is enough for daily expenses. The door suddenly opened, and Lily also came out with a bottle of beer and sat next to Martin. She touched Martin's bottle with hers, took a sip, and said, it's not as good as the foam beauty you made, although it tastes weird. Martin stared at her. Lily was very conscious and stretched her head over. You hid it. Martin pushed her head back and said, if you don't mess around, Elena will be 50% more relaxed. Lily seemed not to understand. You really sound like Harris. Martin drank his beer slowly. Lily searched her pockets, took out a crystal star, and handed it to Martin. You are going to Los Angeles, and you will probably never come back. I hope you will remember a girl named Lily Carter in Atlanta in the future. Martin looked at the blue star carefully under the light in the yard. Did you make it? All handmade. Lily gestured. You forgot that I also made the kettle. Martin accepted it. Thank you for your lucky star. But Lily's words were hidden behind. It will make you lucky enough not to break your arm like Harris. Martin was so angry that he wanted to hit her with a beer bottle. Lily stood up. I want to go back and review my homework. You review your homework? Martin was quite surprised. Don't look down on me. Lily walked back, still talking. I can skip a grade if I work hard and get into a school in Los Angeles as soon as possible. This girl said some unreliable things all day long, and Martin was too lazy to distinguish the truth from the false. After drinking a bottle of beer, Martin felt someone staring at him from behind. He turned around and saw Scott leaning against the wall at the door. "Asshole, I'm warning you for the last time." Scott was about to go back to the grocery store. He came to Martin and said, "Your father Jack kidnapped my wife. If you dare to kidnap my eldest daughter, I will never let you go." He picked up the tequila bottle in his hand and said, "I will smash your head with it." Martin pointed outside and said, "Go back to bed quickly. Be careful not to be robbed by black men on the road." Scott's heart was lifted. He was very careful all the way, especially before opening the door. He took out the special high-intensity flashlight he bought to illuminate the dark place. Martin went into the house and said goodbye to Alina. He went back to pack his luggage. He didn't have any big items. He put his clothes and some daily necessities in the suitcase and could leave early tomorrow morning. Just as he was about to rest, Alina came over. The old broken wooden bed finally couldn't bear it under the fierce tossing of the two people and collapsed. Martin had to drag the mattress out and throw it on the floor. The two people tossed and tossed again, and James in the backyard almost crawled out of the ground. Martin picked up the car key from the wooden floor and threw it to Alina. "It's yours. I'll drive for now." Alina was always simple and direct. "I won't take you there tomorrow. You have to find a way to get to the airport." Martin took out his cell phone and called Bruce. "Old Bruce, get up early tomorrow and take me to the airport." A strange voice came from the receiver. Bruce roared, "You stinking piece of shit. Can't you call during the day? Go on." Martin hung up the phone. Alina had been leaning over the phone to eavesdrop and couldn't help laughing. "Old Bruce is a pervert," Martin said. "Old Bruce has the potential to become a perverted murderer." The next morning, Bruce drove his new car to pick up Martin. Harris helped to carry the suitcase and put it in Bruce's car. Alina ran back home, took out the new phone that she had forgotten last night, and gave it to Martin. Everyone didn't have much sadness about parting. With modern transportation and low-cost airlines, it was not difficult to travel between Los Angeles and Atlanta. Bruce drove out of the Clayton community and asked, "Think carefully, what else did you not bring?" Martin smiled and said, "As long as you bring money, there is nothing you can't buy." Bruce sped up the car and said, "Atlanta will be a little more peaceful without you, a piece of stinky shit." Martin shot back, "It will be 10 times more peaceful without you, a civilized person." Bruce didn't care. "Man, you can go and harm Californians as much as you want and knock down all the gays, lesbians, drug addicts, perverts and the like there. You have to believe in yourself. You have enough bad ideas and bad solutions." Martin replied, "If I can't solve it, I will definitely call you a civilized person." The two arrived at the Atlanta International Airport, and Bruce took Martin all the way to the security checkpoint. Martin prepared to line up. Bruce patted him on the shoulder. "You are going to roll in the stinking quagmire of Hollywood, man. Don't roll back in disgrace." Martin said the same thing. "Civilized people don't die. I won't answer your funeral call." Bruce waved his hand. "Let's go." Martin passed the security check and came to the boarding gate. He sat down and waited for a while. Benjamin and Catherine came together. Catherine was dressed very beautifully. In terms of appearance alone, Julia Roberts couldn't compare with her. The three people were familiar with each other. Catherine had no scruples and said, "I don't want to come back after this trip." Martin didn't need to hide it. "I also want to stay in Hollywood to develop. Maybe this is a good opportunity." Martin didn't really tell anyone about Louise Mayer and Robert Patrick except Kelly Gray. People like him would not give their connections to others. Catherine continued to imagine the scenery of Hollywood. In contrast, Benjamin was more conservative. "I will complete the contract with Grey Company and then decide where to develop." The good news of the large-scale release of Zombie Gigolo constantly stimulated Catherine's nerves. If the film can become a small hit, will I have a chance to get a big role? Julia Roberts boarded the plane to the road of superstardom from here. Benjamin reminded, "You are a little too excited and have too many fantasies." The sound of reminding boarding sounded on the radio, and Martin greeted the two people. "Get on the plane." They boarded the plane along the boarding channel and entered the economy class. Martin's seat was next to the window, the engine was roaring, and the runway was rapidly moving backwards. The passenger plane rushed into the sky, and looking down from a high place, Atlanta was in full view. Whether going to heaven or hell, you have to transfer in Atlanta. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8, Heat of Vanity Fair, Subscription Request. The Los Angeles Dome Theater was built in the 1970s, when grindhouse movies were booming. It is a holy place in the minds of countless B-movie fans. The fan and media meeting of Zombie Gigolo was held here. The movie was being shown in the small theater. In the lounge next to it, Blake, the publicity director from Lionsgate, once again emphasized the precautions to Martin, Catherine and Benjamin. You can talk less, and you must not say anything nonsense. When you encounter sensitive or difficult questions, don't rush to answer. We have people among reporters and fans, and they will help you out. He looked at Martin and said directly, your role is the most outstanding. The questions from fans and reporters will focus on you. Can you face the camera and them calmly? Martin was well prepared when he came. No problem. Benjamin joined in. Our male lead is Atlanta's #1 male dancer, and he has seen all kinds of scenes. Blake gave Martin confidence. Don't be afraid of entertainment reporters and those online entertainment bloggers. They rely on us for their livelihood. Catherine, who was ignored, felt a little complicated. Blake called his assistant and asked, have you notified them? The assistant said, the focus will be on the male lead. When the screening in the theater ended, Blake clapped his hands and said to Martin and the other two, follow me. The four of them entered from the side door of the theater and went on the small stage together. In addition to the media reporters and entertainment bloggers invited by Lionsgate, all the people who came here today were enthusiasts of B-level movies. When they saw the three main creators appear, they applauded enthusiastically. The theater was not big, with a total of more than 100 people. The fans communicated in close contact, and many audiences rushed to the front of the stage. Benjamin and Catherine had never experienced this before, and before they could react, Martin had already taken the initiative to walk forward, came to the side of the stage, sat on the edge of the stage, and said with a smile, don't squeeze, we have plenty of time, let's chat slowly. Most of the audience gathered on his side. Martin must control the rhythm and initiative, and asked, guys, is the movie good? The man with glasses at the front laughed. The plot is bad as shit, and it's shoddy. He suddenly changed his tone, but it's the most impressive B-level movie I've seen this year. Martin couldn't help but look at this man again. He highly suspected that he was an undercover agent arranged by Lionsgate among movie fans, who had complained about the biggest points in advance, so that the people behind would have nothing to complain about. He did his homework and said, there's nothing we can do without money. We tried hard to be innovative in this movie and come up with some new ideas and new tricks. A B-level movie is just like us hitchhiking out for a budget trip. It sounds and looks interesting, but we are actually penniless. This made everyone laugh. A woman in her 20s said, you acted very well. Your name is? Martin reacted very quickly and said, I'm Martin Davis. You call me Martin. The woman said, Martin, your scenes were great. They will become classics in B-level movies. Another woman with glasses echoed, this movie has a lot of thunder but little rain, but you are the lightning in the rainy day, lighting up the entire night sky. Martin danced with joy. Thank you. Thank you. He waved to the Lionsgate staff behind him, waited for someone to come over, and said, can you find me a notebook and a pen? I want to write down all these encouraging words. Even though the staff were experienced, they had never encountered such a request. Fortunately, they reacted quickly and brought out notebooks and pens. Martin took it, thanked them, and handed it to the two ladies. Can you do me a favor? Write those encouraging words to me. I didn't have confidence when I was shooting this movie. I almost couldn't stick to many scenes. Sometimes I even doubted whether anyone would watch the role in the play I played. Would anyone like it? Is my work meaningful? Most of the fans are ordinary people. They have encountered countless similar situations in their work and life, and they can resonate with each other to some extent. It doesn't need to be much, just a little bit can be contagious. The woman with glasses took the notebook and pen from Martin's hand first and quickly wrote down the words "just now." Martin was originally sitting on the stage, but he simply jumped down and asked, "Can you leave your name? When I see it, I will know who is encouraging me." The woman smiled and said, "My name is Rachel." "Martin, you did a great job, really great. I like your zombie machine gun dance and your trapeze. I will buy tickets to watch it again. I will recommend it to my friends. There is a good protagonist in this bad movie." Martin said, "Thank you, Rachel. I will always remember today." The middle-aged bald man next to him took the pen and notebook and said as he wrote, "Martin, you performed a lot of wonderful ideas in this movie, which reminded me of the glory of B-level movies 20 years ago. Don't doubt yourself, you must have confidence. You are a good actor." Martin asked his name, Rick. "If I succeed one day, it will definitely be due to your encouragement today." Reporters around were taking pictures, and there were also bloggers using cameras to record the scenes just now. Compared with the liveliness of Martin, Benjamin and Catherine were a little deserted. Benjamin is a director. These days, he still has one foot behind the screen, so he has to maintain a certain style. Before coming to Los Angeles, Catherine was just an ordinary late-night actor. Apart from the temporary training at Lionsgate, no one had ever systematically taught her how to face fans. Seeing Martin stealing all the limelight, Catherine was anxious. The more anxious she was, the less she could handle it calmly. On one side of the stage, Blake had been staring at Martin. The staff member who delivered the notebook and pen came to Blake and whispered, "Boss, Martin Davis is asking fans to sign." Blake said, "I saw that this little actor has something in his mind. He felt that he had learned something. I didn't expect that he could mobilize the emotions of fans through a reverse signing." The staff suddenly realized a leading actor on the screen asks fans for autographs and blessings. Fans will have a doubled favor for the leading actor in the film. "The one we found today is a fan of B-level movies." Blake said, "Go over and observe carefully and go back to compile a report for me." The staff was stunned and thought, "Isn't this asking for trouble?" Martin easily controlled the rhythm and communicated with the fans smoothly. Although the reverse signature was a little trick, it was concealed under the inspiration, so there were not many obstacles for the fans to accept it. So, Martin said naturally, "Guys, if this movie I acted in can still be seen by everyone, please help recommend it to your friends around you." There were chaotic responses around. "No problem. I'm the moderator of the B-level movie forum and will recommend it." Compared with Benjamin, who maintained his style, and Catherine, who was a little flustered, Martin's side attracted the most reporters and bloggers. Blake personally came out and had a brief exchange with the invited reporters and bloggers, and most of them turned to Martin's side. Martin invited the fans. "Everyone come on stage. Let's take a photo together." Many fans surrounded Martin and went on stage. Martin did not forget Benjamin and Catherine and waved to them, "Come on, together." Benjamin strode over and bumped fists with Martin. Catherine, a rookie actor, was mentally unbalanced and did not want to be a foil for others, so she stood there stubbornly. The trio, who had a harmonious relationship when they came, had just touched the edge of the Hollywood fame and fortune, and cracks had already appeared. The fans gathered behind Martin and Benjamin, and on both sides, taking photos in front of the cameras of the media reporters. Next, there was an interview session with reporters and bloggers. When Blake came over, Martin whispered to him. Blake looked at the atmosphere and nodded in agreement. Martin completely controlled the scene, picked up the microphone, and said, "Guys, media friends and blogger friends want to communicate with us. Everyone is tired of standing for so long. Let's sit down and talk slowly." He sat directly on the stage without a chair. Benjamin still had to eat at Gray's company, but after a little hesitation, he also sat down. The fans around all sat down and gathered around Martin, as if they were his die-hard brothers. The reporters and bloggers, who were supposed to be many to one, or many to three, found that something was wrong. How did it become more than a dozen facing more than 100? Blake never intervened. He felt that the publicity effect today was much better than expected. Catherine came over shyly and sat next to Martin. From fans to journalists to bloggers, almost everyone ignores the existence of the heroine. The hero is a show-off in the movie, and even more so outside the movie. The reporters started to ask questions, and it was still the usual routine of Lionsgate. The first reporter asked the biggest complaint: is this film too rough? It feels like you used a big framework, but told a small story that happened in a small club. Benjamin was prepared and said, if it was a big battle between the church and the blood-sucking demon, it would not be a B-level movie. Another reporter asked, the film uses some new concepts and novel designs, such as the flying battle between the male and female protagonists, and the life and death struggle between the male and female protagonists. How did you come up with these? Benjamin pointed at Martin. These ideas originated from Martin. At this moment, he remembered a sentence Martin often said, and applied it flexibly. He is the most versatile actor in Atlanta. A female blogger asked loudly, Martin, have you ever had actual combat in this area, so you can design those action scenes? Martin spread his hands and laughed. I dare not use such difficult actions. Only Spider-Man can play such difficult actions. Batman is also possible. All the questions were focused on Martin. Another female reporter asked, did the zombie machine gun dance use special effects? Benjamin shook his head. No, it's completely real. There were exclamations from all around. The female blogger suggested, Martin, can you perform a scene? Martin stood up, took off his coat, and handed it to Jessica, who was wearing glasses, and simply stretched his body while asking people to make some space. Let me make it clear first, you can't take off your clothes. He snapped his fingers at the people next to him and said to the Lionsgate people, let's play some music. The explosive dance music sounded, and everyone was stunned. It was really amazing. 3 more chapters of 9,000 words are here. Please vote for me. Please subscribe. Please support. Chapter 83, challenge your abilities. After the fan meeting, Lionsgate specially held a miniature reception at a nearby hotel to entertain media reporters and entertainment bloggers. Like other industries, the production, publicity, distribution and even reviews of the film and television industry are all business. Martin, Benjamin and Catherine received $5,000 in publicity fees from Lionsgate, so they naturally had to cooperate with Lionsgate and also attended. In addition, a senior executive of Lionsgate named Michelle came specially. Blake introduced Martin and the other two. Michelle just shook hands with Martin and Benjamin, and then turned her attention to Catherine. Catherine has not spoken to Martin since the theater, and obviously has a prejudice. Did you offend Catherine? Benjamin asked with a glass of wine. Martin knew it, but he would not say it out loud. After all, Benjamin and Catherine had a negative relationship. I'm not sure, maybe it's her period. Benjamin didn't think too much. Women's emotions are sometimes troublesome. Martin didn't have time to care about these things. Ben, don't worry, I'm not that petty. Benjamin's eyes turned to the opposite side. Michelle was chatting with Catherine. I don't know what he said. Catherine smiled very happily. Michelle's eyes were like hands, wandering over the beautiful actress, but he said something serious. You have excellent conditions. You should come to Los Angeles earlier. Catherine smiled like a flower. I want to come too, but I have never had the opportunity. I can't just come and leave and be a passerby. Michelle's eyes stopped on her beautiful face and said, I have a project in hand, and one of the roles is very suitable for you. Catherine almost didn't think about it. Really? Can you tell me more about it? I really want to stay. Michelle made a very direct invitation. I didn't bring the script. If you are interested, you can go to my place to take a closer look and we will study it together. Catherine took off her clothes and auditioned for the heroine of Zombie Gigolo. Facing the invitation of the senior executives of Lionsgate, how could she refuse? No problem. When is the time? Michelle smiled. After the cocktail party, I will wait for you in the hotel lobby. The cocktail party ended quickly, and Martin was ready to leave and return to the hotel where he was staying. Benjamin said, tell Catherine to go with you. He found Catherine at the door of the banquet hall. Martin also wanted to go out and followed behind. Sorry, Ben, I can't go back now. Catherine has made her choice. Lionsgate has given me an opportunity. I want to go and talk in detail. Benjamin understood what was going on as soon as he heard it. Where to talk? Hotel or his home? Catherine simply said, Michelle has a script and a role. I can't miss this opportunity. Benjamin reminded, you are too stupid. Hollywood is not that simple. Catherine's mind was full of fame and fortune, and she couldn't listen at all. She said sorry and walked towards the elevator without looking back. When Martin and Benjamin came to the hotel lobby, they saw Catherine leaving with Michelle's arm. Benjamin couldn't help but say, she is so stupid. Martin said, you can't pull her back from the path she chose to take. Benjamin sighed. The two got on the Lionsgate car and returned to the hotel. The hotel they stayed in had a bar, and Benjamin suggested, have a drink with me. Martin could see that Benjamin was a little depressed. There were not many people in the bar. When Benjamin came to the bar, he asked, what would you like to drink? It's my treat. Martin tried to ask, Ben, you are not really in love, are you? Benjamin quickly denied it. We have only lived together for a few months. Any man who is kicked out by his girlfriend and then watches her fall into the arms of another man will not feel good, even if there is no love between them. The bartender heard what Benjamin said and said, I recommend a new cocktail to you, Louise's penicillin, which can heal a wounded soul. He pointed to a poster and introduced it specifically. This is the famous work of Los Angeles bartender Louise Mayer. Benjamin took a closer look and was surprised. Isn't she a producer? I'm not sure. Martin said to the bartender, give me a glass of bourbon. Benjamin asked for the penicillin and signaled the poster with his eyes. Are you in touch with her? Martin neither denied nor admitted. I heard from Kelly that after the crew of Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind left Atlanta, she went to Morocco. It seems that she is cooperating with Warner Brothers and other companies in Mollywood on a big production. Kelly doesn't know what it is specifically. Hollywood movies always like to have code names. The bartender brought the penicillin. Benjamin took a sip and frowned slightly. It is indeed very healing. Martin clinked glasses with him and said, Ben, look at it more positively. In the future, there will be so many beautiful women coming to your door that you brothers will not be able to hold your head up. I don't know if it was the penicillin that worked or Martin's words that worked, but Benjamin felt better. Brother, you are really good at talking. If I were a woman, I would definitely like you. Don't do that. Martin looked at his bald head and quickly interrupted his sharp words. I want to live a few more years. Benjamin said, if you don't have strong connections, you might as well go back to Atlanta to develop. You have already opened up a way in Atlanta. Martin said, if I can't make it, I will definitely go back to Atlanta to join you. No need. Benjamin mentioned something. You have Jenna's contact information, right? Not far north of Los Angeles is the San Fernando Valley. With your talent and ability, it may be difficult to become a multimillionaire, but it is definitely not a dream to become a millionaire. Martin told the truth. This is one of the retreats I prepared. The two drank a few glasses and didn't stay too late. They went back to their rooms. Martin specially kept the autograph book, which might be used in the future. When checking out the next morning, Martin found that Catherine had not returned. A staff member of Lionsgate Films came to take away her luggage. Benjamin was going back to Atlanta. Before leaving the hotel, he specifically asked Martin, do you have any plans? Martin said, let's find a house to settle down first. On the weekend after Thanksgiving, a blog post by a female movie entertainment blogger was forwarded to a movie forum by B-level movie enthusiasts, attracting some attention. It's rare for a B-level movie to make me buy 2 tickets in a row, like Zombie Dancing Man. The quality of the movie itself is average, with many shortcomings such as shoddy production and cliched plots, but the male lead of the movie has dedicated a god-level performance. Below are the movie stickers authorized by Lionsgate, as well as Martin's zombie machine gun dance and aerial trapeze short clips in the movie. Lionsgate Films was not idle either, and no one can underestimate the imagination of professional marketers. They joined forces with a well-known blogger and a movie forum moderator to post a video of Martin dancing the zombie machine gun dance in the movie on a well-known movie forum. Originally, people automatically ignored it and thought it was boring. Not long after the video was posted, some people actually posted a challenge video, but the rhythm and amplitude were obviously much worse. With someone taking the lead, more and more people began to challenge, and more discussions were held. It's impossible to maintain that rhythm and amplitude for such a long time. That's just a clip from the movie Zombie Dancing Boy. Movies are not reality. Doubters quickly appeared. When the voices of doubt on the forum increased, someone posted a video of Martin dancing the zombie machine gun dance at a fan meeting. It's actually real. This actor is amazing. Is his waist mechanically modified? Worship the man with 4 kidneys. The popularity was raised a lot. Although it was not as popular as those hot topics of popular movies, it also attracted a certain amount of attention. The attention of the film means box office success. The weekend after Thanksgiving, the scale of the screening of Zombie Dancing Boy was expanded to 650 theaters, and it earned $3.12 million in North American box office. Including previous revenue, the North American box office accumulated $3.88 million, far exceeding the cost of Lionsgate's purchase of the copyright. Lionsgate saw the hope of recovering its investment by relying on box office and continued to expand the scale of screening to 787 theaters next week. At the end of a new weekend, the North American box office of Zombie Dancing Boy exceeded $6 million. The film's market potential was also basically exhausted because of its average reputation. On many rating websites including IMDb, it only received a failing score of about 5 points. B-level movies are niche movies after all, and cannot become mainstream in the market. The popularity caused by Zombie Gigolo and the Zombie Machine Gun Dance was like waves rushing ashore and crashing headfirst into the rocks on the shore. It came and went quickly. However, many newspapers and film magazines mentioned the names of Zombie Gigolo and Martin Davis. The Zombie Machine Gun Dance also spread in many male dancers' bars. At the same time, Martin began to look for a house in Los Angeles. Single-family houses in wealthy areas such as Beverly Hills and Santa Monica were not considered because the rent was relatively high. Martin's goal was to be close to Burbank, where entertainment companies gathered. The rent would not be too expensive, the surrounding transportation was convenient, and the apartment type would be fine. He looked at many houses in Glendale, Burbank, and North Hollywood, and decided to choose an apartment in North Hollywood. It is close to Burbank and Sherman Oaks where Louise Mayer and Robert Patrick live. It takes only 10 minutes to drive there. Before moving, Martin bought an ordinary Volkswagen sedan and some necessary electronic products such as laptops and small cameras. After viewing many houses, Martin decided on the apartment. Chapter 84. Inferiority is like an alien. In the apartment building that had been built less than 3 years ago, Martin followed the landlord Antonio to the second floor. Walking up the stairs, Antonio suddenly asked, "Are you an actor?" Martin was slightly surprised, but did not deny good taste. Those who speak with your accent are all actors who daydream. Antonio was as fat as a mountain and panted when he walked. Don't be surprised, I've seen too many. Most of the residents in this apartment building are actors. Martin asked, "Has there been a star here?" Antonio was surprised. "Are you kidding? Stars? Ha. Let me put it this way, those who leave me, those who are lucky, wake up in time and go back to where they came from. Those with average luck become high-end call girls. Those with unlucky luck go to the city center to become streetwalkers. The worst may be homeless in an alley." Martin thought for a while and asked, "Are there any with the best luck?" Antonio came to the third floor and turned into the corridor. 2 of them went to the valley in the north. "I heard that they can earn tens of thousands of dollars a week. They can be said to have realized their dreams and become actors." He took out the key, opened a door, and said, "The previous resident was also an actor. She was lucky enough to go to the valley." Martin checked the rooms again. Just like when he was looking at the house, the small 2-bedroom and 1 living room apartment was fully equipped with appliances and furniture. The table and floor were cleaned very well. You could move in with just your luggage. Antonio said again, "How is it?" "It's expensive for a reason. From here, you can get to any studio in Burbank within 15 minutes, and to Los Angeles International Airport in 25 minutes. There are no shortage of restaurants, bars, theaters, art districts and supermarkets nearby." He came to the living room window and pointed to the opposite side. "For long-term parking, go to the parking lot over there. It's $60 a week and you can park anywhere." Martin said casually, "It's very good. I liked it the last time I came here." Antonio warned, "You can bring people back to stay overnight." It doesn't matter if you have 1 or 2 people, as long as it doesn't affect the neighbors, but you are not allowed to have a party here, or I will call the police to drive you away. No problem. Martin decided to rent it, sign the agreement. The two signed a house rental agreement. Martin paid the rent for half a year in one lump sum, and went downstairs to get his luggage. It was impossible to park for a long time here, so he drove his car to the parking lot across the street, and went to the management office to register for a weekly card. The cost of living in Los Angeles is higher than in Atlanta. Martin returned to the apartment building, pulling a suitcase in one hand, and holding a bag containing a computer in the other. When he was going upstairs, a middle-aged man followed him. The light shone on his face, which looked like an oil field in Iraq that had been burned, black, oily, and bumpy. Martin went to the second floor and turned into the corridor. The bumpy face also entered the corridor. Martin grabbed the shoulder strap of the computer bag and came to the door, focusing all his attention on the bumpy face. The bumpy face walked to the opposite side and knocked on the door. "Jessica, open the door. I know you are in there. Don't hide from me." The door opened, and a blonde woman appeared. "Jessica moved out a long time ago, and is not here." The bumpy face was still nagging, but Martin had already opened the door, entered the apartment, closed the door, and the noise outside became much quieter. He packed his luggage, organized his belongings, and cleaned the house. He always felt that something was missing. Martin soon remembered that he was not used to not having Alina to help him with housework. He checked the time, calculated the time difference between the two places, and called Alina's cell phone, which was quickly connected. "I've rented a house and settled down." Martin asked, "How is your side?" Alina's voice was tired. "Everything is fine. Emma is back. Scott just had a fight with her this morning." She didn't intend to talk about her family's troubles, but said, "I asked Emma carefully. Jack may have gone to Australia or New Zealand." Martin didn't care where Jack went, he'd better not come back. Alina said, "There are many activities in Atlanta during Christmas, including a bartender competition. I plan to participate." Martin left Alina with many cocktail recipes. "I wish you win the championship." The two talked for a few minutes. After hanging up the phone, Martin found the bag containing important items. In one of the hardcover books, the most important addresses and contact information were recorded. Louise Mayer is still in Morocco. She will not return to Los Angeles until the Christmas holiday at the earliest. Martin will call her every few days to talk about life and cocktails. Kate Winslet lives in London and will pass for the time being. Martin will find a suitable time to visit Robert Patrick. The same is true for Michelle Gondry and Blanc. Then there was the agency that Louise Mayer introduced, William Morris, WMA. Coming to Los Angeles meant Martin had to say goodbye to the extensive model of Atlanta. At least for now, he had to abide by the provisions of the California Talent Act. Actors, directors, and other jobs must be obtained through agents. Martin asked Louise about this during the last phone call, and Louise had already recommended his information to William Morris. Of course, a small actor like him didn't have to expect to get the contract and resources of a senior agent. It was impossible to think about it. An agent must be found. Having an agent can save a lot of trouble. Martin was new here, and the agent could also help him get familiar with Hollywood as soon as possible. Martin found the phone number Louise left, called to introduce himself, and made an appointment to meet with the other party in the afternoon. William Morris was in Century City, Beverly Hills. Martin had lunch, changed into formal clothes, drove there, and came to the company's front desk a few minutes early. After reporting his name, someone took him into the company's open office lobby. In each office partition, men and women in suits were sitting. They were extremely busy and almost never put down their phones. The receptionist took Martin to the innermost partition of the hall, where a man in a grey suit, who was less than 30 years old, sat. After seeing the two, he gestured to them to wait. The man spoke quickly into the phone, but it may not have achieved the desired effect. He hung up the phone with a bang and cursed, "Bitch. Thomas, I'm looking for you," the receptionist said, and left. "Who are you?" Thomas Ryan asked. "Martin Davis." Martin said simply, "I called this morning and they asked me to come to see you." Thomas remembered the little actor assigned to me by the higher-ups. Like an examiner, He pushed back his swivel chair, crossed his arms, and looked at Martin. "Young man, which school did you study acting? What roles have you played, and who recommended you to the company?" Martin was taking out information. Thomas said quickly, "Don't show me those useless things. You have to develop a sense of saving time." Martin said truthfully, "I was a temporary actor at the age of 16, and I learned acting from many people. There were too many teachers to count. I just starred in a B-level movie called Zombie Dancing Man." Thomas frowned slightly. He was born in a wild way and his resume was too poor. At this time, a cell phone message sounded, and he reached over to read the message. Martin continued, "My recommender is Ms. Louise Mayer." Thomas looked up suddenly. "Louise Mayer? Ms. Mayer from Pacific Pictures?" Martin nodded. "It's her." Thomas threw the phone back on the desk and pointed to a swivel chair next to him. "Sit down and talk." After Martin sat down, he stretched out his hand. "Where is your personal information? Give it to me." Martin was not surprised by anything he had seen before and took out the information and handed it over. There was nothing strange about his expression and demeanor. Thomas looked carefully and found that he was not very impressive at first. He was a background actor in a late-night drama in Atlanta and later played a minor supporting role. There are at least tens of thousands of people with such resumes in Los Angeles. But when he saw the male lead of Zombie Dancing Man, Thomas felt that the name was familiar. He did not ask more questions, turned the swivel chair to the computer, and quickly typed on the keyboard with both hands. The relevant information of Zombie Dancing Man was displayed on the screen. It was a theater movie released by Lionsgate Films, with a box office of several million US dollars in North America. The male lead was called Martin Davis, who looked exactly like the person opposite. It's interesting. The leading actor of a theatrical movie is a great resume for a young actor. Clicking on a video in the search, it happened to be two big scenes of the leading actor in the movie, the zombie machine gun dance and the flying trapeze. It was followed by an impromptu dance at the fan meeting. After the video, Thomas subconsciously lowered his head to look at his lower abdomen. The deep inferiority complex was like an alien, tearing his heart out. Looking at the young man opposite, he had outstanding looks and a calm demeanor, as if he had an aura of contempt. Thomas quickly put his mood back and put on a smile. A leading actor in a theatrical movie, the reputation is a bit poor, but the box office is not bad compared to the investment. You have a good starting point. At this point, Thomas thought of a possibility. Although Pacific Pictures is not large in scale and has never independently produced films, it often participates in various platters. Louise Mayer's relationship with this person must not be simple. They are all in Hollywood, and some things can be understood with a little thought. Louise didn't care, and Martin certainly wouldn't hide it. He would just bring out this kind of personal connection, which would save a lot of trouble. "I have been in Atlanta, and Louise recommended me to Los Angeles. I don't have an agent or agency, so she recommended my information to William Morris." Thomas now understood that the person assigned to him was not a burdensome newcomer, but a potential client, and said, "You just came here and don't know the situation in the industry. I can introduce you to it. Let's talk about the agency contract first." He gave a detailed introduction. WMA implements a unified standard in the industry with a commission of 10%. Newcomers sign for 1 year for the first time and 3 years thereafter. Martin had a detailed understanding of these, so he listened to Thomas carefully. The biggest advantage of Hollywood's agency contract is that there is no indenture. The relationship between actors and agencies is very complicated, and how to get along with them depends on the power in the industry. For example, when it comes to Leonardo, he fired CAA and did not use an agent, but used a manager, and there was nothing he could do. After learning enough, Martin called Louise again, and then signed a 1-year agency contract with William Morris. Chapter 85 Director Role, Leader +2. After signing the agency contract, the two returned to the work cubicle. Thomas remembered something and asked, "Have you joined the Screen Actors Guild?" "There is no Screen Actors Guild or affiliated organizations in Atlanta." Martin said simply, "I have never joined." Thomas turned on the computer and searched for the works Martin had starred in. Late Night and Zombie Gigolo were all non-union projects. Noon Sunshine of a Beautiful Mind was a union project, but Martin did not apply during the filming. so it could not be used as evidence. He said, Los Angeles is different from Atlanta. From the leading actors and actresses to the supporting roles at the bottom, most of them are from union members. It is difficult for non-union members to get important roles. Martin asked, can't apply now? Thomas explained, you have to have played a major role in a project that has signed an agreement with the Actors Guild. It can be a movie, a TV series, or an MTV, or you have worked in it for 30 consecutive days. You can apply during the work period. Martin immediately got the point. Get the union membership first. Yes, this is the prerequisite for your development. Thomas thought for a while and asked, is there any arrangement on Ms. Mel's side? Louise's resources must be used at the critical moment. Martin would not use them for such a small matter. There is no arrangement on the agency side? It should not be difficult for an excellent agent like you. It is the agent's responsibility to seek job opportunities for clients. Thomas said, I'll check the company to see if there are any suitable opportunities. The public resources allocated to Thomas would be less if they were used. He also had his own considerations. You should also look for it over there. Tell me if there is a suitable opportunity and I will talk to you. Martin emphasized, Ms. Mel's resources are best used at critical moments. Okay. Thomas asked, any other questions? Martin said, I've been practicing Hollywood accents privately. I need a professional teacher or a tutoring class. Thomas checked on the computer and said, this is in Paramount Studios. The teacher is from the USC Film School. He is professional enough. The new weekend class is a bit expensive. Each class is 1 hour long. There are 12 people in a small class. The fee is $400. Martin said naturally, money is not a problem. Please sign up for me. Thomas was slightly stunned. This should be the job of the other party's assistant. He is the agent of a big company, and the other party is just, forget it. I just came from Atlanta and don't know the rules. Thomas shook his head secretly, thinking that it would only be this time. He picked up the phone and called the training class. He reported William Morris' name, and they said they would reserve a place. Martin wrote down the address and phone number and planned to sign up later. Thomas searched for resources on the intranet and asked Martin, besides acting, do you have any other specialties? Martin didn't need to be modest and said directly, writing, bartending, shooting, archery, dancing, fighting, swordplay, driving, wire work, macup, fireworks. Thomas found it hard to believe. After all, the person in front of him was too young. Are you sure? Except for shooting and the newly learned dance, the rest were Martin's accumulation of many years in his previous life. He has completed his evolution. You may not know, they all call me the most versatile actor in Atlanta. Thomas was skeptical, but thinking that the person was introduced by Louise Mayer and the dance video on the internet that made men feel deeply inferior, he forced himself to believe it. He checked the time and found that he had spent nearly 3 hours on a little actor. He hurriedly said, that's it for today. Keep your phone open. I will call you at any time. Martin said politely and walked out of the partition. He saw many people like him on the way. Ordinary actor clients. The business is naturally handled by ordinary agents. His situation is still good. Thomas has been out of the mailroom for at least a year. After leaving William Morris, Martin drove to Paramount Studios. The studio's khaki arches and double iron doors often appear in film and television works. The training class is held on weekends. For ordinary actors, the tuition is high. Registration requires a one-time payment of 10 classes, which is $4,000. The studio not only has language classes, but also various acting classes. Some are hosted by celebrities, and the fees are staggering. It costs a lot to fight out of hundreds of thousands of ordinary actors. Martin came out of the studio and called Michelle Gondry. The other party was doing post-production on Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. The film will be released in March next year, and now is the busiest time. Michelle Gondry made an appointment with Martin to meet again after this period of work. On the way back, Martin received a call from Thomas, informing him to go to Warner Studios for an audition at 9:30 tomorrow morning. It's a small role in the series, mostly in the background, with a few lines. Thomas reminded, the casting director is a client of the company. I have said hello to him and his agent. Martin asked, what do I need to prepare? Is there a role type or script for the audition? Thomas said, have a good rest at night, don't go out, and make sure you have enough energy tomorrow. The role you are auditioning for is an independent film director. The script has not been completed yet, and there is no role script. Martin said, I understand. The benefits of agents and agencies are now apparent, and actors are no longer fighting alone. After dinner, Martin went back and made a few phone calls to think carefully about tomorrow's audition. In the early morning of the next day, the sky outside was slightly bright, and Martin was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside, and someone shouted loudly. He was awakened, covered his head, and wanted to continue sleeping, and the knock on the door outside continued. Martin got up and subconsciously went to the bedside table to touch the gun, but he touched nothing. He immediately woke up, because he had left all the guns in Atlanta by plane. Jessica. Jessica. Martin heard clearly what was shouted. He put on a t-shirt, picked up his phone, went into the living room, opened the door slightly, and with the help of the voice-activated light in the hallway, he found the man with the pitted face from last time, tapping the door diagonally opposite. Before Martin could speak, the man turned around and glared at Martin fiercely. It's none of your business, get out. Martin closed the door and said, I called the police, and they will be here soon. With a bang, he closed the door, put on the safety lock, and moved away from the door. Following Bruce, Martin learned a lot of common sense about home self-defense. Fuck. The pitted face cursed and left quickly. Martin heard no sound outside, opened the door slightly, and saw the landlord Antonio holding a shotgun, rolling into the hallway from the stairs, as if in slow motion. Asshole, don't the hell leave. Antonio's fat face trembled, and he shouted towards the stairs, if you come here to make trouble again, I'll blow your head off. Martin opened the door, and reminded before coming out, it's me, Martin. Antonio said, don't worry, this is my gun of friendship, I won't shoot my own people. Many tenants were woken up by the chaos, and came to check the situation. Martin came to Antonio and said, you're too late. Everyone has left. I can't help it. He wouldn't come out until everyone left. Antonio gasped and said, I heard the noise, got up from the bed, put on my clothes, and found the gun. It took time. The door diagonally opposite opened at this time, and a blonde woman came out and patted her trembling chest. I was scared to death. Antonio tilted the gun in his hand towards the woman and asked, don't you know him? The woman quickly dodged, no, he's looking for Jessica. You know, Jessica moved out half a month ago. In the corridor on the other side of the same floor, a male tenant with glasses said, Antonio, add a security door on the first floor. The security in Los Angeles is too bad. Do you know how much it will cost to add a door? Will you pay for it? Antonio looked around at the other tenants. Or should we share it among you? When money was mentioned, no one spoke. Antonio finally caught his breath, his belly no longer rising and falling rapidly. This kind of thing only happens occasionally. The tenant has left. This is a busy area in North Hollywood, and the LAPD patrols frequently enough. Another person said, do you believe those idiots? A few years ago, right here, 2 people beat the shit out of those losers. Antonio waved his hand. Okay, go back and rest. It was still early, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Antonio held his gun of friendship and strode back to the 3rd floor. Compared with the slow pace, when he came up, his speed was more than twice as fast. Martin was about to go back to the house when the blonde woman in long pajamas suddenly said, thank you for scaring him away. You're welcome. Martin replied casually, he woke me up. I'm Emily. The blonde woman introduced herself and asked, are you new here? Martin politely replied, Martin Davis. I just moved in this morning. Emily took a closer look at him and said again, thank you. Martin looked at him briefly and saw that the other person was not tall, at most 1.6 meters, and nodded, you're welcome. Emily waited for Martin to go back to the room, returned to her residence, took out her cell phone and dialed a number. Jess, you little brat, stop making noise. Let me ask you, who on earth did you provoke? He came here today and scared me. The other side replied, I had an audition some time ago and had some disputes with someone. I'm sorry, I'll resolve it in the next few days. It's just a matter of paying some money and the money will be together soon. The two had shared a house here for a long time, so Emily didn't say much. She reminded him to be careful and hung up the phone. At 8 in the morning, Martin went out on time, had a light breakfast at a nearby restaurant, drove to Burbank, found a quiet place to clear his mind, and when the time was almost right, rushed to Warner Studios and came to the office area where the crew was located to audition. Thomas had already signed up for him, and Martin found the audition room according to the map. There were more than a dozen people sitting on the 2 benches in front of the audition room. Martin found an empty seat and sat down, waiting patiently. The third update is finished. Please give me a monthly ticket. Chapter 86 HBO project. Subscription request. In the audition room, casting director Thompson glanced at the list and said, "Let Martin Davis in." The Latino lady at the door went to call someone. The assistant whispered, "Recommendation from WMA, Thomas Lane's client." "I know." Thompson's voice was also low. "It depends on the audition results. If the person is too bad, there is no need to consider personal relationships." Martin followed the Latino lady into the audition room and saw that there were a total of 7 people sitting there, including the photographer. 6 of them were very serious, and 1 was slacking off and playing PSP. No need to guess, they must be related. Every crew must have them. Martin recognized Thompson and went over to shake his hand. "Director." Thompson nodded slightly. "The role you are auditioning for is the director of an independent film. There is no script yet. You will perform a segment." Martin came to the sunshade, brewed his emotions a little, recalled Benjamin's words and deeds when he was crazy, and quickly put himself in the picture. This is the director he is most familiar with. $1 million. This film can start with another $1 million. Martin has seen many independent film directors who are worried about the funding for filming, with excitement, helplessness, and madness on their faces. "Man, tell me, who can give me $1 million? Who can invest $1 million in my project?" He was hysterical and his voice was raised. "As long as he pays, I will sell my ass to him. I have no problem kneeling on the ground and blowing him 10 times. Thompson thought that the company was still reliable and the person recommended had good acting skills. When Martin finished his performance, Thompson said, "Not bad. You go back and wait for news." Martin said thank you and left the audition room. Thompson asked the people around him, "What do you think?" The assistant understood what he meant and cooperated very well. It performed the difficulties and helplessness of the independent film director. The woman next to him said, "Among the 7 people who completed the audition, he is the best and has good acting skills." Thompson made a decision, but he still had to show his face. "Go on, let the next one come in." Martin came out of the audition room, asked the receptionist, checked the phone number, and left the small office building. Walking to the parking lot, he thought for a moment, took out his cell phone, and dialed Robert's number. "Hey, man, what are you doing? Why did you think of calling me?" Robert's high spirits could be heard from his voice. "I'm teaching the rookies to act." Martin said directly, "Please do me a favor. Go get a bottle of Coke, whether it's a glass bottle or a can, and put it on the table facing Los Angeles." Robert was surprised. "Why?" Martin explained, "I just auditioned, and I'm competing for a role. It's very important, and it's related to whether I can join the Screen Actors Guild as soon as possible." Robert understood. "Man, Coke doesn't work." "I know, ordinary Coke doesn't work." Martin emphasized, "I want the Coke that Robert has blessed." "Okay, I'll do it right away." Robert had long been numb. He hung up the phone and went to the theater merchandise to buy a can of Coke. He came to his office on the 2nd floor, moved his desk to the west, and put the can of Coke on it. Thinking for a while, he found olive oil, applied it on the can, made a cross, took a photo with his cell phone, and sent a picture message to Martin. Martin received the MMS and felt relieved. He called Benjamin again and said, "Director, nothing much. I just want to say thank you." A woman's laughter and Benjamin's words came from the receiver. "Thank me for what?" Martin said, "Congratulations on getting out. I won't disturb your happiness. I'm hanging up." Martin made the last call to Thomas. His agent seemed very busy. He called twice before the call was connected. Thomas said simply, "Just wait for the notice." He hung up without waiting for Martin's reply. On Friday morning, Martin received a notice from the crew that he had won the role. In the afternoon, he met Thomas at the entrance of Warner Studios and went to the small building where the crew was. Thomas was dressed in a suit and carrying a black briefcase. In New York, he would be a standard stockbroker. In Los Angeles, he would be an entertainment agent. You are not a union member, so your salary will not be high, at most $3,000. Thomas said quickly as he walked, "Don't worry too much about the salary at this stage. Getting the opportunity to get the role is more important than anything else. The crew will start filming soon. When it starts filming, you can submit an application to the union. Only then will we be eligible to seek more important roles." Martin said, "You are a professional." The two came to the office building. Martin waited in the lounge while Thomas went to talk to a producer about the salary. He came back in 10 minutes. He said to Martin, "The salary for the role is $2,800 per episode. You will appear in at most 2 episodes. Transportation, meals, accommodation, and insurance will be in accordance with the normal standards of the crew. If there is no problem, sign the contract. After signing, you can get a few pages of the role script." Martin really didn't care about the salary for this role. "No problem." Thomas said to the assistant who followed him, "Notify your boss that you can sign the contract. There are ready-made templates for actor contracts." Martin followed Thomas to another conference room, took the contract sent by the assistant, carefully reviewed it, and signed his name. Thomas asked, "Is there a problem with the contract?" Martin shrugged, "I signed the contract. Of course I have to read it again." "Very good. Remember this." Thomas emphasized, "Don't trust anyone easily." Thomas' words were not pleasant to hear, but they made sense. Martin had seen many stars being cheated by people around them. For example, a certain person. After the contract was officially signed, the assistant director sent a few pages of the script and told Martin, "This is a part of the role script that the screenwriter rushed out yesterday. You should first familiarize yourself with the role settings. The plot may change later, but the role settings will not change." Martin took it and said, "I will study it carefully." The assistant director reminded him, "Keep it confidential." Martin quickly browsed the first page. The title marked on the top was the code name, Star. Combined with the director role he played, the temporary code name is Star. In addition, HBO was printed on one corner of the contract. This is Warner Studios, and HBO is under Warner Brothers. Martin couldn't help but have a bad association. Blood plasma and naked bodies flying together. He had just jumped out of the mud pit of late night dramas and zombie machine gun dances, and he was going to fall into HBO's yellow and violent trap again. Martin asked Thomas, "Is this an HBO project?" "It should be." Thomas said simply, "Film and television projects change a lot. HBO projects are sometimes pushed to Warner TV. The details will depend on the later operations." He is an agent and is good at understanding people's psychology. "Are you against large-scale dramas?" "That shouldn't be the case. I specifically watched Zombie Gigolo and the late-night drama starring you. HBO's scale will not be bigger than Marzen's." Martin thought to himself that Marzen has been reported to Los Angeles. Thomas added, "You have good acting skills and many other skills. Be smart in the crew." Martin decided to make it clear, "I worked my way up from the slums and gigolo clubs in Atlanta, which are full of gangs. I'm never afraid of competition and challenges." When the two went out, they met the casting director Thompson in front of the office building. Thomas stepped forward and shook hands with Thompson, quite enthusiastically. "Thank you for this time." "You're welcome." Thompson was about to look at Martin, but Martin had already come to him, grabbed his right hand and shook it vigorously. "Director, when are you free? Let's have a simple meal together." Seeing that he was sensible, Thompson smiled slightly. "No need." He was very direct. "Give me your personal contact information." Martin understood that treating could not offset the favor, so he took out his business card and handed it to Thompson. "Call me if you need anything." Thomas put away the business card, nodded to Martin, and turned to ask Thomas, "Where did you find this newcomer?" "He's very good." Thomas said, "He has some understanding." Martin didn't say much, and automatically acted as a mascot. Thompson walked towards the office building. "You guys are busy. I have to work." Thomas had a vague feeling that the newcomer assigned by the company this time was not simple. The status of an agent is proportional to the weight of his clients. If Thomas recruited Tom Cruise, he would immediately become a senior partner of WMA. When walking out, Thomas said deliberately, "Martin, you are a little smart, and you have connections behind you. As long as you cooperate with me, I guarantee that you will definitely become famous." No matter what Martin thought in his heart, he said very pleasantly, "Boss, I believe in your ability. We can become the best partners." When they arrived at the parking lot, Thomas drove away first. Martin got in the car, but did not start it immediately. He took out a few pages of the role script from his bag and read it carefully. The content of the first page of the script was very normal. An independent director gathered a lot of ordinary actresses for a pool party, and they were as wild as they wanted. The exhaust pipe was not that bad, and HBO could not reach this level. However, the director was cruel, and it was possible that a lot of people were messing around together. HBO style, those who understand it naturally understand it. The second and third pages of the script had similar contents. The male protagonist went to find the director, and the director came out from a group of women, and the two sat among the women and chatted. The fourth page, which was the last page, was a conversation between the male protagonist and the director about the movie. In the play, the independent director was going to shoot a movie, and the male protagonist wanted to be the protagonist. The independent director admired him very much, but made a request that the male protagonist blow it for him personally. This is the dialogue between the two. Whether the male lead agreed or not is not written later. Martin guessed that the screenwriter probably hadn't thought it through. It's not the time when LGBTQ people start to be active yet, so HBO's script is so wasteful. Martin tried to recall. Ang Lee's Brokeback Mountain is a landmark event, and it must not have been filmed yet. After all, Hollywood is not the European film industry. Even if there are similar shots, they will not be filmed. Martin was not worried. He collected several pages of the script and went to the Burbank Film Archive Library to look for books such as autobiographies and interviews of independent film directors. Even if it was just a small role with few scenes, Martin still prepared with 100% attitude. Chapter 87 Men Should Protect Themselves. Leader +3. On Saturday afternoon, the accent class started at Paramount Studios. Martin rushed there in advance. In a room of less than 30 square meters, there were more than a dozen desks with headsets installed neatly. Martin randomly found a table and sat down. He took a quick look and saw that most of the students were young people in their 20s. "Hi, man, my name is Mean." Next to him was an old black man with a pale complexion and a particularly strong accent. "You look familiar. What roles have you played?" Martin shook his head. "All background panels." "Oh, cool." Mean lost interest in talking and turned his eyes to the door. He was attracted by the two women who came in. The blonde woman was not tall, but her figure was well proportioned, with a firm chest and a round butt. The brown-haired woman was tall and had long legs. Her skin was white as snow, like Snow White. In the acting industry, the proportion of people with outstanding appearance or strange looks is much higher. Mean waved to the two women. "Beautiful ladies, sit over here." But the two women bypassed him and turned to the empty seat on the other side of Martin. The blonde Emily was slightly surprised to see Martin. "I didn't expect to meet you here." Martin nodded at her. "Good afternoon." The brunette asked, "Who is he?" "My new neighbor in the North Hollywood apartment." Emily introduced. "This is Martin. Martin, this is Jessica." Jessica was sitting diagonally behind him. Seeing that Martin was a sunny and handsome guy, she said generously, "Handsome guy, can you give me your cell phone number? I'm Jessica Stojatanovic, a model and actor." Martin looked familiar and did not refuse. He gave his cell phone number and introduced himself. "Martin Davis, an actor." Emily also wrote down Martin's cell phone number and called Martin. "Neighbor, do you remember my name?" "Of course." Martin thought to himself, Antonio was not lying. There are indeed some actors living in the apartment. Professor Griffin, the instructor, came in at this time and the first class began. Before the class started, he specifically asked, "Have you encountered setbacks in your accent?" Mean was very active. "I lost an important role because of my accent. I could have been the next Will Smith." Everyone laughed. Mean was very good at using his natural weapons. He half-jokingly said, "You laugh at a black man who can't succeed." The nuclear weapon was released, and the whole audience fell silent. Griffin quickly turned to the main topic. "First, let's talk about what the Hollywood accent is. It is a fictional accent that incorporates some of the ups and downs of the British accent, adding some charm to the plain American accent. If you can master the Hollywood accent, it will enhance your core competitiveness." He briefly explained and said, "Let's start the class." Everyone, including Martin, listened very seriously. This is not a happy education. Each class costs up to $400. Professor Griffin has the real stuff, to be recommended by the agency. Time passed quickly. As soon as an hour was up, Professor Griffin didn't even delay for half a minute, and immediately announced the end of the get out of class. Martin packed up the textbooks and tape recorder, put on his bag and left. As soon as he left the room, Jessica caught up with him from behind. "Why didn't you wait for us?" Emily followed him out. Martin said, "Sorry, I have things to do, so I have to leave in a hurry." Emily chased after him. "Thank you for what happened that morning." Martin reminded her, "This is the third time you said thank you." Jessica understood. "Is this what you said, the handsome guy who helped you scare Igor away?" Emily said, "I'm scared." "Jess, have you solved it? I don't want to see that ugly guy again." Jessica put her bag on her shoulder. "I have paid off the money I owe him, and he won't go again." She took Emily's arm. "I have no money. Can I move back in with you?" The two had rented together before, and Emily couldn't do anything about her. "It's up to you." When they arrived at the parking lot, Jessica turned to Martin. "Handsome, we will be neighbors from now on. Want to have a drink?" "I'm very sorry, I have things to do." Martin stopped in front of the car and said, "I have to go to Burbank." Without waiting for the other party to speak, Martin opened the door and got in the car, waved through the car window, quickly drove out of the parking lot, and rushed to Warner Studios to get the new role script. The project was finalized and officially named Entourage. It will be broadcast on HBO next summer. The first season is planned to produce 8 episodes. Each episode will not exceed 30 minutes. As Martin expected, the series will have many large-scale shots. On the other side, Jessica got into Emily's car and went to her temporary residence to pick up her luggage. When she came out with her luggage, she bought a copy of The Hollywood Reporter on the street. After getting in the car, Emily asked, "Can you understand it?" Jessica was quite disdainful. "Australian girl, don't bully me just because I'm young. I dropped out of the Delaware College of Art and Design, and you went to a country ballet school." She picked up the newspaper and shook it. "It's the favorite of people in the industry. I advise you to read more books and newspapers to keep abreast of industry trends." Emily shook her head. "It's useless to read these. I came to Los Angeles from Australia, and there is not a single decent role. I can't even find a way to get someone to sleep with me." Jessica said, "If sleeping alone can solve the problem, I will be an Oscar winner this year." Hepburn, Taylor, Monroe, Kelly, Big Mouth, Paltrow, who doesn't sleep with people all over Hollywood. Emily was quite helpless. There are too many actors and models at the bottom. In Los Angeles, who isn't an actor? Jessica opened the newspaper, just read a few pages, and pushed the newspaper in front of Emily. Look at this person. Isn't this Martin Davis? Bitch, do you want to die?" Emily quickly pushed her away. "If you want to die, take off your pants and jump out of the car. Don't hold me." Jessica pointed to a picture in the newspaper and said, "Martin Davis. He starred in a theater movie called Zombie Gigolo, which has just been taken off the shelves in North America, and the cumulative North American box office is $6.74 million US." She looked carefully. "Martin Davis is the male lead." Emily said, "It is not uncommon for male leads in Hollywood to make $100 million. Jessica is not very old, but she has a lot of ideas. We know those male leads, but they don't know us. Martin Davis is our neighbor." Emily suddenly pulled over to the side of the road, stepped on the brakes, snatched the newspaper from Jessica's hand, and read it carefully. The palm-sized picture and the palm-sized text introduction showed that Lionsgate must have spent a lot of money to get this kind of movie on The Hollywood Reporter. Jessica asked, "What do you think?" Emily closed the newspaper. "What ideas can I have?" Jessica was very direct. Didn't you complain that there was no way to take off your pants? Now there is. Emily said, he's just an actor. Jessica tapped her chest. You are a few years older than me, and the nutrients for growing your brain have all come here. The residences of those directors and producers are no secret. You try to take off your clothes in front of their doors, and the police will come to arrest you in a few minutes. Emily asked, have you tried it, bitch? Jessica neither admitted nor denied it, but just said, the first step to success is the hardest. If he succeeds in one movie, he will soon have the second important role. By then, if he gives us a little help, we will have the first step. Do you think we can find a better opportunity in the short term? Emily thought for a while and said, we can't just go to their house and take off our pants. Those who take the initiative to deliver their pants are not worth much. We need to make a plan. Jessica took out a pen and wrote on the notepad as she said, what's the plan? Seduce the male neighbor? The male neighbor falls in love with me? How can I make the male neighbor strong? Emily thought about it. We must let him take the initiative. Only when he takes the initiative can we gain the advantage. Jessica tore off a piece of paper from the notepad and threw it at her feet. Think about it quickly. Is there any particularly good way? Emily said, let's go to the supermarket first. At Warner Studios, Martin got a new role script from the crew. The independent director setting has not changed, and the plot has not changed much from before. It's all big scale drama. The point he cares most about is that the male protagonist did not mess around for the director. The two characters just stayed at the stage of talking nonsense. The series will start shooting soon, and Martin will join the crew next week. It is somewhat difficult to play a crazy and stupid director. Martin came to the library again, took out his notebook, looked through the relevant notes, and made supplements again. Although he has dealt with directors a lot, the thinking of American and Chinese directors is very different. Martin regards Benjamin Moore as a blueprint. Then add the script setting. This role gradually becomes clear. A non-mainstream, young and famous, cynical, and artistic new handsome director. After dinner, Martin drove back to the apartment. Going up the stairs to the second floor, just turning into the corridor, the door of the apartment on the left creaked open, and Emily, wearing low-waist jeans, came out with a bag in one hand and car keys in the other. She saw Martin and smiled. Martin, just back. Martin nodded and asked casually, going out? Going out to buy something? Emily and Martin passed by each other, and her fingers loosened, and the car keys fell to the ground. She exclaimed deliberately, and saw Martin turning back, and quickly bent down to pick up the car keys. The low-waist jeans fell even lower, only covering half of them. The moment Martin turned back, he saw the black high-sled T-bag, deeply trapped in the rift. Then, Martin turned back, walked to the door, as if nothing had happened, took out the key to open the door, as if he had seen nothing, entered the house, and locked the door. He also took out the bat and put it where he could reach. Men must protect themselves outside. This is a wise saying summed up from countless bloody experiences and lessons. Martin opened the refrigerator, took a glass of ice water and drank it. What do you want to do? He was indeed handsome, but not good enough to make a woman like that. Martin thought about those two sluts, Kelly and Louise, and how much effort he had put in to establish a real relationship with them. After calming down for a moment, Martin called Kelly and Louise separately, then opened his laptop and connected with Kelly and Louise for a video chat. There was nothing special. Martin talked about the crew of Entourage. Louise completely agreed with Thomas's opinion that joining the actors union was the basis for obtaining important roles. Chapter 88 Teacher Ma. Subscribe. Malibu Beach. The crew rented a holiday house and the accompanying beach to film the artist's extravagant life. At noon, Martin sat under a parasol in a pair of casual shorts by the swimming pool in the courtyard of the holiday house. His eyes were idle, and he was looking around. There were too many young and beautiful swimsuit actresses gathered here. All of them had good figures and high looks. Only a fool would not look at them. There will be a party scene later, and Martin and 4 beautiful actresses were called over by director Julian. Julian said without any nonsense, the focus of this scene is that you are in the swimming pool with Martin and Daisy as the main characters. He designed the scene based on his personal experience. At this time, his eyes swept over the other 3 girls in swimsuits and casually named them. You are responsible for kissing Daisy in the front, and you kiss Martin from the side. The actress raised her hand. Director, where to kiss? Julian was a little impatient. Aren't you an actor? Do you need me to teach you such a simple thing? He looked at another girl. You push Martin from behind. Finally, the girl learned from the previous experience and replied, okay. Julian said, you guys get familiar with each other here, and we will start shooting in half an hour. Martin is experienced in this kind of scene, no problem. The director walked away, and Daisy specifically reminded Martin, don't touch my neck, I can't help laughing. Martin asked in advance, anything else? Daisy thought carefully, nothing else. Martin is now known as Teacher Ma, and suggested, I have shot more scenes like this, I will control the rhythm, and you follow my rhythm. Daisy said, okay. The crew quickly got ready, and with Julian's order, all departments of the crew began to operate efficiently. The artistic atmosphere on the set suddenly rose, and Cannes and Venice seemed to be beckoning. Martin was very professional, and used breath freshener again. With the script supervisor's clapperboard, the shooting officially began. Martin followed the position requirements and came out of the villa like a romantic wanderer, first dancing closely with 3 girls, then hugging the 2 new girls, and came to the swimming pool. Director Julian called a stop, pass. Martin stared at the shining lights of the car to maintain his passionate state. Julian found that the actor was in good condition and performed the artistic director's romanticism very well. He urged, get ready to shoot the next one. Daisy and the other 4 went into the swimming pool. The shooting started again, and Martin jumped up, jumped into the swimming pool, and threw himself between Daisy and the other 4. The 4 immediately surrounded Martin. Martin turned to Daisy, grabbed her long legs, pulled her over, and stuck to her. The powerful movement made Daisy scream, and her body and expression stiffened instantly. As expected, the director called a halt. Martin whispered, is there a problem? Tell me what's wrong. Daisy said, you are too strong. No, it has nothing to do with you. It's my problem. The accident affected me. Martin noticed that her eyes were looking down. For the sake of filming, he didn't mind sacrificing himself for art. He hesitated for a moment and said, Daisy, if you don't mind, and it helps you, you can get familiar with it in advance. Really? Seeing Martin agreed, Daisy reached out and placed her hand on Martin's abdominal muscles. After a while, Martin climbed out of the swimming pool and went to the dressing room next door to dry the water on his body. He touched up his makeup and changed into a new pair of swimming trunks. This time the shooting went very smoothly, and the 5 people were entangled in a ball. After the shooting was completed, Martin climbed out of the swimming pool and put on a bathrobe. Daisy swam over and took the initiative to extend her hand. Martin smiled and said, thank you, I just did what I should do. The crew went indoors to shoot the next scene. Wine bottles, cigarette butts, plastic bags, and hookers were thrown everywhere. Julian called Martin, you lie down among them and get entangled with them physically, understand? The life of an artist. Martin was very spiritual, I understand. He came to the edge of the carpet, and Daisy patted herself. Martin, you pillow here. Martin said, work, sorry. As soon as he lay down, he was surrounded by people. I don't know which 2 actresses took advantage of him secretly during the filming. For artistic considerations, Martin injured it and did not report them. Through this, he broke free from the warmth and found that Thomas had come. Thomas accompanied him to the rest area. You adapt quickly. Martin sat on the chair and said lightly, no big deal. Thomas showed him a document. I got the relevant credentials. You go to the Actors Guild tomorrow morning. The crew has sent a formal letter to the union. Martin said naturally, are you busy? If not, you can accompany me. I have a low level of education and don't understand many things. I'm easy to be deceived. Thomas's first reaction was to refuse, but thinking that Martin had Louise Mayer under him, he injured it. Okay, let's meet at the door of the union at 9 o'clock. With the relevant qualifications and credentials, joining the Actors Guild still requires money. Martin paid a $3,000 membership fee and the first $116 annual fee, and officially became a member of the American Actors Guild. The union staff also gave Martin a guide to collecting protection fees. For annual incomes below $200,000, the annual fee is $116 plus 1.85% of income. The percentage increases in stages, with a maximum cap of $6,566. This money is worth it. If you encounter problems, the union will send someone to come forward. Coming out of the union, Thomas said, "You got the ticket to fight for an important role. Boss, you should take action." What was Martin looking for an agent for? He began to give him chicken soup. "I confirmed on the day of signing that you are a very capable agent who can bring me a lot of job opportunities." Thomas felt that he had found the wrong client, but this is the agent's job. In the afternoon, Martin returned to the crew to continue filming. It was still the holiday home. This time Martin had to film a scene with the male lead Adrian Green. The two of them simply acted opposite each other and sat in front of the long hair. At the beginning of the filming, 7 or 8 falling beauties in the back served as the background, and the car lights swayed back and forth, adding to the artistic atmosphere. Martin lay on Daisy. "Man, you are a star. What do you like about my film?" "Art," Adrian said. "This will affect my image." Martin patted Daisy, and Daisy pushed him up. He came to Adrian and put his arms around his neck. "You are a star. I'm an artist. We are equal partners, so I will play the person you blow." Adrian was surprised. Martin tapped his chest. "You've met a good opponent." Adrian broke free, turned his body back and forth, and hesitated for a moment. "Damn it, I'm in. I want this male lead." Martin grabbed him back and hugged his neck. "Big star, we will bring back a big award, and you will become the best actor." The director shouted, "Stop, pass. Martin, this big slut, didn't take the robe brought by the crew assistant, just wore a pair of shorts, twisted his mermaid line, swayed his pectoral muscles, and walked towards the rest area." Adrian frowned. He felt very bad about the previous scene. He was crushed from beginning to end. In terms of the role, the character is weak. In terms of performance, he was completely dominated by the opponent. There was a burst of laughter in the rest area, and Adrian found that there were a dozen sluts sitting around that guy. He walked towards the private resting area and asked his good friend Tony, who was also in the same play, "Where did that exhibitionist come from?" "Wait a minute." Tony was like a follower, asking a few well-informed people in the crew. When he came back, he said, "A newcomer from WMA, from Atlanta. This is his first role in Hollywood." Country bumpkin? Adrian was from New York, and his focus was completely different. Tony took out his cell phone. "He's in the same agency as us. I'll call and ask." Adrian looked at Martin's side. The two were not much different in age. He thought that their appearance was not much different either, and they were in the same agency. What did the stupid agent in the company think? Making things difficult for him? Tony hung up the phone at this time and said, "It's the rookie Thomas Ryan's man." Adrian waved his hand. "Don't worry about him." Tony nodded. "Okay, tell me if you have anything to say." Adrian patted his shoulder. "If not you, who else can I tell?" He and Tony bumped fists. "We are partners." The two had a good relationship because Tony was short, ugly, and fat, and would not pose any threat to him. The filming shifted to the terrace, and it was still Adrian and Martin's rivalry. The more Adrian filmed, the more he felt something was wrong. The guy he was playing opposite was flirtatious and frivolous to the bone. He was a real-life reproduction of the character in the script. Acting is very subjective, but when playing opposite, Adrian felt it very clearly. He was crushed to the ground and could only passively follow. After another take, director Julian did not call it a pass, but called Martin over and asked, "Is this role suitable for you?" Martin said seriously, "The artistic atmosphere exuded from the inside out of the role is particularly suitable for me." Julian reminded, "You did a very good job in letting go of this point, but a good actor should be able to control himself." Martin immediately understood what was going on. "Sorry, director, I was too involved in the role." "No, you don't have to apologize. Julian is very serious about his work. You did an excellent job. You are spiritual. There are few NGs. Very good." He waved his hand. "Go back and continue shooting." Martin was slightly restrained in the subsequent shooting. After all, the director Billy he played was just a minor supporting role. When the crew moved to the beach to shoot, several celebrities who guest starred as real people came to participate in the shooting of the beach party. Adrian's role in the series is a Hollywood star. Martin served more as a background board. Apart from shooting, he met the favorite of Old Bull. I have something to do tomorrow morning, so I will update it in the early morning. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89, A Big Business of Hundreds of Millions. On the Golden Beach, music was blasting, laser lights were jumping and reversing, and cool men and women were colorfully dressed. Dozens of young and beautiful bodies were twisting wildly, like snakes dancing wildly. Director Julian called a stop at this time, and the last scene of the day was finished. Martin quickly glanced around, and found the short blonde woman. He first borrowed a Polaroid camera from someone he knew in the crew, and then went over. Scarlett Johansson was wearing tight hot pants and a short t-shirt, and was talking to someone. Martin waited for a while, and when he saw the person leaving, he went over to say hello. Hi, Scarlett. Hi. Scarlett remembered Martin, a supporting actor in the crew. Martin smiled and said, I have a friend who became a crazy fan of yours after watching Lost in Translation. Scarlett was curious. How crazy? Martin didn't dare to tell the truth, so he lied. In order to get an autographed photo of you, he called me and threatened to tear my head off. He raised the camera in his hand. Scarlett, for my head, can you do me a favor? Scarlett took 2 steps back. Her professionalism allowed her to quickly find a suitable background, and she stood up straight and pulled in her stomach to face Martin. You can take the photo. Martin thought that he couldn't take a photo of her butt this way, and he wouldn't want it, even if he gave it to old Bruce, but it was unreasonable to ask for a photo of her back, so he asked tentatively, can you take a side photo? My friend said you look best from the side, and Monroe is worse than you. Scarlett had no choice but to spread her hands, half turned her body, and habitually posed in a pose that highlighted her body curves. Martin quickly took the photo, waited for the photo to come out and dry, took out the prepared pen from his pocket, and handed it over. Scarlett signed the photo. Martin said thank you, and left with the photo. When he went to the crew to take Polaroids, director Julian happened to be there, so Martin took the opportunity to chat with him. The crew of Entourage hired 4 directors, but Martin's role did not overlap with the other directors, so he only saw Julian. When he came out, he met the male lead Adrian. Adrian took the initiative to say hello. Hi, Martin, don't you want to go to the beach for a while? Martin smiled and replied, I'm on my way there, let's have a drink together. Adrian nodded. Wait until I'm done. Okay. Martin continued to walk forward. The two passed each other, and the smiles on their faces disappeared almost at the same time. Martin returned to the beach and was about to join the dancing crowd when Daisy came over. Are you leaving the crew tomorrow? She asked. Martin said, I don't have many scenes. I finished the last one today. Daisy said meaningfully, I have worked with many actors, but you left the deepest impression on me. Oh. Martin asked, really? Daisy said, you look wild, but you are a real gentleman at heart. Gentleman, isn't it a synonym for gangster? Martin admitted frankly, that's right. Daisy was very direct. Gentleman, do you want to watch the stars together tonight? Martin suddenly thought of the astronomical association. Stars? A big business worth hundreds of millions. Unexpectedly, Daisy automatically answered, almost. She suddenly changed her tone. It's not easy to be a small actor. The pay is pitifully low. I can only survive by working part-time. I already owe the landlord 2 months' rent. Martin declined politely. I really want to talk to someone about the business of stars. What a pity. Daisy stretched out her hand. I hope we can work together again in the future. Martin shook it gently. I hope so. Daisy left without looking back, found another male supporting actor in the crew, and started chatting enthusiastically. Martin looked at the time and decided to go home. There shouldn't be too many similar situations for small actors on the 18th line. Martin got in the car and took out his cell phone to call Thomas. As soon as the call was connected, a voice with suppressed anger rang out. "Asshole, it's nighttime now, not working hours. I'm dating my girlfriend." Just one sentence. Martin said quickly, "It's over here. New job?" In the hotel room, Thomas's female companion stared at him, and the sharp arrows in her eyes shot Thomas with holes. Having worked in the mailroom of an entertainment agency, all of them are masterpieces of deep blur. Thomas knew that he should put down his phone now, appease his girlfriend, and complete a big business worth hundreds of millions. But the responsibility of an agent made him continue. "How can there be so many suitable job opportunities in Hollywood? I'm helping you find them, and you have to find a way yourself. Go to the Directors Guild tomorrow to see if there are any crews recruiting people." The female companion jumped down, put on slippers, and went to get dressed. Thomas quickly said, "That's it. Don't call me during non-working hours, remember." When he put down the phone, his girlfriend had already put on her clothes. Thomas was dumbfounded. "Honey, you want to leave? Go sleep with your work." The female companion walked out. Thomas pointed, "What should we do with it?" The female companion snorted coldly, "You can do the rest of the sewing yourself." The door opened and slammed shut. Thomas pounded the bedsheet hard, took the phone and dialed Martin's number. When the other party picked up, he shouted, "Martin Davis, I wish you to be a damn gay for the rest of your life, or the one who was exposed." Martin didn't understand why Thomas was hysterical, but it didn't stop him from fighting back. "I'm used to recording phone calls. There is one thing I forgot to indicate in the information. I'm a famous person in Atlanta. If you don't believe it, you can check it." I pretended not to hear this suspected discriminatory words. Thomas was upset, tired and annoyed. What kind of shitty client is this? He took a deep breath and decided not to argue with the other party for the sake of Louise Mayer. He said, "For work, we have to look for opportunities on both sides." Martin said, "I'll wait for your good news." Thomas didn't want to do the sewing by himself, so he took a cold shower and sat in front of the hotel computer to surf the internet, specifically looking up keywords such as Martin Davis and Atlanta. A pink kettle popped out. It seemed as if he was poking Thomas in the face through the screen. The internet showed that this thing was jointly made by Martin Davis and a woman named Kelly Gray. Thomas judged that such a cheap thing must have been made by that bitch. After the impulse subsided, Thomas's head gradually became clear and his thoughts changed again. Can this guy see that far? The next morning, Martin slept in, and when he went out for breakfast, he bought a bunch of newspapers to read the recruitment information for actors. Most of them were recruiting extras. Martin couldn't be an extra again. The newspaper ads were useless, but the ads of the nearby fitness center attracted him. Martin went to find out more. The other party was one of the largest chain fitness institutions in Los Angeles. In addition to normal fitness, there are also swimming, archery and fighting training grounds. There are many posters of strong men and beautiful women on the wall of the fitness center. Martin remembered his promise to Bruce, got a membership card, drove to the newsstand, and bought a lot of posters of Jennifer Lopez, Scarlett Johansson and Madonna. Unfortunately, Kardashian was not found. Martin looked online and in video stores. Paris Hilton's was secretly sold, but Kardashian's was not. He remembered someone saying that the latter deliberately learned from the former and then evolved from the former's bag girl to a black killer. No, she evolved into a socialite, and the fame of the whole family spread all over the world. Back at the apartment, Martin packed up the autographed photos from last night, sent an Air Express to Bruce, and drove to the Directors Guild to check the job information. It was similar to what was in the newspaper. Important roles would not be publicly recruited here. Martin received the recruitment information form and found a quiet place to read it carefully, looking for a list of movies that impressed him. He really saw a familiar movie. The crew of National Treasure has been recruiting extras for the past few months. The crew of Dawn of the Dead is reshooting and recruiting zombie actors. Martin flipped through it, but found nothing. It is difficult for high-end resources to float at this level. It is also difficult to find a bargain. Martin has never heard of most of the movies on the recruitment list. After a little thought, he understood what was going on. Just like the late night drama of Grey Company, only a small part of the film and television works shot here can enter the big platform, and only a small part of the fame can spread to the other side of the Pacific Ocean. On the way back, Martin received a call from Louise in Morocco. "Macho man, do you miss me?" She was still so flirty. "I'm going back to Los Angeles for vacation. Are your penicillin and expansion screws ready?" Martin knew how to seduce Louise. "I tried to mix a new cocktail called Italian Cannon." Louise raised her voice. "You stay in Los Angeles. Don't go anywhere. Wait for me to come back. I will go back 5 days before Christmas and come to Morocco after the new year." Martin asked, "Do you need me to pick you up at the airport?" "No." Louise stabilized her emotions and raised her tone. "International masters like me must remain mysterious." She still had to work over there. "Wait for my call. I have a surprise for you." It was another weekend, and Martin went to the accent class. Just after entering the classroom and sitting down, the black actor Mean, whose skin was about to be whitened, came over and asked, "Is your work going well recently?" Martin said vaguely, "They are all small actors. You understand the situation." Mean stretched his hand in front of Martin's eyes. "It's too difficult for small actors to make money, and living expenses are a problem." Under the light, the gold Rolex watch on his wrist was dazzling, and Martin narrowed his eyes slightly. "You have been doing well recently." Mean took back his hand. "Have you ever considered doing a part-time job? You are a little worse looking than me, but you can still make a lot of money if you do it." He took out a card and stuffed it into Martin's hand. "Brother, don't say that boss Mean doesn't take care of you." Martin glanced at it and saw the name of some high-end club written on the card. "Women can make money with their bodies, and so can we." Mean lowered his voice. "Let me tell you, many of the clients of this club are female stars, female screenwriters, female directors and female producers in the industry. They are just a little older. Is age a problem?" It was another big business worth hundreds of millions, and Martin returned it to Mean. "Thanks, I don't need it." Mean frowned, then took it back. "So you have a way." Chapter 90. A project with a $40 million investment. Sherman Oaks, a satellite city of Los Angeles. Martin drove into the courtyard of a detached villa on the South Hillside. The car crossed the lawn and stopped at the side of the villa with red roof and white walls. Martin took the gift from the co-pilot and got out of the car. Louise, wearing a suspender skirt and a silk shawl, came up quickly. Before she got close, she asked, "Where is my Italian Cannon recipe?" Martin handed over the gift box. "Drunkard, can you be a little patient?" Louise didn't hesitate to take it and opened it directly. There was a bottle of wine inside. She understood at a glance. White wine. Martin said, "Try it. Each has its own flavor." The two entered the villa together. A 40-year-old white woman stood at the door of the villa. Louise said, "This is Mary, my housekeeper." She briefly introduced Martin. "He is Martin. Give him a key to the house. He can come anytime." Mary responded. Passing through the front hall and entering the villa's living room, Martin saw a long bar. The glass wine cabinet behind the bar was full of wine. In the most conspicuous place of the bar, a crystal glass display case was erected, which contained several copper certificates. The certificates of the creators of 3 new cocktails, penicillin, expansion screws and romantic halo, were issued by the International Bartenders Association. Louise warned Martin, "Don't laugh. What you traded to me is mine." Martin pulled over a high chair and sat down. "I didn't laugh, nor did I say it's not yours." Mary then brought the key, consciously left the villa, and went to the annex building next door. Louise untied her shawl, threw it on the sofa, and sat opposite Martin. "I haven't settled accounts with you yet. You are with Kelly. Why did you call my cell phone? Do you know how uncomfortable I am?" Martin got to the essence of the problem. "Why didn't you hang up?" Louise couldn't explain at all. As a drunkard and a pervert, she was furious. She took out her cell phone and called Kelly. When the other side was connected, she turned on the external speaker. "If you dare to hang up, I will no longer have you as a friend." Martin picked up the cocktail shaker and mixed penicillin and expansion screws respectively. When the female drunkard came to get the wine, she pressed it directly on the bar. Martin said to the phone, "Kelly, long time no see." I suddenly remembered a sentence. "Life is so fucked up, the posture must be good looking." Kelly's voice came from the phone. Martin Davis, Louise Media, you two dogs and bitches. After a long time, Louise's phone ran out of power and turned off automatically. The two of them calmed down and finally had a good conversation. Martin took out a pen and paper, wrote 2 notes in a row, and said, "The Italian canon is improved from the French 75, and the taste is a bit picky. HMM." Louise lay on the bar, lazy and didn't want to move. Martin tore off a piece of notepaper and handed it to Louise. "The recipe for Italian canon. Remember the mixing process." Louise picked it up with her fingers and stuffed it into a drawer next to her. She jumped down and put on her suspender skirt, then lay on Martin's arm which was placed across the bar. "How is Los Angeles?" Martin smiled. "Except for missing you, everything else is good." Louise knew he was coaxing her, but she was happy to hear it, so she asked, "How's your Hollywood accent going?" Martin put on a Hollywood accent. "I've been taking classes and practicing. It's much better than before. Listen, doesn't it taste like a big star? It's easy to be a star." Louise deliberately sighed. "It's hard to become a bartender master." Martin supported Louise's prone body with his left hand and tore off a second piece of notepaper with his right hand. "This is a rocket. The raw materials require some thought. I guess you have to go to a special supermarket to purchase them. Why do the names of your cocktails always make people think of something else?" Louise stood up, walked out of the bar, picked up her black-rimmed glasses, and put them on, and the alcoholic and perverted aura of debauchery dissipated. She opened a cabinet, took out a file bag that had been prepared long ago, and handed it to Martin. "Take a look at this." Martin found the words Warner Brothers on the file bag, and opened it to find the script and the plan. "Look at me, I'm drunk and forgetful." Louise took the plan and put it back in the cabinet, saying, "I'm back on vacation this time, and I'm also dealing with a new platter project, which was initiated by Warner Brothers, and my Pacific Pictures is ready to participate." The script had no name, only a code name House. Martin quickly flipped through it, and it was a typical American horror story of a young man traveling. The story mainly took place in a wax museum in an abandoned town. Louise simply said, "It's a remake of Warner Brothers' House of Wax. The Hilton's bitch has found some investors and will bring in money." At this point, she started to be frivolous again. "Have you seen her videotape? Tell me honestly, how good is her technique?" Martin had really seen it. "It seems that her eyes and breasts are not the same size." Louise was very curious. "Let me take a look when I have time, and we'll watch it together." Martin was still flipping through the script and asked, "There are 2 important male roles. Apply for the one you like." Louise roughly described the project. "The public cost of the film is $40 million US, and the actual investment. You have experienced zombie gigolo. This kind of film doesn't cost much to make. You have the qualifications of a leading actor with a North American box office of nearly $7 million US, and you are very competitive." Martin closed the script. "The key is to have you." Louise reminded, "Pacific Pictures is only the 4th investor besides Warner Brothers, Fox and the bitch. I'm participating in an epic production in Morocco. I don't have the energy to take care of the crew when I return to North America. If you want to get the role, you have to work hard." She would not give Martin unrealistic fantasies. "I can't guarantee that you will get the role, but you must be the strongest contender." Martin picked up the script and asked, "Shall I discuss it with my agent?" "Okay." Louise agreed. Martin remembered what Louise had said just now. "You invested in an epic masterpiece, cooperating with Warner Brothers." Louise said, "That movie is almost finished. Don't even think about it." "That's not what I meant." Martin explained. "I heard that Warner Brothers and Brad Pitt cooperated in a new Trojan horse." Louise shook her head. "You were talking about Troy, and I invested in another one, about Alexander the Great." Martin was not hopelessly rotten, so he asked, "Has all the money been invested?" "Of course." Louise went to get the wine glass and poured a glass of wine for herself and Martin. "So, I have to watch over the crew." Martin didn't know what to say. In fact, nothing he could say was appropriate, as he had no qualifications at all. Louise toasted Martin and said, "Let's go take a shower first, and then watch Hilton Slut together." Martin picked her up and said, "Do you have a videotape?" Louise hung on Martin. "I got it a long time ago, but I never watched it." Not long after, a special movie was played in Louise's private screening room. Louise took out Martin's cell phone and called Kelly. When the call was connected, Kelly shouted, "You bitch, turn on the speaker if you want." Martin turned on the speaker on his cell phone. Louise was going to Brentwood to have dinner with her family in the evening. When it got dark, she got in a Bentley and left the villa. Martin took the script and went straight to Century City. To compete for such a key role, an agent is indispensable. Although it was dark, Martin always thought that Thomas was a very professional agent. He definitely wouldn't mind coming out to talk about work at this time. He called Thomas specifically during the call. In a high-end restaurant in Century City, Thomas was very gentlemanly in pulling out a chair for his girlfriend. After she sat down, he went to the opposite side. He asked someone to book a table for him and apologized. Amanda. Amanda turned her head to look at the night view outside the window and said softly, "I'll give you a chance and see how you perform." Thomas loosened his tie and laughed. The waiter brought the menu and Thomas asked Amanda to order. Just as they finished ordering, Thomas's cell phone rang suddenly. Amanda's face drooped. Thomas hardened his heart and hung up the phone. But in less than 10 seconds, the phone rang again, and the name on the caller ID was Martin Davis. "There may be an emergency," Thomas quickly explained. "I only ask one question. Just one question." Amanda was not an unreasonable person and nodded slightly. Thomas answered the phone and pinched the fuse burning in his chest. "If you have something to say, just say it." Martin was a very particular person. He didn't say any nonsense and said directly, "It's a very important job to discuss." The leading actor of a $40 million project, co-produced by Warner Brothers and Fox, Pacific Pictures participated in the platter, and Louise Mayer fought for me. He emphasized, "I just got the script from Louise. Thomas, we have already seized the opportunity." Thomas immediately realized the importance of this opportunity to Martin and him, and without thinking, "Where are you? Let's meet now." At this point, he suddenly realized, things shouldn't be like this. "I clearly took time tonight to apologize to Amanda before going to the hotel." Thomas covered the microphone of the mobile phone. "Amanda, listen to my explanation." On the other side, Amanda put on her coat, regardless of being in a high-end restaurant, and gave Thomas a middle finger. "We are done." Thomas looked at the phone in his hand, and then at Amanda, who left quickly, hesitating. Martin's voice rang out again on the phone. "A $40 million production. The leading actor. We can't miss it." Thomas cursed Martin 10,000 times in his heart. If he could kill people with his mind, Martin would definitely explode on the spot. Love and career, licking a dog and success. Which choice should he make? Thomas was still hesitating, and Martin's voice came out again. "Where are you? I'll come to find you." The outstanding newcomer trained by the old entertainment agency made the man's choice. Thomas pounded the armrest of the sofa and said, "I'm in Century City. Come over quickly. This fucking life. This fucking client." Chapter 91. Me and my agent, leader +4. Arriving at the restaurant, Martin, under the guidance of the waiter, found the partition where Thomas was, pulled out a chair and sat down. Seeing the table full of sumptuous meals, he smiled embarrassedly. "You are too polite. You just want to talk about something and treat me to a big meal." Thomas held the fork in his left hand and held the knife in his right hand, wanting to poke 100 holes in the handsome face of the bastard opposite him to see if the brain inside was emitting a foul smell. Martin wiped his hands, tied his napkin, and picked up the knife and fork. "Thank you for the dinner. We will eat and talk." Thomas stared at Martin. The knife and fork fell on the steak and cut it with all his strength. "What you said had better be true. He has lost love and can only make up for it with his career." Martin did his homework with Louise. Warner Brothers is remaking The House of Wax. Fox has confirmed its participation. The project has been greenlit, and several companies including Pacific Pictures are participating in the project. Silver Pictures, a subsidiary of Warner Brothers, is responsible for the production, and Joe Silver and Susan Levine are producers. Thomas knows the important people in the industry. Joe Silver is the founder of Silver Pictures. In recent years, his health has been poor, and he rarely directly participates in the crew. The real person in charge of the crew should be Vice President Susan Levine. Martin had seen Susan Levine's photo in the afternoon. She looked familiar, but he couldn't remember. He must have seen her in the entertainment news in his previous life. I want to know Susan Levine's personality and preferences, which male actors she has personally finalized in the past, and what they have in common. Thomas stopped cutting the steak fiercely. The bastard opposite him actually stole his lines. This should have been reminded by the agent. Martin took a bite of the cake and found it too sweet. He reminded him, I don't like sweets. Don't order them next time. I appreciate your initiative to treat me, but please consider my taste when ordering. I like meat. Thomas cut the steak hard again, and the tray creaked under the heavy load. He felt like countless wheels were rolling on his face, but he couldn't scream. He said in a muffled voice, I remember it. Martin was very satisfied and continued the previous topic. The director confirmed by Warner Brothers is called Jormi Serra, a Spaniard who has never directed a formal movie before. I need to know his details. Thomas automatically remembered it in his mind. Martin added, the casting director for the project has not yet been determined. If it is confirmed, I want to be the first to know his name, the performance style he appreciates, and the people and things he hates. Thomas decided not to care about the other party stealing his lines, and said, the decision on the male lead lies in the hands of the producer. There are many factors that influence the producer's choice. The most typical one is the recommendation of your partner. Louise Mail has already put you ahead. Martin said, the casting director can choose to say good or bad things. Maybe a bad word can affect the producer's impression. Thomas agreed, he can't decide, but he can ruin things. Martin took a plate of barbecue and said before eating, after Christmas, the crew will be officially established, so you should hurry up. Don't worry, these are what I'm good at. Thomas and Martin have the same interests in this regard. Martin raised his glass and clinked it with Thomas. You are still talking to me about work, so late at night, and you even offered to treat me. I admire your professionalism. He poured soup to him inconspicuously. Thomas, I'm lucky to meet a professional agent like you. Thomas's blocked cardiovascular system was finally unblocked a little, and he drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. This is such a good opportunity, we must seize it. He said fiercely, Martin, if something happens to you, I will take you to a super party for middle-aged and elderly women in the circle, and let you know what horror is. Martin discussed with Thomas while eating. Louise brought 60 to 70% of the possibility, and they wanted to fill it to 100% as much as possible. After the meal, Thomas called the waiter over and prepared to pay the bill. Martin took out his credit card first. I asked you to work overtime, and I can't let you treat me again. I'll pay. Thomas felt inexplicably happy and did not insist. The two of them left the restaurant, and Martin drove back to Sherman ready to stay in the villa and accompany the beautiful rich woman. Life is so fucking good. Thomas started the car, hesitated for a moment, turned around, and drove towards the company's location, deciding to work overtime to collect information. In the evening, when Martin was instructing Louise to taste the Italian canon, Thomas drank a large cup of bitter coffee in the company to refresh himself. Early in the morning, Louise, who felt refreshed all over, went to the kitchen herself and made breakfast for Martin. In the office lobby of William Morris, Thomas, who was tired in the middle of the night, lay on a swivel chair. His back ached and his legs cramped. Life is so fucking shitty. Burbank, Silver Pictures. Vice President Susan Levine came to the office on time and started her day's work. She was just 30 years old, but she had served as co-producer and producer in several crews. The assistant knocked on the door at this time. Ms. Mellor's at the front desk. Susan got up and went to the reception room. Please come in. For the compilation film project, she has to handle all aspects of relationships and interests. In the reception room, two women of similar age met. Susan was slightly surprised. Louise, the wind in the North African desert didn't dry out your skin, but you are in better condition than before. How did you do it? Louise would never tell her. It's a secret. She got to the point. I came to you today, mainly to discuss the compilation of new projects. Susan said, as for the investment, haven't you discussed it with Warner Brothers? Louise adjusted her black-rimmed glasses. I came for the male lead. I can't guarantee that I will give it to you. At their level, Susan would not make random promises, not to mention small investors. There are 9 compilation companies that are qualified to be co-producers in the crew, and 4 of them recommended the male lead, not including the eldest daughter of the Hilton family. Louise had just watched the video with Martin. She also recommended the actor. Susan reminded, she brought money into the group, and the actual investment is higher than your Pacific Pictures. Louise nodded. I won't make things difficult for you. This is an opportunity for fair competition. As the actual person in charge of the project, Susan could not completely mess up the film, and said, I can guarantee that. Louise was about to say goodbye. You are busy. I won't disturb you. Let's go out for a drink in the evening. I'm busy these days. Let's talk about it after Christmas. Susan couldn't help but ask one more question. I'm curious, who is worthy of your personal trip? She hinted. Is it special? Louise smiled. Very special. You won't understand. Going downstairs and getting on the Bentley, Louise said to the driver and assistant Nikki, go to the Bartenders Association. Bartender Louise has just mixed a brand new cocktail, and she is going to continue to make a name for herself through the Bartenders Guild. On the way, Louise contacted the editor-in-chief of Esquire magazine, and was going to be on the magazine again. Bartenders, like artists, need to be promoted. Atlanta, the home of the beast. It was not yet work time, and Ivan walked into the hall with a pile of mail. When he passed the bar, he took out one of the packages and threw it to Bruce. Old Bruce, an express from Los Angeles. Bruce caught it, took out a dagger and opened it. It's finally here. After unpacking the package, there was a bunch of beautifully printed posters inside, each of which highlighted a certain location. There was also an autographed photo. It was a side profile photo of Scarlett Johansson, with a hot body and curvy curves. Bruce picked it up, looked around, and when he saw no one was paying attention, he kissed the photo repeatedly. The passionate kisses all landed in one place. The color of a certain place in the photo, taken with the Polaroid camera, gradually faded. Bruce had had enough of his addiction, so he took out his cell phone and called Martin. I received the things. I'm very satisfied. Our debt is written off. Old Bruce, slow down. Martin on the other side deliberately said, be careful of lead poisoning, then you won't be able to go out the back door. Bruce put away the photo. The shit you spray out is always hot and smelly. Martin responded, have you smelled it? After a few words of habitual spraying, Bruce hung up the phone, but the phone rang again. He glanced at the caller ID and answered, do you have something to talk to me about? I'm outside the club where you work. Come out to chat. Wait for me for 5 minutes. Bruce packed his bag and walked out of the club gate. He saw Lynch's private car and went over to get on the passenger seat. Lynch, what do you want me to do? Want to fight the British? Lynch from the D glanced at his old friend and said, I got the information that those black guys in the South City who were busted last time have connections with Mexico. They suffered heavy losses and dare not retaliate against the D, but sooner or later they will find out about you. Bruce said coldly, I will twist their heads off and stuff them into their asses. Lynch said, no matter how powerful you are, how many can one person deal with? Bruce asked, what do you want me to do? Join the D. They dare not do anything wrong in the United States. Lynch suggested. Bruce nodded, I want to sit in the office. Lynch said to him completely differently, be an informant of the D, and the D will protect your safety. Bruce rejected it directly, I would rather face their guns. If I had known it would be like this. Lynch said without any surprise, the D can't protect your safety. You can't guard against attacks all the time. I suggest you leave Atlanta temporarily and go to a place where they can't reach. Bruce thought about it carefully. He had been a soldier and knew how powerless a person was when facing multiple guns. Lynch persuaded, leave early before they come. There's no need to fight to the death with those bastards. Thank you. Bruce got out of the car and said as he closed the door, I'll remember this favor. Lynch waved his hand, waited for the passenger door to close, started the car and left. Bruce put his hands in his pockets and entered the club. The torn package jacket was still on the bar. Bruce glanced at the Los Angeles address on it and wrote it down specifically. Only shit and shit can last forever. 3 chapters of 9,000 words are presented. Please support. The average subscription is $3,200. Chapter 92 The Prodigal Son Returns. Subscription request. A single actor cannot match the resources of a large company, especially an old company like William Morris. Thomas entered the company's internal system according to the procedure and sent out multiple applications for assistance. In just 2 days, he obtained a lot of relevant information, especially Susan Levine. This is a female producer who is rising rapidly. At the age of 30, she has unlimited possibilities in the future. William Morris has a detailed account of Susan Levine's resume, work partners, friends in life, and major actors and staff who have worked with her in the past. The day before Christmas, Martin and several tenants were helping Antonio set up the Christmas Eve party venue on the roof of the apartment building when they received a call from Thomas. "Come to the company and we'll talk in detail. You're not suitable." After getting used to Thomas, Martin felt it was time to whip him and make the donkey pull the mill more actively. "Dude, I'm not saying anything. The hall is so messy and you don't have an independent office. How can you talk about things with peace of mind?" Thomas was hit hard and remained silent for a full 20 seconds before he reluctantly put his broken heart together, taped it together casually, and said, "You name a place and I'll go there." He thought of Martin's strong body and his slightly bald but handsome face, and quickly added, "Hotels are not okay." Martin stood on the edge of the roof, holding the guardrail, and said, "Chiago Coffee House in North Hollywood. I'll buy you a coffee." Thomas agreed. Martin put away his phone and found the landlord, who was like a bull. "Antonio, I have work to discuss and can't help. Remember to come back to the party in the evening. The admission ticket is drinks or food." Antonio is a happy single fat man, and he even held a small party for the tenants on Christmas Eve. He asked Martin, "Have you found a job as an actor?" Martin said vaguely, "I'm trying, but I can't say if it will work." Antonio rummaged through his pockets, found a business card from his business card holder, and handed it to Martin. "I've had quite a few male actor tenants, and I've used most of them." Martin thought the landlord was eager to help and had special connections, so he took it and looked down. It was a business card for a private doctor. Antonio said, "He's best at an rectal surgery, and people nickname him Hyena." Martin subconsciously lifted his coat, wanting to be a civilized person for once, but the civilized person's business card was left in Atlanta. Antonio was completely kind-hearted. "He's really good." Martin put away the business card and waved his hand. "I'll bring wine tonight." He walked downstairs to the coffee shop and waited for 20 minutes. Thomas came in with a laptop and a file bag. Martin ordered coffee, and the two quickly got to work. Thomas took out Susan Levine's information and handed it to Martin. "The company has concluded that she is a Jewish who graduated from USC. USC alumni and Jews have advantages." Martin said carefully, "I'm not Jewish. I didn't finish high school." He quickly looked through Susan Levine's information. In the personal life column, it was written that Susan Levine's current boyfriend was Robert Downey Jr., who had just been released from prison last year. Shit. Martin went back to look at the photo and finally remembered that this was Robert Downey Jr.'s wife. He asked, "How did Downey get her?" "I don't know the details." Thomas recalled carefully, "I remember there were rumors in the circle that she was moved by Downey's return after experiencing the ups and downs of life." Martin told the truth. Downey's experience is called experiencing the ups and downs of life. "Didn't I come from a pile of shit?" Thomas said, "That's right. The second generation of rich people and the second generation of stars doing those bad things is called experiencing the hardships of life. If they live a slightly normal life, they will become a prodigal son who is worth a lot of money. Don't be unbalanced. When you become famous, your experience in the pile of shit will naturally become an inspirational legend, and you can also sell it for money." This made so much sense that Martin couldn't refute it, and continued to look through the information. Susan Levine has not been a powerful producer for long, and she has only 3 regular film works: Ghost Ship, Ghost Man and Deadly Cradle. She personally finalized 3 main male actors: Desmond Harrington, Robert Downey Jr. and Tom Arnold. Martin asked for the information of these 3 people again. Thomas took it out and gave it to him, saying, "A young man, a middle-aged man, and an old man. According to this rule, she should choose a child or a dead person this time." Martin asked, "Nothing else?" Thomas yawned and rubbed his dark circles. The company provided the information, and we will analyze it ourselves. He drank coffee to refresh himself. I have worked overtime for 3 consecutive days, and my head is a mess. Don't ask me. Those who are good at scheming can always find the most special things from seemingly ordinary people and information. Martin flipped through it and said, so that's how it is. 3 prodigal sons turned back. Thomas asked, the other 2 have also been in jail? You put yourself in jail first. Martin circled the 3 documents with a pen, pushed them to Thomas, and said, Harrington was a troublesome guy in his youth. He was forced to drop out of school because of fighting, worked as a bartender for a while, joined a street gang, and finally woke up and became an actor. Tom Arnold is in a similar situation. He has been a security guard in an underground bar and sold drugs. Thomas grasped the key point. What makes Donnie different from them is that he has a good background and family. Martin turned around and looked at Susan's resume again. She transferred schools twice in high school. In order to enter USC, her father, an alumnus, donated a large sum of money. Thomas responded very quickly. Susan graduated from USC with excellent grades and was recommended by many well-known professors. This made sense. Martin said, personal experience creates preferences. Thomas, how much influence does preference have on the professional qualities of a producer? Thomas was very cautious, thinking carefully and recalling, and asked, if the basic conditions are not much different, would you choose someone you like or someone you hate? He reminded, it's better to confirm it. If you make a mistake, it will be very troublesome. Martin took out Harrington's information. This person grew up in Savannah, Georgia. I'll find a way to contact him. He wanted to move forward, so he could only let Thomas carry the burden. The rest of the crew's affairs are all left to you. Thomas added, Zomi Serra is a new director. He has only shot MVs and commercials before, and he has no say in the main roles. Martin said, let's get moving, man. Time waits for no one. Thomas nodded, picked up his briefcase, left the cafe, and headed to Warner Studios. He had lunch with Mary Gale, who might be the casting director. Martin slowly finished a cup of coffee and continued to look at Harrington's information. Then he took out his cell phone and called Robert Patrick's private number. The 2 sides agreed that Martin would visit after Christmas. At noon, Martin went to Sherman Oaks to have lunch with Louise and talked about Susan Levine. We are both girls from wealthy families. It's normal to be lawless during the rebellious period. Louise knew little about it. Some of them just sink into depravity, and some return to the right path. I heard Susan mention that she was quite violent during that time, but fortunately she came to her senses in college. Martin expressed his idea. I plan to think of some way in this regard. Louise said, it's a very targeted design. You can try it. She then asked, I'm going home in the evening. How are you spending Christmas Eve? Martin said, the landlord threw a simple party. Louise had no similar experience. Is the landlord a nice person? Martin did not make a direct judgment. Antonio gave me a business card of a private doctor. The private doctor specializes in anorectal medicine. How could someone who works in Hollywood not understand the meaning? Louise couldn't help laughing, and then deliberately said, I think you need it. She was very curious. I'll go to your apartment tomorrow. I've never lived in that kind of small apartment. Martin certainly wouldn't refuse. You're always at my service. When it got dark, the lights on the roof of the North Hollywood apartment building turned on. The Christmas tree was colorful, and the music full of Christmas atmosphere sounded. Mariah Carey once again started the copyright harvesting mode. Many single tenants brought wine or desserts to the rooftop party. Martin brought a few bottles of wine. Antonio changed into red clothes and stood under the Christmas tree like a fat version of Santa Claus. When he saw Martin, he asked, have you been to the doctor? He's a pretty good doctor, right? Martin pulled his clothes back and said, you should be thankful this isn't Georgia. Hi, classmate, so you live here? A familiar voice rang out, and Mean, whose skin was almost white, appeared in front of Martin. He put the donuts and strawberry pie he brought on the long table and said to the landlord, Antonio, you don't mind if I come over to join in the fun, do you? Antonio's standard was simple. You don't live here, but you brought things, so you can join in. Mean was very outgoing. He took a glass of wine, drank a glass with Martin, and asked, Classmate, I have good news to tell you. I fucked last night. No, I fucked a casting director in his 50s last night. She promised me a role, a small supporting role with lines worth tens of millions of dollars. Martin brought the wine, poured it into both of their glasses, and said, "That's good news indeed. It's worth another drink." Mean looked very righteous. "She'll look for me again tomorrow night and ask me to find another one, 2-to-1. Classmate, we get along well, so I told you this way. If the way you're looking for doesn't work, I suggest you consider it." Martin was quite polite. "Thank you for your advice, but I found other opportunities." He clinked glasses with Mean. "I wish us all success." Mean said, "When I become famous, I will find 20 young and beautiful girls to have a party." For the sake of his future, he always had sex with girls in their 40s or even 50s. His interest was fading rapidly. If he continued to do it for another 2 years, it might be over early. Martin left the party early and made a series of phone calls when the time was almost right. Kelly, Elena, Robert, Jerome, Lily and others all received the Christmas gifts that were mailed in advance. Chapter 93. People are afraid of comparison. Leader +5. Entering the small apartment of no more than 80 square meters, Louise's eyes were full of curiosity. The cramped space was crowded with various furniture and appliances. "I have cleaned it up, but it is still a bit messy," Martin said without any embarrassment. "Just make do with it." Louise asked, "Can I visit it at will?" Martin said, "You can enter any room and look at anything at will. Everything here is open to you. There are only 2 bedrooms." After putting the big bed and wardrobe in the master bedroom, there is almost no space. The other bedroom was transformed into a study. Louise sat on the big bed in the master bedroom. Suddenly, there was a rolling sound upstairs. The unprecedented novel feeling was like a cat's paw taking off the black-rimmed glasses on her face. The debauchery of the drunkard and the pervert returned. "Martin, if I sing loudly here, will the whole building hear it?" Martin took the initiative to come forward and invite. "Let's try." In fact, the sound insulation of the apartment building is not too bad. The singing soon spread throughout the building. Maybe because she had never been to a new environment before, her voice was particularly loud. As it turned out, no one came to make trouble because of the noise. This time, the adulterer felt guilty and did not call Kelly. After the incident, Louise lay there, not wanting to move, and said, "I'm hungry. Get me something to eat. I've never used the kitchen, and I don't store any food there." Who among the bachelors was willing to cook? Martin suggested, "Let's go out to eat." Louise's body was bent like cooked noodles. "I'm too lazy to move." Martin patted her butt. "Wait, I'll go out to buy it." After getting dressed, Martin called the restaurant he often went to order food and went to pick it up in person. It would take too long to wait for them to deliver it. Less than 20 minutes later, Martin came back with a packed dinner. Across the street, Emily looked through the window and saw Martin coming from the parking lot, shouting, "Hurry up, he's back." Jessica put away the newly bought zombie gigolo disc and went to the mirror to look at herself. She was so fair-skinned, beautiful, and had long legs that she was tempted by the sight of him. Emily asked, "Is your plan feasible? Do you know why you failed?" She didn't need Emily to answer, because you are too direct and don't know how to be subtle. Subtlety is the real beauty. Emily leaned against the door frame. "Stop talking nonsense and get on with it. We have no other chance except to get on with him." Jessica threw the ice cubes into the trash can, wiped the water stains on her hands, and opened the door to go out. The time was just right. Martin had just come over. Jessica raised her hands and stretched. Her thin sweater was tight on her body, with 2 obvious points standing out. "Hi, Martin. I haven't seen you recently. What have you been busy with?" Martin pointed to the rooftop. "Didn't I see you at the party last night?" Jessica reacted quickly. "I went to buy shells. By the way, my shell won't open. Can you help me?" Martin was such a serious person that he thought she was talking about shells. "What shells? Can't they be pried open with a screwdriver?" Jessica quietly pulled up her yoga pants, and the originally stretched tights became even tighter. "The shells I bought are round and tender. With breathing, they open, close, and open again. If the shells could speak, what would they say?" She moved her lips. "It's this sentence. Do you want to see it? Martin was as determined as he was before, and he spoke in a tough tone. I don't want to. Laughter suddenly rang out. Martin's apartment door opened, and Louise, wearing a Martin shirt, came out of the room, leaned against the door frame, and looked at Jessica, and said with a lewd tone, "Come here, let's go together." The woman opposite was obviously laughing, but Jessica felt uneasy, feeling that if she went over, something terrible would happen. No need. She hurried back. I'll find a way myself. She went back too quickly and tripped on the threshold and almost fell. Louise pulled Martin back to the room and laughed happily. It's fun to live in such a small apartment. Martin, the female neighbor is seducing you. Won't you do it? This slut went crazy and said, if you don't do it, I will. Martin opened the packed dinner and said, it feels good when you do it, but what about the end? What do they want from me? I guess that Jessica may not be 18 years old. Louise laughed. I didn't expect that a pervert like you can use the upper brain to think at the critical moment. Actually, these are secondary. People are afraid of comparison. Martin spoke particularly nicely. How can she compare to you? Louise was very happy, but not stupid. Yes, I can also bring you a roll. Martin pinched her chin and lifted it up forcefully. Beauty, you have to understand that if you don't accompany me and don't have a new cocktail recipe, you will never become a master. Louise fell into the role. Come on, you can take advantage of me. The day after Christmas, Martin brought Atlanta-style gifts and went to the east side of Sherman Oaks to visit Robert Patrick, a former member of the Merita troupe. Schwarzenegger became a big star in Terminator 2. Patrick, who played T-1000, also benefited a lot. In the reception room, the bearded Patrick looked at Martin and said, Jerome called me some time ago and told me about your situation. Martin changed his accent and said, the leader has always taken good care of me. He gave me your contact information before leaving. Patrick smiled when he heard the familiar accent and said, I watched the DVD of the movie Zombie Gigolo you played. It's quite interesting. I heard that the North American box office is close to $7 million US. Martin remained modest. It's mainly because Lionsgate did a good job in publicity and promotion. Patrick nodded slowly. You have a good start in Hollywood. Have you found an agent? Have you joined the union? I joined WMA. Martin picked up what he could say. Patrick understood. Are you trying to get the leading actor of a horror movie from Warner Brothers? I have some connections in Warner Brothers, but I can't influence the leading actor of a project worth tens of millions of dollars. In Hollywood, where celebrities are common, Patrick also has a film and television company, but he can't invest in it because of Martin. Even if he helps for Jerome's sake, there is a limit. Martin asked tentatively, I heard from the head of the group that you have a close relationship with many actors from Georgia. Patrick looked at Martin and didn't understand what he meant. Martin said, I don't know if you know Desmond Harrington. He is from Savannah. To avoid Patrick's misunderstanding, he said directly, Harrington has worked with Susan Levine, the producer of The Crew. I want to audition. I want to ask about Susan. This is a routine operation in Hollywood. Patrick smiled. Little D's. I know him very well. I guess he is in Malibu. I'll call him. He got up and made a phone call. He came back a few minutes later and said to Martin, wait a moment, he will be here soon. Martin knew that he had found the right person and waited patiently. After chatting with Patrick for about half an hour, a handsome white man came into the living room. Patrick introduced Martin and Harrington and said, you guys take your time chatting. I'll go to the wine cellar to find some wine. We'll have a drink later. Martin exchanged a few polite words with Harrington and got to the point. Dace, I'm sorry to come to your house and want to ask you something. Harrington said, Robert told me. Just go ahead. Martin understood that Harrington was mainly considering Patrick's face and didn't waste time. I heard from a friend that it was Susan Levine's choice for you to play in Ghost Ship. Yes, it was Susan Levine who made the decision. Harrington said simply, she and I have similar experiences, and some aspects of us can resonate with each other. Basically, we were rebellious and foolish when we were young, but later we got back on the right track. The few times I met her, we basically talked about these things. He laughed. In that crew, I once had the illusion that Susan Levine fell in love with me. but after the crew disbanded, we soon lost contact. She was obviously more interested in my experience than me as a person. Martin was basically certain and said, "Thank you for your answer." Harrington didn't care. "You're welcome. I hope it's useful to you." Martin exchanged contact information with him. Patrick quickly brought back a bottle of wine, and Martin helped to open it. The three of them chatted and drank in the living room, and the atmosphere became more and more harmonious. As it got dark, Martin invited the two to go out for dinner, and after dinner they went to the bar for a drink. Jerome was just a bridge, and he asked Patrick for help once. The bridge was easy to break, and Martin not only had to stabilize the bridge, but also widen and level it to facilitate traffic. When they came out, Martin and the drunk Patrick were arm in arm. Hollywood is full of drunks, and Patrick is no exception. Before Harrington helped him into the car, he said, "Martin, let's compete again some other time. I can drink more than Cameron, Schwarzenegger, and Hamilton, but you can't." Martin was drunk, like a super drunk. He was about to jump up and down when he heard that he couldn't do it. "No need to do it some other time. Let's go back and continue. Robert, I tell you, I know a Robert who is known as the best drinker in Merita. He knocked him down in just 1 hour." Harrington pushed and bumped Patrick into the car first, and then asked Martin, "Do you need me to call a designated driver for you?" "No." Martin waved at the car, swaying. "Next time. Next time. Don't stop until one of you falls down." Harrington drove away and turned off Sunset Boulevard. Martin was not drunk at all. He shook his head, got into his car, unscrewed the mineral water, and took a sip, and took out his mobile phone to call his agent. "Why do you always call at night?" As soon as the call was connected, Thomas's dissatisfied roar came from the other side. Martin pretended not to hear. "Susan Levine can confirm it." Thomas immediately forgot what he had just said and said, "Very good, we have grasped the key." He informed Martin of the news. "Tomorrow, the crew will be officially established." Chapter 94 The Biggest Rival, Subscription Request. Before the new year, Warner Brothers held a press conference and officially announced that it would join forces with several companies to invest in a remake of House of Wax with a production budget of up to $40 million. Anyone who has read the script knows that this number is quite exaggerated. Outsiders have no way of knowing how much the actual investment is and how much money is needed to wash the platter. Robert Zemeckis and Joe Silver are the producers of the crew, but Susan Levine is responsible for the specific work. Warner Brothers has a mature preparation and shooting procedure. From the director to the director of photography to the casting director and other key behind the scenes personnel signed the contract on the same day. Before Louise returned to Morocco, she made an appointment with Susan Levine to have a drink. Martin drove and accompanied her there. The leading actress has been confirmed. Elisha Cuthbert is a child star who was invited by Hillary to interview the White House. Louise sat in the passenger seat and said what she had learned the most recently. She has a very high profile, a strong upward momentum, and is popular with the audience. Martin said, "The role I'm competing for is her twin brother. Louise is one of the investors, so she is naturally well informed. Your biggest competitor is Paris Hilton's current boyfriend Jason Seen, who is a model and actor." She reminded, "Don't underestimate others. At least 5 of the people who auditioned for the role have investors behind them." Martin held the steering wheel with one hand and patted his head with the other. "It gives me a headache just thinking about it. The competition is too fierce. I can't get in, even if I try my best." If Louise hadn't participated in the competition, he wouldn't even have the chance to audition. Louise's words went straight to the core. If you have the appeal of a superstar, it's only a matter of whether the role type is suitable and whether the conditions offered by the film company are suitable. Arriving at the agreed nightclub, Martin accompanied Louise into the reserved private room. Susan had arrived, and when she saw Martin, her gaze stayed on his sunny and handsome face for a few seconds, and asked Louise, "Who is this?" "Martin Davis, my driver and actor." Louise said, "If you are drunk, just make a random call, and Downey Jr. will come here obediently. I can only bring Martin as the driver and let him meet the producer by the way." Susan understood and shook hands with Martin lightly, not giving him a chance to speak. "Handsome man, can you give the lady some private space? Call me if you need anything." Martin didn't say much and left here on his own initiative. Louise snapped her fingers at the bartender in the private room. 2 glasses of expansion screws. Susan said, "A masterpiece by bartender Louise." The wine came up quickly, and Louise said, "He has a good image, right?" The two have worked hard in Hollywood for many years, and Susan was not subtle. "When I saw him, I understood why you came to me in person. You are a pervert. Do you like ugly ones? Men and women. Who doesn't like good looking ones?" Louise took a sip of wine lightly. "Martin Davis is still a treasure boy. I discovered him from the quagmire of Atlanta with my own hands. What's valuable is that he is motivated and willing to climb out of the quagmire." Susan became interested. "Tell me about it." Louise said roughly, "He went astray when he was in his teens and mixed with a group of smugglers. Those guys smuggled goods from Mexico to Georgia. Martin worked as a low-level mule and horse and then worked as a scavenger for a while. As he grew older and his horizons broadened, he knew that continuing would be a dead end, so he secretly ran away to be a temporary actor. In just 2 or 3 years, he learned a lot." She boasted about Martin's skills and said, "Originally, he had hope in life, but he was caught by his original gang and forced to sign a loan shark. He worked in a gigolo club to pay off his debts. Later, he got lucky and met me. I saw that he was about to burst his heart, so I helped him." Susan took a sip of wine, waited for the bubbles to burst in her mouth, and said, "It's not easy for a prodigal son to turn back." Louise shrugged. "He has tasted the bitterness of life, but he is as optimistic as Peter Pan." Susan suddenly thought of Donnie. "Cheers to our treasure boy." Louise drank a glass with her and took out a disc from her handbag. "Martin starred in Zombie Gigolo. If you are interested, you can watch it. It's very interesting. I will watch his audition carefully." Susan took the disc and put it away. "Tell him that the key point is the masculinity of the role and his life-threatening protection of his sister." Louise raised her glass. "I toast you." Susan clinked glasses with her. Nearly an hour later, Martin entered the private room and helped Louise leave. After getting in the car, he glanced at the drunken woman and said, "If you keep drinking like this, your body won't be able to handle it." Louise waved her hands and said, It's okay. I'm still young and in good health. Besides, I drank too much because you deliberately used alcohol to seduce me." Martin patted her leg and said, "Sit tight, don't make trouble." The car left Sunset Boulevard and returned to Louise's villa. The next morning, Martin sent Louise to the plane, drove to Century City, and entered the office lobby of WMA. Thomas sat in the partition, constantly making phone calls. He had been working overtime recently and was under a lot of pressure, and his eye bags had all gone out. Martin sat on another chair and said, "Jude, keep up the good work. The crew has announced the recruitment notice for actors. Now's the critical moment." Thomas took out a medicine bottle, took out some vitamins, and threw them into his mouth, chewed them and swallowed them. "How's your side?" Martin said, "We've done everything we should do." Susan also mentioned the keywords for the audition. He asked, "How about your side?" Thomas said, "The casting director is Mary Gale. She hates men with long hair and likes young people with light brown hair." Martin touched his hair. "I'll cut it shorter and dye it later." Thomas looked around and lowered his voice. "There are also people competing for this role within the company. Don't talk to anyone about the situation we have, understand?" Martin said in a vicious voice, "Whoever dares to ask me, I will beat him up as a son of a bitch." Thomas reminded, "Pay attention to Adrian, the male lead of the series you are filming." Martin lowered his voice. "Louise said that the biggest competitor is Paris Hilton's current boyfriend Jason Scene." Thomas rubbed his chin. "He is indeed a big threat." Martin joked, "I'll give you a gun, and you go and kill him." Thomas was stunned. Martin patted the table. "You seem to be too nervous. Relax a little." After filming Entourage, Adrian came out of the glass partition office of his agent John, called Tony, a short ugly follower, and walked out together. Tony asked, "Do you have a good chance?" Adrian was very confident. "The crew planned to use a newer face for cost considerations. My qualifications and acting skills are obviously better." John contacted Robert Downey Jr. and planned to use his connections. Tony knew a lot of gossip in the industry. "I remember that Downey proposed to Susan Levine last month." Adrian smiled. "So, I have a good chance." He whispered, "At worst, I can go and have a bag of fun with Downey." Tony said, "If you need it, I'll get the goods. Let's talk about it when you need it." Adrian stopped laughing. There are 2 other people in the company who are interested in this role. John is higher in rank and has found relevant information. The Martin Davis from last time is one of them. The 2 came to the first floor. Tony went to drive the car while Adrian waited for him to come. Before the car arrived, Adrian saw Martin coming down from upstairs. His heart moved and he waved over there with a smile. "Hi, Martin. Long time no see." Seeing the enthusiastic Adrian, Martin responded with an even more enthusiastic smile. "Man, when will the series be broadcast? You're going to be a big star soon." Adrian said, "Don't mention it. I've been working hard for so many years, but I haven't made it yet." He turned the subject to Martin. "It's said in the company that you have a strong momentum and are competing for the male lead in Warner's horror movie. It's not the male lead, but the role that plays with the female lead." When Martin spoke, his mind was turning quickly. "I mainly want to see what the movie audition is like. It can be confirmed that you will be a runner-up throughout the whole process. It is impossible to get this role." Adrian felt that Martin had grasped information that he didn't know. "Why do you say that? Your acting is very good." Martin was helpless. The Hilton family's slut, the one who released the videotape. She brought money into the group and was determined to play the supporting actress. Adrian said, "I heard about it. Her boyfriend Jason Seen is a model and actor, and she recommended him to the crew." Martin spread his hands. "In this situation, can anyone else win?" He waved his hand. "No more talking. I have to go. I still have to go to class." Seeing Martin's lack of interest, Adrian felt a huge threat and took out his cell phone to call his agent John. Tony drove over and Adrian got in the car. Not long after driving, the agent called. "I asked a few people and can confirm that the news is true. He will be your main competitor. You should be fully prepared. I will go to learn more about the situation." Damn nepotism. Adrian couldn't help but curse. Tony asked, "What's the situation?" Adrian said carefully, "Luckily I got the news from Martin Davis, that idiot." Tony didn't take Martin seriously at all. After all, Martin Davis was just a supporting role with very few scenes in the crew of Celebrity Entourage a while ago. He asked again, "How much will our chances of winning be reduced?" Adrian thought about it carefully and said, "At least half." He tapped the chair lightly. "The audition will start soon, and we don't have much time left. We have to think of a way that Jason Seen doesn't care about the videotape." Tony couldn't stand it. "He also plays with a slut like Paris Hilton for real. He has money." Adrian raised his hand, asking Tony to stop talking, and thought carefully. In 2004, just after the New Year holiday, the crew of the film officially named House of Wax announced the audition time and sent audition notices and short role scripts to the actors who passed the selection. The male lead is named Nick Jones, the twin brother of the female lead, including Martin. After the initial screening, there are still more than 20 actors competing for this role. For those who can pass the first round, basic acting skills, ability, and appearance are not a problem. Chapter 95 Audition Storm, Subscription Request. The black car stopped in front of the North Hollywood apartment. Thomas was about to take out his phone when Martin came out of the door, opened the passenger seat, and got in the car, saying, "Let's go to Warner Studios. This is the last round of auditions today." Thomas started the car and rushed to Burbank. After driving out of an intersection, he realized something was wrong and quickly figured it out. "Why aren't you driving?" "Martin, I'm your agent, not your driver. Don't worry about these trivial matters." Martin naturally diverted Thomas' attention. "I have an audition in a while, and I must stay energetic." Thomas accepted this statement. Not only did he drive at ease, but he also tried to keep the speed steady to prevent Martin from feeling uncomfortable. He was considerate like a full-time driver. The client's opportunity is also his opportunity. Martin pulled down the sun visor and slightly adjusted his short hair in front of the mirror. Thomas said, "No problem. Mary Gale hates the Beatles and likes men with clean and refreshing short hair." The car arrived at Warner Studios and stopped in the parking lot. Before getting off the car, Thomas encouraged Martin, We have prepared for so many days, mobilized the greatest connections, and paid attention to all the details, just for today. Martin said seriously, even if Susan Levine wants me to go to the hotel with her, I have no problem. Thomas waved his hand. She just got engaged to Robert Downey Jr., so it's not necessary. The two came to the entrance of the studio and changed to an electric car. On the way, Martin took out his mobile phone and made a call. Robert, it's me, Martin. I have something to ask you. Inside the Merita Community Theater, Robert saw the incoming call and walked towards the store at the entrance. As he walked, he said, I know, Coke, right? I'll go buy it now and put it on the table facing Los Angeles. Martin smiled. Thank you, old man. Robert bought a can of Coke and came to the office. His desk was officially moved to the west, and olive oil was always on the table. The can was coated with olive oil and placed at the far west. Martin and Thomas came to the crew's residence and entered the small studio. In the waiting area outside the audition room, 6 or 7 young actors in their 20s were waiting. Martin had no impression of most of them, and he couldn't find the corresponding faces in his past life. The only one he knew, Adrian, who had medium-length dark brown hair, took the initiative to greet him. Martin asked knowingly, Hey, buddy, are you here to cheer me up? Thank you. He stepped forward and whispered, Really, no need, I'm just going through the motions. This made Adrian think of Jason's scene again, who was the biggest threat. In recent days, he and his agent had focused their attention on Jason's scene. He specifically found out that the funds Paris Hilton brought into the group even exceeded Pacific Pictures. Adrian smiled and said, Not only to cheer you up, I also came here to see the audition of the leading role in a commercial film. Martin looked at the guy's smiling face and wanted to beat him up, but when he saw his medium-length hair, he raised his fist and bumped it with him. Dude, come on. Adrian felt sick when he saw the handsome face opposite him, but he held back and said, Brother, let's cheer together. Martin and Thomas found a place to sit down. The latter said, See, it's not that I don't work hard. The competition within the company is also fierce. If you don't show a certain value, the company will not invest more resources in you. Martin knew that he couldn't just whip him. He also had to hook a carrot. I took advantage of Louise Mayer's relationship and didn't use many company resources. Thinking of Louise Mayer under Martin, Thomas felt that he had to work harder. Clients sign contracts with companies. If they are dissatisfied with their agents, there are many examples of changing new agents. On the other side, Adrian entered the empty corridor, called his assistant Tony, and asked, Is he not here yet? Tony replied, The guy at the hotel door said that he left the hotel alone and should be here soon. Can you do it? Adrian asked. No mistakes can be made. Tony smiled. We have done so much for him these days, and our time and energy will not be wasted. Don't worry, leave it to me. Adrian hung up the phone, took out the phone card, went into the bathroom, and flushed it down the toilet. In the parking lot outside, Tony smashed the phone card directly and threw it into the trash can. Go back to the car and wait patiently. According to the audition rules given by the crew, Martin's audition time is 10 AM. There are 4 people in front of him, and they come out in less than 10 minutes on average. The door of the audition room opened, and an assistant said, Martin Davis. Martin took out his mobile phone, turned it off, strode into the audition room, and quickly scanned the room. A woman in her 50s with glasses and wrinkles sat in the front row. She was the casting director Mary Gale. Sitting next to her was Susan Levine. There were at least 8 more people behind. This time, 2 of them were playing games, and they were ubiquitous connections. Martin greeted Manager Levine, Director Gale, good morning. Susan just nodded. Good morning. Mary's eyes stopped at Martin's face. His light brown refined short hair looked handsome and pleasing to the eye. Although she would not be so simple as to judge a person by his appearance, a normal woman would not want to take a few more glances at a handsome man who was pleasing to the eye. She said, according to the role script, let's start. Martin was fully prepared and got into the state very quickly and began to act with the audition assistant. Susan Levine held her chin with one hand and looked at the camera screen from time to time. Louise, the alcoholic, was very reliable and the recommended actor was fine. He was the one with the best acting skills among those who completed the audition. Perhaps the role resonated with people. During the script writing period, Susan asked the screenwriter to change the role setting. After all, Nick Jones was just a supporting role for the heroine, a man who had been in jail for stealing a car. It was Susan's favorite prodigal son who returned. Susan felt that the bitterness of life could best train people, and those who survived this hardship would shine. The audition ended quickly, and after sending the actors away, Susan routinely asked, "How is Martin Davis?" Mary had no decision-making power, so she only said her first impression, "Very good." At the same time, Jason Sean drove close to Warner Studios. The short blonde hair that was specially designed a few days ago made him look quite energetic. As soon as he entered the parking lot, the phone rang. It was his girlfriend's call. "Honey, are you there yet? I'll be there soon." Jason Sean said, "Don't worry, I'm fine on my own. I really don't need you to come with me." Paris Hilton said, "Okay, call me when you're done." Jason Sean hung up the phone, and before he could figure out what was going on, a car rushed out from the side and hit the front of his car. In the parking lot, the two cars were not going fast, so the collision was not serious. Jason Sean checked the time, opened the door, and got out of the car. A short and fat guy got out of the car opposite. "How did you drive?" Jason Sean went to check the collision. "Forget it, leave now." How could Tony leave? He pointed at him and said, "You ask me how to drive? I still have to ask you how to drive. You were on the phone and hit me." Thinking of the audition coming up, Jason Sean temporarily endured it. "I won't bother with people like you. Tell me a number." Tony opened his mouth. "This is a new car, and the repair will cost at least $3,000. Jason Sean estimated that it would only cost $500, and he was immediately furious, but he knew the difference between the important and the unimportant, and was ready to get his checkbook. Tony found that this guy was unexpectedly patient, and quickly changed his strategy. He sang a rap. "I've seen Paris. Her two heads are sunken in different sizes. I've seen Paris. She's like a bitch, lying down waiting to be fucked. I've seen Paris. She likes to give people BJs, smearing her face and chest. I've seen Paris." Jason Sean knew who the short, ugly, and fat guy was singing about, and what the lyrics described. Before, when others asked about the videotape, he always said he didn't care. But when someone mocked him in person, it was really unbearable for the man. Jason Sean rushed over and punched Tony in the face. Tony's fat body fell backwards and hit the ground with a bang. "Asshole, you damn fat guy." Jason Sean rushed over and kicked hard. Tony quickly protected his head. Because his nose didn't bleed, he lowered his head and hit his fist hard, and his nose bled. Nearby, Tony's girlfriend called the police and rushed over and shouted, "Help! Help! Murder!" The security guards in the parking lot heard the noise and too ran over here. This is Warner Studios, a key patrol area for the police. In less than half a minute, the sirens came over. Jason Sean wanted to run, but Tony held his legs tightly. The security guard came over and shouted to stop him. The patrol car rushed into the parking lot, and Tony immediately let go of his hands and lay on the ground pretending to be dead. His girlfriend took advantage of her female status and loudly accused Jason Sean of violence. The parking lot security also saw Jason Sean unilaterally beating Tony. This position was just within the range of surveillance. Tony was lying on the ground and couldn't get up. The blood from his nose was all over his face, and he looked extremely miserable. Jason Sean loudly explained that he was an actor and had to go to an important audition. But in Los Angeles, where there are actors per capita, such a strange face of his was not convincing to the police. Another patrol car arrived for support. Two people controlled Jason Sean and took him back to the police station. One person took a statement from Tony's girlfriend and security, and the other person obtained the security's consent to retrieve the surveillance video. The parking lot soon returned to silence. Tony called his lawyer and officially reported the case. Jason Sean should not come back for a short time. At the crew's residence, an assistant opened the door of the audition room and shouted to the outside, "Jason Sean, it's your turn." No one came, and no one answered. The assistant asked loudly, "Is Jason Sean here?" The other actors looked at each other, but still no one answered. Adrian smiled secretly. Tony was done. The assistant turned around and said, Jason Scene didn't come. Susan frowned. As a producer, she personally sat in the last round of auditions, but the actor was late. She had no basic respect. She said directly, switch him. The assistant went out again and shouted, Adrian Granny, if you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96. Old Boo is coming. The door of the audition room opened and closed, and Adrian stood in front of the camera. His dark brown and black medium-length hair was specially groomed, and it was messy and a bit dingy. Mary Gale didn't like this hairstyle, just as she hated the Beatles when she was young. But she remained calm and said, let's start. Adrian and his assistant began to act. Susan Levine remembered this actor, and Downey had mentioned it to her. His acting skills were okay, above the standard, but good and bad are compared. Compared with Martin Davis, who had performed the best before, he was obviously a level lower. The audition ended quickly. After the actor left, Susan asked again as usual, how is he? Mary didn't like it in her heart, but she wouldn't say directly, it's just average normal level. This deepened Susan's similar opinion, and she nodded slightly. Notify him tomorrow and played Alton. Robert Downey Jr. had just proposed to Susan, and Susan was more concerned about him. The marginal supporting role had little impact on the project. Mary wrote it down. The audition continued, and when everyone finished the audition, Jason Scene didn't show up. Susan was the third in line in name, but actually the producer in charge of the crew. She directly told Mary, disqualify him from the audition. The audition for the role of Nick Jones ended here. Susan would not audition for someone else. The door of the audition room was closed, and the casting team held a meeting here. All the audition videos were played once. Susan's work attitude was slightly milder. She asked, Martin Davis, no objection? The people in the casting team were not stupid. Even if they had objections, they would not say it. Susan looked at the time and said to Mary, formally notify tomorrow. The meeting was brief. After the meeting, Mary walked with Susan and asked, audition in the afternoon? Susan waved her hand, I won't participate. You decide on other roles. Mary has been in the industry for decades. Ability is not a problem. Even if she has a mind, the person she chooses will meet the basic requirements. The two separated. Mary returned to the office, found the contact information, and made a call. The old place tonight. Did you find the person I asked you to find? Very good. Thinking of the black guy with blonde hair, Mary was in a good mood. In the past few years, no one has been as hardworking and dedicated as him to help her sweeten. In the parking lot of Warner Studios, Martin watched the police lights flashing, and the ambulance rushed over. The familiar fat man was carried into the ambulance by the emergency personnel. Thomas recognized him. He seems to be a client of the company. Martin had seen him more than once on the set of Entourage. Adrian's follower. Is his name Bonnie or Tony? He felt that something was wrong. Go and find out what's going on. Thomas said, I'm your agent. Martin said casually, it may be related to the audition. Don't do it again. Thomas emphasized, went to find someone to inquire about the situation, and then made a few more calls. He came back quickly and said to Martin, it's really about the audition. Tony and Paris Hilton's boyfriend Jason Scene had a car scrape, and the two got into a fight because of the argument. No, to be precise, Scene hit Tony and then was taken away by the police. Tony seemed to be seriously injured. Martin was a man who determined that it was not an accident as soon as he heard it and shook his head. It's so damn competitive. Thomas didn't hear clearly. What? Martin said, the competition is really fierce. You'll get used to it. Thomas understood what he meant. The circle of male actors is a little worse, but the circle of female actors is really exciting. Martin mentioned Jason Scene at the time, intending to let Adrian and others focus on Jason Scene. He didn't expect Adrian to attach so much importance to Jason Scene. Thinking of Adrian smiling in front of him, Martin felt a chill on his back. I feel a sense of crisis. That guy's a scumbag. He asked Thomas, is Adrian valued in the company? Thomas said, generally, he is one of the newcomers. Martin considered whether to call him. He took out his cell phone and found that it had not been turned on since he turned it off. He quickly turned on the phone and soon received 3 text messages of missed calls. Just as he was about to call back, the ringtone rang. Martin answered the phone. Bruce's voice was still so unpleasant. "You stinking piece of shit. When I'm not looking for you, you make people restless. And when I'm looking for you, I can't get through the phone. Because I can smell your stench in Los Angeles." Martin counterattacked sharply. "The shit smell on your brother has drifted from Atlanta to Los Angeles." Bruce said, "I'm in Los Angeles." Martin was surprised. "What? Old Bruce, you are in Los Angeles?" Bruce said, "In the parking lot in front of the Bank of America on Valley Boulevard in North Hollywood. You have less than half an hour. I will rob the Bank of America and then tell those sons of bitches that you are the mastermind behind the scenes." Martin hung up the phone and called Thomas. "Drive. Go to the Bank of America in North Hollywood. Hurry up. I'm not your driver." Thomas muttered to himself, got in the driver's seat, and pulled Martin straight to North Hollywood. When he arrived at the parking lot in front of the Bank of America, Martin saw Bruce at a glance. Bruce got off a Ford pickup truck. "It seems that you are doing well. Unlike you need to sell your ass." Before Bruce could become civilized, Martin changed the subject. "Did you drive here from Georgia?" Bruce shrugged. "After 911, aviation control is too strict. It is easy to leave traces." He pointed his chin at Thomas. "Who is this? Your new little brother?" Thomas thought, where did this country bumpkin come from, full of foul language and stench? "My agent, Thomas." Martin introduced briefly. "Thomas, this is Old Bull, my brother, a professional scavenger." He deliberately added, "If you kill someone, and it is difficult to deal with it one day, just call Old Bull. As long as you pay enough money, he will help you deal with it properly." Thomas nodded to Bruce and said to Martin, "I won't disturb you." Martin reminded, "If there is any news from the crew, notify me immediately." Thomas got in the car and left quickly. Martin got on the passenger seat of the Ford pickup and pointed to the apartment in the north. "Go there." At the same time, he reminded, "Put your stuff away. This is California, where gun control is strict, not Georgia." Bruce said, "I was stationed in California when I was in the army. I have both the gun permit and the concealed carry permit here. Who am I? I won't give that son of a bitch a chance to empty the magazine." The car drove into the parking lot. Martin helped carry the luggage and took Bruce into the apartment building. Bruce went up to the second floor and curled his lips. "I thought you lived in a big villa in Malibu or Beverly, so I came here just to join you." Martin opened the door and said, "You can stay here temporarily. You can choose one of the 2 bedrooms. Considering that Louise might come to sing when she returns to Los Angeles, after all, she finds it exciting when a house in the apartment building is vacant. I will rent one for you." Bruce threw down his suitcase and sat on the sofa. "Don't you want to be with me forever?" Martin opened the refrigerator, took out a can of beer, and threw it to him. "I can smell the stench on you thousands of kilometers away." "Old Bruce, there is another key question. When you go out the back door, let me listen." Bruce opened the beer and took a big sip. "Okay, I don't care." Martin also took a can of beer and asked, "Why did you come to Los Angeles suddenly?" Bruce said simply, "I'm on the blacklist of a cartel in eastern Mexico. I'm not afraid of a head-on fight, but what if I'm shot from behind? Vincent is good to me. I can't implicate him." "Sorry." Martin understood what was going on as soon as he heard it. "My crappy things have implicated you." Bruce was not polite to Martin at all, "So, I can only come to you for help." Martin said, "You will be my full-time manager in the future." It sounds high-end and classy. Bruce asked, "What do you mainly do?" Martin thought for a while. "Driving, carrying bags, playing with me, and guarding behind me." Bruce was surprised. "Did you use the Vaseline I gave you?" Martin went to rummage through Bruce's bag and planned to take out the gun. "Old Bruce, do you want to see God in advance?" Bruce snorted coldly. "God is a black man and will not meet racists." "You came at the right time. I met a bad guy." Martin told him what happened before in detail. "Don't worry, I won't let him mess with you." Bruce sighed. "I left a quagmire and turned around to jump into another quagmire." Martin looked at the time. It's noon. Let's go out for lunch, and I'll take you to Los Angeles in the afternoon. Go to the Sacred Valley? Bruce was actually very curious. I have always wanted to see with my own eyes how those movies were shot. Martin asked, watch it on the spot? Bruce shrugged. The two of them went out and happened to meet Antonio. The fat man rolled down the stairs like a ball, and when he saw Bruce, he asked Martin, is he a producer? Bruce said first, yes, I'm a producer in Hollywood. Antonio patted Martin's arm. Go to the hyena earlier, don't wait until you can't stand it anymore. Martin glared at old Bruce and looked at the landlord. He likes the fat man, so I brought him here specially. Antonio was shocked and turned around and wanted to go upstairs. Don't mess around, I have a gun. Martin said, what man doesn't have a gun? He was worried that the landlord's heart could not bear the physical pressure. Just a joke. He is my friend, Anthony. If you have a vacant house, please help keep it for him. Antonio turned around, his chest trembling, much bigger than that of Jessica. No problem. If there is a vacant house, I will notify you first. Martin and Bruce went downstairs, found a place to have lunch, and went to the San Fernando Valley together. Halfway through, Martin called Jenna Jameson. Her company was officially established after the new year and was filming its first film. She welcomed the two to visit. In the studio in the Holy Valley, Martin and Bruce put on their crew IDs and came to the filming location. Jenna Jameson was the director herself. When the actress was too tired to breathe because of the long time, the director personally went to perform. Chapter 97, For Success. William Morris, Office Lobby. Adrian and Tony walked through the partitioned office area and came to the glass partitioned office where the agent John was. The latter had a red and swollen nose and a band-aid on it, which looked a bit funny. In the office, the sound of a phone call came faintly. Adrian knocked on the door and pushed it open. John, who was nearly 40 years old, hung up the phone and said seriously, you came at the right time. The crew has news. Adrian got rid of his biggest competitor yesterday and was very confident. Did we win? John said, the crew notified you that the role you got is called Dalton, not Nick Jones. Adrian said, I auditioned for Nick Jones. Who is Dalton? Tony asked, did they make a mistake? John carefully checked the role list sent by the crew and said, a marginal supporting role, Nick Jones's follower. Adrian didn't understand. Why? The crew said you didn't pass the audition, but they think your acting is good. John specifically asked, they said you are more suitable for Dalton. Adrian put his hands on his hips and turned around, not knowing where the problem was. Tony touched his clown-like nose and said, all this I did was in vain. Adrian did not get angry. He pulled out a chair and sat down and asked, who is the winner? John said, Martin Davis. Fuck. Adrian cursed. Tony was puzzled. Why him? His qualifications, acting skills, connections, which one can compare to Adrian? He has been in Los Angeles for less than 2 months. Adrian thought of a possibility. Susan Levine slept with him? There is no point in saying this now. John has experienced many failures and successes. The reality is that we did a lot, but still lost. Auditions are meant to strive for the greatest chance of winning, but no one can guarantee a 100% win. He waited for a while before asking Adrian, do you accept this role? Adrian did not answer directly. A month ago, I was the leading actor in the crew of Entourage, and he was just a minor supporting role. Now he wants to be the leading actor in House of Wax, and I want to be his follower. How can I accept it? John knew that everyone has a psychological gap, but some things must be accepted as soon as possible. You should take this role, Adrian. You should take a long-term view, instead of worrying about the gains and losses of a role. He raised his hand to stop Adrian from objecting and said in detail, we finally got in touch with Susan through Donnie's connections. If you refuse, this relationship will inevitably be broken. Susan is only 30 years old. She will definitely be a figure like Kathleen Kennedy in the future. What you should consider now is how to establish a good personal relationship with Susan through this role. Adrian rubbed his chin vigorously, and after a while he asked, what about Tony? Can the crew provide him with a salary? John shook his head. It's impossible. There are only 4 personal assistants for the actors in the crew. The filming location is Queensland, Australia. Tony took the initiative to say, "I'm not going." Adrian agreed. "Okay, I accept this role. Help me get better conditions." John said, "I'll try my best." In the partition of the office lobby, the moment Thomas received the notice from the crew, he stood up from his chair and was so excited that he wanted to roar a few times. He was responsible for many clients, but this was the first role that really mattered. Even if it was actually a supporting actor. Working overtime like a donkey, what's the point? Isn't it just to succeed? Thomas hung up the phone and wanted to share his joy with others, but found that his colleagues were busy and no one cared about him. He wanted to yell at them, but they didn't even have their own office. His girlfriend? They broke up because of overwork. There was only one person he could share with, and had to share with. Thomas called Martin and said, "We are the winners. We won that damn role." On the other side, Martin was taking Bruce to the fitness center to exercise with the guidance of a beautiful female coach. He wiped the sweat off his face with a towel and smiled. "Very good. Very good. Thomas, our efforts have paid off. We must all be winners in the future, not losers." Bruce was originally chatting enthusiastically with the big butt female coach, but now he turned around and asked, "Did you get it?" Martin gave him a thumbs up. "Done." He said to Thomas, "Doesn't the crew have a quota for personal assistants? Help me get one. I want to take old Bruce over to see it." There are 4 quotas for personal assistants for actors, and Thomas doesn't think it's a big problem. It should be possible to negotiate it, but there is one thing I need to inform you in advance. The crew's filming location is Queensland, Australia. Martin cares about the role and the future. It doesn't matter if the crew goes to the moon to shoot. Thomas said, "I'm going to the crew to negotiate the contract. Wait for my good news." After hanging up the phone, Martin opened his hands and high-fived Bruce. Ceci, a female coach with unusually developed gluteus maximus, came over and asked, "Did you get the leading role in a movie?" "No, it wasn't me." How could Martin steal Bruce's favorite? Pointing at Bruce, she said, "He got the leading role. I'm just Bruce's little follower." Ceci immediately threw away Martin, the follower, and continued to chat with Bruce. She even agreed to Bruce's request to test the flexibility of her gluteus maximus. Martin suppressed his excitement, calculated the time difference, came to a quiet place, and called Louise. "I got the role. Nothing else. I just want to say thank you. I don't see sincerity." Louise was really not polite to Martin at all, and wanted to squeeze him dry. "Where is the new formula? The Italian canon has been sent out. I don't have the new formula. I feel uneasy and can't do my job." Martin didn't refuse, but he didn't give it to him immediately. "Wait until you come back. You can't use it in Morocco." Not long after hanging up the phone, Kelly Gray's cell phone called. "I heard that you got the male lead of a crew." "Not the male lead, but the most important male role." Martin explained simply, "The film has only one female lead, and I'm acting with her." Kelly said, "Just now, that slut Louise called me to show off." "Martin, what did you promise me?" Martin thought to himself, "What does your competition have to do with me?" He was very helpless. "I just came here and racked my brains to find a role. I don't have status and power. How can I help you contact the crew? This project has been scheduled to be filmed in Australia a long time ago. Not to mention me, even Louise has no say." Kelly smiled. "I'm just reminding you, don't forget your promise." Martin said, "That will have to wait until I have a certain amount of power and status." At the same time, at the Hilton Hotel in Beverly Hills, after being bailed out by his lawyer, Jason Scene went to the top floor of the hotel and knocked on the door of the luxury suite. The door opened from the inside, and the girl with the bag, who had specially tanned her skin, said, "Paris is waiting for you in the living room." "Thank you, Kim." Jason Scene strode into the living room. When Paris, who was wearing pink home clothes, saw him, she couldn't help but said, "I asked you to audition. Why did you hit someone?" Her voice suddenly rose. "You didn't even go." "I have no reason to find the person in charge of the crew." Jason waved his hand and sat on the single sofa. Paris got angry and didn't care. "I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? I have done so much for you, you idiot." "Shut up." Jason exploded. "Do you know why I hit someone? That bastard is insulting you. He insulted you with a videotape." He waved his hand. Forget it. It's meaningless to say these. Paris, thank you for everything you have done for me. Let's end it here. After that, Jason felt inexplicably relieved and left the suite without looking back. When the door closed, he heard the sound of things breaking. Paris smashed the TV, the floor lamp, and everything she could smash. After she finished venting, she panted and said to the girl carrying the bag, "Kim, clean up here. Also, throw away everything related to Jason's scene. Throw it all away." Paris went to the bathroom and slammed the door shut. Kardashian found a large garbage bag and squatted down to clean up the garbage on the floor. This feeling was so bad that she wanted to run out of the door, just like Jason's scene. But she endured it. In the afternoon, Thomas made an appointment with Martin to meet at Chicago Cafe. The contract is basically settled. The qualifications of zombie gigolo will help you a lot. Thomas fought for the maximum. The salary is $150,000, second only to Elisha Cuthbert among the actors. Martin was mentally prepared. The top of the crew took most of the total salary. He remembered reading a report that in The Wolf of Wall Street, Leonardo's salary was more than $20 million, and the first supporting actor Jonah Hill only had $60,000. There are many similar examples. Mickey Rourke, the villain in Iron Man 2, was paid as little as $25,000. Thomas elaborated, full insurance in accordance with union regulations, business class tickets to and from Australia, salary for a personal assistant during filming, a separate Macu trailer, accommodation in an independent suite, and a car in Australia. Martin swept his eyes over Thomas' face. The agent's eyes were red and his eye bags were heavy. He seemed to have aged 5 years during this period. His hairline moved back. I don't know if it was his illusion, but his hair looked a little sparse. Sure. He didn't have the qualifications to ask for more. I'm at ease with you doing the job. Thomas was worried that Martin would become complacent. Getting a role is only the first step. You are a new actor. Show the right attitude and cooperate with the crew to let people see your professionalism. Martin nodded. I will. He asked a key question. What if someone in the crew wants to harm me? Thomas thought for a moment and said, if it's a producer, director of photography or other position that is far higher than you, just bear with the grievance. When you really get to a high position, there are plenty of ways to pay it back. He knew that the ecological environment in the industry is bad. If it's someone who is not as good as you, or is not much different from you, then pay it back tenfold, and tell everyone that you are not easy to mess with. It's normal in this circle to flatter the powerful and trample on the weak. If you are a wimp, others will bully you. Check for typos. I check it at least twice after writing. Some people have many typos and incoherent sentences, so they post slowly. Chapter 98. My sister is a big star. The main creators of the crew were all present, and in the new week, they held a regular script reading meeting, which was also a meeting for the main creators of the crew. For publicity considerations, Warner Brothers specially held the reading meeting at the Warner Pictures headquarters in Burbank. When Bruce drove Martin over, there were more than a dozen reporters gathered at the door, and their camera lenses were all focused on Elisha Cuthbert and Paris Hilton. From the time they got off the car to the time they entered the Warner Pictures gate, they followed them all the way. Martin was about to get off the car. How many reporters will pay attention to me? Bruce had a tacit understanding and opened the armrest box. Dude, I brought your special weapon to attract attention. He took out a large pink kettle. Take it, shout that I'm the male lead of the film, and then drink a lot of water, and they will definitely take pictures of you. Thank you. Martin didn't take it. He found that Paris Hilton was followed by a girl carrying a bag. Although she was not as big as in the previous life, her size was still amazing against the backdrop of tight jeans. Scarlett's butt is just a sister compared to Kim Kardashian. Martin reminded his good friend, old Bruce, look at the door. Bruce had already seen it. He was so engrossed in watching that he kept hitting his head with the end of the kettle. What a stunner. He asked Martin, is she also an actress? Martin said truthfully, she should be the follower of the second female lead Paris Hilton. Good. Very good. Bruce's initiative was fully mobilized. I want to join the crew. I want to go to Australia with you. Martin got out of the car and came to the door of the film company. Several reporters had seen Martin's photo in the notice issued by the crew, and they pressed the shutter of their cameras. After entering the lobby of the office building, Martin quickly found the conference room, where 3 unfamiliar male actors, Paris and Eliza, were sitting. They did not communicate with each other, but were just reading the script. Martin came to Eliza, pulled out a chair and sat down, picked up the script on the conference table, and took the initiative to say hello. Hello, twin sister. Eliza turned around and saw that the newcomer was sunny and handsome, and was particularly pleasing to the eye. She thought for a moment, "Are you my twin brother?" Martin took the initiative to introduce himself. "Martin Davis." Eliza responded, "Eliza Cuthbert." She looked at Martin carefully. "I seem to have seen you somewhere." Martin reacted super quickly. "Have you been to Atlanta, or have you seen Zombie Gigolo?" Eliza remembered. Her mouth slightly opened, and she was slightly surprised. "Zombie Machine Gun Dance." Martin smiled. "That's right, it's me." Eliza was very curious. "I often go online and have seen the video of your fan meeting, but someone said that the video has been post-processed." Martin said seriously, "No, I can guarantee it." "Amazing." Eliza was embarrassed. That may be a bit presumptuous. Martin was a man who could bring them closer with just a few words. "You are my sister, and it is natural for a sister to make requests to her brother." Eliza said, "Is there a chance to enjoy this dance live? You may not know that the zombie machine gun dance is very popular in some nightclubs now." Martin said, "When a sister makes a request, a brother must fulfill it." He moved a little closer and said mysteriously, "Let me tell you a secret. I'm a crazy sister-loving man." Eliza once again looked at Martin openly. He had a great body and a good-looking face. She said, "Brother, we've got a deal. Hey, is this the place?" "Thank you." A slightly high-pitched voice came from the door of the conference room. Mean, a black man with almost white skin, came in. He saw Martin at a glance and couldn't hide the surprise on his face. He strode over and said, "Classmate, why are you here? Are you also a member of this crew?" Martin was also surprised and pointed to the seat on the other side. "Sit down and talk." Mean knew Eliza. Seeing that she seemed to be very familiar with Martin, he was even more surprised and pointed at Melissa. "Are you her brother?" Martin deliberately blinked at Eliza. "Eliza and I are the most tacit twin siblings in the world. Whose connections did you use? Introduce yourself." Mean thought of something, and his face, which was not black to begin with, became like a chimpanzee. "You know how I got this role?" Martin interrupted him. "Classmate, we have to work together well this time." Mean immediately realized that some words were not suitable to be said now. Yes. Cooperate well." More cast members came in one after another, including the director, Zoe Sarah, whom Martin had wanted to meet several times, but had not met. This is a Spanish director who is at most 30 years old. Although he is only the general director of the filming on the set in the project, Martin still asked Thomas to collect a lot of information about him. After Adrian came over, he sat across the long conference table from Martin and smiled at Martin from time to time, and his smile was as bright as before. It was as if he was Martin's good friend, staring at his butt behind him. Martin also smiled at him, like a heartless fool. But there was a feeling that Adrian was like a venomous snake, but he was also the person Susan had decided. Martin knew that he did not have the power to bully Adrian. While whispering to Eliza, his head was also turning quickly. With Susan's arrival, the script reading meeting officially began. This is a Hollywood tradition, because many actors with ordinary backgrounds may not even be able to read the script, let alone understand the role and the theme of the script. The so-called dyslexia is not uncommon among people who have received a happy education. The script of House of Wax is a typical example of being simple and brainless, not to mention being amazing. If it is not given a topic first and then developed and thrown into the script library of many Hollywood companies, no one may even look at it for many years. Eliza's heroine role is the only one that stands out, and then Martin's twin brother Nick. The climax of the script is the Wax Museum showdown between twins. When the reading session ended, it was almost time to get off work. Susan came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Director Zoe Sarah did not intend to communicate with the actors and left the meeting room directly. Martin took out his mobile phone. "If you don't mind, let's take a photo together." I want to update my blog when I go back, and I have already thought of the name. Taking a photo is no problem. Eliza didn't mind and asked, what name? Martin said seriously, my sister is a big star. How about this title? Eliza seriously, what is your blog address? Fortunately, Martin was not talking nonsense, but really applied for a blog, and updated it several times recently, and immediately left the address. Martin gave his mobile phone to Mean, and asked him to help take a photo with Eliza. Before leaving, Eliza said, sister will check brother's homework. Martin's face seemed to adjust automatically, and he instantly fell. What if my brother is a poor student? Eliza smiled and left. Mean returned Martin's phone and said, classmate, you are really quick in picking up girls. Martin looked at the group photo, put away his phone, and walked out. We are siblings communicating normally. The two came out of the Warner Pictures building, and found that reporters were surrounding Eliza and Paris. Mean was envious. When will I be surrounded by the spotlight? Your role is Paris Hilton's boyfriend, right? Martin had just reviewed the script. As long as you hook up with her, countless tabloid reporters will accompany you 24 hours a day. Mean considered it seriously. I don't mind the videotape, really. He kept his words in his stomach, and couldn't help but say them. In order to get this role, I even licked old women in their 50s. Martin vaguely guessed that it might be the casting director Mary Gale, the one you mentioned last time. Yes, it's her. Mean is such an optimistic person, but he wanted to cry when he mentioned these. Last time I thought you had no connections, and you didn't go when I called you. She played a lot and urged me, so I didn't dare to find other unfamiliar actors. Martin understood. She came from behind and stole your role. Accompanying an old woman is also a technical job, and you have to be on guard against other people. Mean nodded. I borrowed some money and hired a call boy in another city to meet her 2-on-1 requirement. It was not easy. Martin said in a casual comfort. Finally I got the reward. I wanted to buy you a drink, but my pocket is empty and my waist can't support it. Mean twisted her hips. Let's talk in Australia. Martin nodded, came to his car, and found that Bruce was not there. 5 minutes later, Bruce came back from a distance, put his flip phone to his mouth, and his tongue. Martin didn't want to irritate his eyes, so he turned his head to look the other way. I haven't updated my sister as a big star yet, but my follower is a pervert. What should I do? Bruce came over and shook his phone. I took a picture. Look, it's absolutely amazing. Jennifer Lopez and Scarlett Johansson exploded together. Martin was about to take the phone, but his hand retracted, and he took out a tissue from his pocket. Wipe it first. He reminded old Bruce, this phone costs hundreds of dollars and is not waterproof. Don't soak it in water. Bruce wiped the screen and handed the phone to Martin. Do you know her name? Martin found that Bruce took more than one picture, all of which were taken from behind, and said, her name is Kim Kardashian. She is a very scheming woman. Kim Kardashian. Bruce remembered this name. Martin opened the car door. Let's go. Find a place to eat and have a drink, and then go back to pack our luggage. Australia is waiting for us. After dinner, they deliberately chose the Avalon nightclub that Hollywood stars love to go to. The two of them were originally drinking on the first floor, and there were always women coming to harass Martin, obviously with ulterior motives. Martin and Bruce had to go to the second floor. Sitting on the second floor by the window, it was finally much quieter. The two of them didn't drink much. Old Bruce's perverted topic always revolved around Kim Kardashian. When he was about to leave at around 9 o'clock, he knocked on the window. Look across the road. Your good friend from the same company? Opposite Avalon is also a famous nightclub called Grapevine Manor. Right in front of the nightclub, Adrian, who was obviously drunk, wanted to fight with someone with a murderous face, and his fat follower Tony couldn't stop him. Martin certainly wouldn't care about such things. He asked old Bruce to go back, because he still had to update my sister as a superstar. Chapter 99 Born Bad. At Los Angeles International Airport, Martin was wearing a coquettish white short windbreaker and a pair of black sunglasses, followed by his bag-carrying boy Bruce. He walked a few dozen meters into the airport with an aura of 18 meters, attracting the attention of people around him, who thought he was a big star. Freelance journalists and paparazzi who have been stationed at the airport for a long time saw this outfit and swarmed over. Before the person arrived, the flashlights came on first. When they saw clearly that it was a strange face, they secretly gave him the middle finger and then dispersed. A few people who often follow internet forums and B-level movies roughly recognized who Martin was and took a few more photos. Among the 2 remaining freelance journalists, the woman asked her colleague, "Can we sell the film and get the money for developing it?" The male colleague was very pessimistic. "It's very difficult." Martin had sharp eyes and found the petite blonde woman in front of him. He quickened his pace. "Hi, my twin sister. What a coincidence." Eliza quickened her pace slightly and said directly, "My sister is a big star, and her writing is not very good. My fragile heart has been broken into pieces by you." Martin covered his chest and opened his arms again. "Your twin brother needs comfort." Eliza found what he said interesting and hugged Martin gently. Several paparazzi and reporters raised their cameras to take pictures. These 2 people, one petite and sexy, and the other tall and strong, have a special contrast in the camera lens. Eliza's assistant wearing glasses is shorter than her, with freckles all over her face, very inconspicuous, but at this time she coughed hard. How could such an innocent and good person like Martin have bad intentions? He said, "Let's go in." The 4 people entered the airport terminal. The female reporter outside said, "Eliza has a close relationship with him. After getting back the capital, we can also make a small profit." The male colleague did not respond because he was thinking more. He already had the opening picture and it was pretty good. The next step was to write based on the picture. Hollywood rising star Eliza Cuthbert's new love affair exposed. After changing the boarding pass, going through security check, and arriving at the boarding gate, many people from the crew had already gathered here. Adrian came over and bumped fists with Martin. "We are both lucky to get the role." Bruce stood behind Martin, and he was very confident. "We are friends from the same company and help each other." Eliza leaned forward and asked Martin, "Your friend?" Without waiting for Martin to answer, Adrian put on the most charming smile. "Adrian Granny, the male lead of Entourage." He deliberately said, "Martin acted with me in that show." Martin smiled, and like when filming the show, he put his arm around Adrian's neck. "So, this time he plays Nick's henchman and acts with me." Adrian wanted to break free, but he couldn't break free without making big movements. The sound of high heels landing quickly sounded, and Paris Hilton and Kim Kardashian came. Martin let go of Adrian and gave Bruce a look, and Bruce nodded imperceptibly. When they were drinking in Avalon, the 2 discussed a guide to chasing butts and messing with people. Stinky dog shit plus stinky dog shit equals stinky. Bruce took the bag he brought with him and reminded, "It's almost time." Martin pointed to the VIP room and said to Eliza, "Shall we go in?" The 2 had business class tickets and took the VIP channel. Adrian watched Martin enter the VIP room, turned back and sat back on the bench, frowning and thinking. Bruce sat in an inconspicuous place, and his seemingly gentle eyes drifted from Adrian from time to time. It was time to board the plane, and Kim Kardashian was just a bag-carrying girl, and she had to sit in economy class. After finding a seat, she had to put her bag on the luggage rack, which was a bit difficult for her. "I'll help you." Bruce came over and helped her put the 2 bags in. Kim Kardashian hurriedly thanked him. After sitting down, she found that the other person's seat was outside her. She asked politely, "Who are you?" Bruce said, "Bruce, we are in the same crew. I'm Martin Davis' manager. Just call me old Bruce." Kim Kardashian replied, "I'm Kim Paris' personal assistant." Bruce recalled Martin's stinky way of getting close to her and said, "Our jobs are similar. You are a manager, and I'm just an assistant." "What manager?" It sounds good, but it's actually that. Bruce remembered that they were not in a gang, so he quickly changed his words. "Martin's henchman." The plane took off, and the 2 stopped talking. After entering the stratosphere, Kim Kardashian was obviously not feeling well. Bruce suddenly had an idea and said, "I'll get you a glass of water. Drinking more water will make you feel better." "Thank you." Kim Kardashian has not yet fully evolved. Bruce called the flight attendant and asked for a glass of water. When Kim had almost finished drinking, he asked for another glass for her. "Are you feeling better? Drink some more." The plane was no longer as bumpy as it was during takeoff, so people would naturally feel much more comfortable. Kim Kardashian drank some more water. The two chatted for a while, and Kim Kardashian couldn't hold it anymore. "Sorry, I'm going to the bathroom." Bruce put away the storage table and leaned out to make room. Kim Kardashian left and came back after a while and repeated the same thing again. Bruce's breath burned his lips, and in just a dozen seconds, a layer of dry cracked skin appeared. The two chatted and continued to chat when they woke up and fell asleep, mainly about the people and things in the crew. Under Bruce's intentional or unintentional guidance, the topic came to Adrian. "Kim, I heard something, and I don't know whether I should tell it." Kim Kardashian thought it might be important news. "Aren't we friends?" Bruce deliberately hesitated. Kim Kardashian's eyes were full of expectation and encouragement. He made up his mind. Martin and Adrian are from the same company, both a WMA. Kim Kardashian had learned about the crew's news. "I know." Bruce approached quietly and lowered his voice. "Once I followed Martin to the company and hid in the emergency passage to smoke. I heard people discussing a piece of news. The person who hit Jason scene was named Tony. Tony was Adrian's follower, and Adrian also auditioned for the role of Nick. Kim Kardashian followed Paris and had seen some bad things." She approached Bruce, almost head to head. "Did Adrian instruct Tony to frame Jason's scene?" Bruce shook his head. "I don't know if Adrian instructed. I met Tony in the company. He had injuries on his nose and face for the past few days." "Thank you, old Bruce." Kim Kardashian deliberately touched Bruce's forehead with her forehead. "This news is very important to Paris and me." Bruce said, "I just want to remind you, don't be calculated by him again. Some people are born bad." Kim Kardashian raised her head and wanted to see where Adrian was sitting. "You are absolutely right." The flight arrived smoothly in Brisbane, the capital of Queensland. After getting off the plane, Bruce quickly met up with Martin. Martin asked, "Did it go smoothly?" Bruce said, "The news leaked out. She has a good impression of me." Martin glanced at Adrian in the distance and said, "If someone causes trouble for him, he probably won't have time to cause trouble for us." Bruce went to get his luggage, and when he came back, he said, "You made it too complicated. Australia is vast and sparsely populated. There are large uninhabited areas in Queensland. The saltwater crocodiles in the bay are said to grow to more than 4 meters long." Martin reminded, "Old Bruce, we are in Hollywood, not in the underworld. Have you forgotten your original intention? We are civilized people. I didn't bring my civilized ID." Bruce didn't bring a gun. Eliza and the assistant came over with the luggage. The former asked, "What are you talking about? You look so happy." Of course, Martin couldn't tell the truth. Thinking of the news he had seen in his previous life, he said casually, "The saltwater crocodiles in Australia are rampant. Old Bruce wants to find out if he can get a hunting license to hunt saltwater crocodiles." Bruce glanced at Martin and thought to himself, "You are so civilized, pushing me to death." Eliza said, "Let's go. The crew's car is waiting outside." When the crew was first formed, some people came to Brisbane to build the set and stayed at the Hilton Hotel. The hotel sent a bus and a business car to pick them up. Paris got on a Mercedes, and Kim Kardashian also got on the back seat, climbed up the partition, and whispered the news about Adrian. "I've been wondering why Jason suddenly hit someone." Paris was unhappy. "Kim, is the news confirmed?" Kim Kardashian said, "You ask carefully." With Paris's background, it was not difficult to find out some information. She made several calls one after another, including the police station, and soon confirmed it. She said, "I want to get him." Kim Kardashian said, "The crew is staying at the Hilton Hotel." Paris shook her head. "The senior management here will not listen to me." Kim Kardashian has been in many celebrity circles with her. "The people below will definitely try to please you." Paris has never been a rule-abiding person, and her willful and unruly nature has long been known throughout the United States. "He got Jason kicked out of the crew. I want him to get out of the crew." Kim Kardashian was smarter than Paris and said, "He is the candidate confirmed by Susan. It is best not to have a direct conflict." Paris frowned. "What do you say we should do?" Kim Kardashian was originally at a loss, but suddenly remembered a big event that happened in Los Angeles last year and whispered, "The Lackers had a scandal last year." Paris thought for a moment and said, I used to come here to play, and I had a playmate who knew a lot of people. Kim Kardashian said, we'll pay a sum, and we can get some money when the time comes. Paris immediately contacted her playmates here, and after the call, she said to Kim Kardashian, the crew is staying at Hilton's hotel. When you get to the hotel, you can inform them that I will treat everyone who came on the same plane to a buffet dinner in the evening. When they arrived at the hotel, the crew had already allocated accommodation. Martin's room was a 2-bedroom suite, one of which was prepared for the assistant. Bruce took the room card and said to Martin, Kim notified everyone from the crew who came here, and Paris will treat them to a luxurious buffet in the evening. Martin asked, is there something going on? Bruce nodded, it's very likely. I don't know how they want to play. We are civilized people and have nothing to do with this matter. Martin would not jump out stupidly, just watch the show. Chapter 100 Kicked out of the crew. Brisbane is a coastal city, and the luxurious buffet has a rich seafood menu, including Australian lobsters, blue prawns, and king crabs. Martin also ate kangaroo meat for the first time. Eliza came back with a plate of vegetables, fruits, and mushrooms and sat opposite Martin. Martin was eating a crab leg. The seafood is good. I'm a vegetarian. Eliza pointed to her plate. I don't eat meat. Sorry, I didn't know. Martin said. Eliza smiled. It's okay. She picked up a piece of mushroom and said, in fact, vegetarianism represents not only health, but also a cultural taste and modern consciousness. Martin said in a way that suits the old Americans, this is your freedom. Eliza suggested, you can also try vegetarian food more. Martin took the plate of mushrooms. I like mushrooms very much. Bruce passed by with a plate of roast beef and sat at the table with his back to Martin. When he moved his chair, he touched Martin and pointed the fork in his hand to the left quietly. Martin turned his head and saw a hot girl at Adrian's table. Very young, at most 25 years old. Eliza asked, do you want to take another photo? Can you write a new blog later? My sister is a big star and her blog is too bad. Blogs are popular now. Martin asked, do you have a blog? Eliza said, yes, I don't use it much. The agency opened it for me, saying it can attract fans. Martin knew how to get away with it. How about this? Let's take another photo. You post it on your blog and write a blog post calling my brother the most handsome in the United States. Eliza was amused and laughed. That's so exaggerated. I dare not write. Well, let me think about it. How about calling my twin brother? Martin replied, okay. He said in the same tone as Eliza last time, sister, your brother has to check your homework. The two ate and talked, and Martin glanced at Adrian from time to time. Adrian was having a hot relationship with the young girl. Tessa put down her knife and fork and said, I'm done. Adrian said, you only ate so little. I need to keep in shape. Tessa deliberately straightened her headlights. She was young, but a veteran. It's nice to have dinner with you. I should go enjoy this lonely night. Adrian was already aroused and suggested, why don't we go for a drink and enjoy the night together? Tessa said, I don't want to go to the bar. It's too messy and noisy. Adrian took the opportunity to say, I brought a bottle of good wine from Los Angeles. It's hard to find in Brisbane. Tessa thought about it and responded, just go for a drink. Adrian nodded, of course just for a drink. The two left the buffet together. At a table not far away, Kim Kardashian reminded Paris, they're gone. Paris said, once the incident breaks out, I will go to Susan Levine as an investment agent, and she must give me an explanation. Kim Kardashian said, I specifically asked, such a young actor is easy to find in Brisbane, and it won't delay the crew's filming. Ever since the breakup with Jason and Sean, the anger in her heart finally came to Paris. Kim, when there is a suitable opportunity later, I will formally introduce you to the celebrity circle. Kim Kardashian was willing to be a bag girl for this, and she was excited and said, thank you, Paris. Paris was just talking. She felt that it would be too embarrassing to introduce Kim to the circle. The family behind her is not only worth billions, but also hundreds of millions. It's already good to give her a chance to be a bag girl. Eliza didn't eat much and went back to her room early to adjust to the jet lag. Martin brought back some crocodile meat and seafood and sat opposite Bruce. The people left. Bruce asked, do you think they fought? Martin saw the woman leaving with Adrian, and he guessed, it should be last year. There was a big scandal in Los Angeles, a lack of star. It's very likely. Bruce said, this kind of thing, as long as there are traces left, and there is no surveillance, the result will inevitably be biased towards women. This touched Martin. That makes sense. In the ordinary room, the fight was particularly fierce. Tessa kept shouting, rough. I like rough. Don't be like a woman. Where is your strength? How could Adrian bear being ridiculed as a woman at this time? The other party asked for roughness, so he would be as rough as possible. Tessa had several more scars on her body, and even her neck was pinched. Finally, everything was over, and the room returned to peace. Tessa pushed Adrian away, and ran to the bathroom. She picked up her clothes on the way, took out her cell phone, dialed 000, and said in a trembling voice, help. Help me. I've been raped. Adrian found that his female companion had entered the bathroom, and would not come out, so he asked loudly, hey, beautiful, what are you doing? Tessa said, you got everything in there, I need to clean it up. Adrian smiled comfortably, do you want me to go in and help you? No. Tessa's voice came out, wait for me a little longer. Adrian did not wait for Tessa to come out, but waited for a knock on the door. He went over, opened the door, and found that behind the waiter were two uniformed Brisbane police officers, a man and a woman. Cop. One of the female police officers introduced herself, and the other stepped into the door to prevent Adrian from closing it. The former said, we received a call. The voice came into the room, and Tessa yelled in the bathroom, help, help. Adrian was slightly stunned, and immediately reacted, and defended, no, she took the initiative to find me. At this point, many things that the little head did when controlling the big head just now appeared in front of him. Realizing that something was wrong, he said, I'm an American, I'm a star, I want to call the crew, I want to find a lawyer. The chaos here soon alarmed the rest of the crew. Martin and Bruce were mixed in the crowd, and came out to watch the fun. Mean next to him muttered, it depends on your ability to pick up girls. It's a matter of willingness. Kyang Jian is too ungentlemanly. In the crowd, Kim Kardashian said, the producer is here. Susan Levine and her deputy came down from upstairs, and Martin and others automatically made way for them to pass. The victim had obvious scars and special substances in his body. The crew only managed to get the Brisbane Police Department to agree to control the news, but Adrian had to be taken away. Susan was furious. The crew hadn't started filming yet, and such a thing happened, and the actor was arrested. Watching the police take Adrian downstairs, Martin called Bruce and Mean, let's go back to sleep. The people were arrested, and there was nothing to watch, so everyone dispersed. Susan hurried back to the room, and made a series of calls. The crew was about to shoot, so they had to get the actor back first. This kind of thing is very troublesome. There was a knock on the door, and Paris Hilton entered the room. Susan put down her phone, thinking that the other party was a representative of some investors, and said politely, what's the matter? Paris pretended to be mature, should we notify the investors when the crew makes such a fuss? Susan said, not for now. Paris said, what about Adrian? He is now suspected of being a rapist, and the news will definitely be leaked. What should we do then? If he is to bear criminal charges, what should the crew do? Susan understood what she meant. Paris continued, investors trust me, and let me invest in the crew on their behalf. If this happens to the crew, the risk will increase exponentially. I must step up and replace the actor. Adrian's salary is only $15,000. The crew can only pay him the full salary if he is fired, but if he has problems, we will lose more. The money wasted by delaying the filming for one day will far exceed this amount. Susan nodded, I will consider it. Paris was already at a loss for words. She was able to say this because she had prepared in advance. At the end, she added, as soon as possible. The loss of time is the loss of investors. After sending Paris away, Susan came back and did not rush to make a decision. The next day, the Brisbane police notified the crew that after a series of procedures such as injury examination, they decided to arrest Adrian. The crew can go for bail. Susan did not want the crew to pay the money, so she notified Adrian's agent and asked the crew to start the termination and withdrawal procedures to kick Adrian out of the crew. If the person does not belong to the crew, what does the scandal have to do with the crew? At the same time, a notice was issued locally to recruit a suitable actor. The crew was still adjusting to the time difference, so there was plenty of time to recruit new actors. At the Brisbane police station, John, the agent who rushed over urgently, met Adrian accompanied by his lawyer. "Things are very troublesome," John said bluntly. "The woman had injuries on her body, and her body contained your offspring. Someone provided a recording to prove that you invited her to the room for the wine you brought from Los Angeles." Adrian argued loudly, "She is framing me. I didn't." John raised his hand to stop him from yelling, "These can't solve the problem. I came here to clean up your mess, and secondly, the crew terminated your contract." Adrian didn't care about the supporting role. John added, "HBO and Warner are very unhappy with you and think that your behavior will affect Entourage. They want to postpone the broadcast of the series, which is very detrimental to your future." He glanced at Adrian and said, "If you still have a future." Adrian tried his best to calm himself down. "What should I do? Use the money to reach a settlement with the girl and withdraw the charges against you?" John had given up on Adrian in his heart, but was still fulfilling his duties as an agent. "Once the charges are proven, your American identity will not allow you to avoid jail." The lawyer next to him added, "There have been cases of 11 years in prison in Brisbane in recent years." Adrian didn't want to go to jail and said, "I don't have much cash." John said, "Then sell the car, sell the house, and do everything you can to raise money." Adrian thought for a while and said, "I'll give you letter of authorization and take me back to Los Angeles as soon as possible. You've been framed. I don't know who it is, but you're no match." John reminded, "I'll help you get bail. Don't get close to that crew. The farther away, the better." Adrian could only nod. John did his duty and said no more because the company decided to give up on Adrian. There were so many excellent young actors, and it was not worth wasting resources on him. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.